choice to figure. All go and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. Give up the chase. Gonna get it on. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. No second place. Gonna get it on. Roll a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on. Going on. Going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. What kind of metal are you made of? Titanium. 'Cause you feel so strong. Nothing compares. You're upper echelon. Walking on there. Gotta get it on. Roll a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on. Going on. Going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. All go and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Hello, Dota fans worldwide. Welcome back to Dubai. We are here for the Gamers Galaxy Invitational Series. Day 2 of the playoffs is upon us. We have your first elimination series upcoming. The winner will go on to play Spirit in our final match of the day. But first, it's Boom, it's Secret, and we're going to bring Boom on stage right now.
Welcome on stage. Boom Rivals.
The next team and their opponents, a legendary lineup, Team Secret.
Welcome on stage. Team Secret.
All right, players, you can get to your booths. We're going to have our first series coming up in just a moment. The winner, again, will play Spirit later today, but who will it be? Team Secret, the 5th best team in Europe, or Boom Esports, the undisputed #1 team in SEA, and the only hope of any non-European team still remaining in the tournament? We're going to find out shortly. Let's get it over to Sheev.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And the first game of the day, first series of the day, and we're starting it off with elimination. So it's a nice wake-up call. There's no second tries after this series because we're already in the lower bracket here. I'm joined by Cap, No-Tail, and Rezo. Good afternoon. It's actually afternoon here. Rezo, how are you feeling about Boom versus Team Secret?
I'm excited for this match. Boom definitely showing like it's really solid Dota this tournament, but they had some shaky, I would say, drafts during the last games. They lost, and I'm pretty sure they figured it out, like, and they're going with something different this time. Also, like Poppy, you know him, like he's gonna play with Chen, he's gonna play with his strategies, and it's just like, I don't know, I'm excited for this match.
Yeah, we have not really seen Secret at all today, rather yesterday, because they were the only team that did not play yesterday. So it's been a little while. They got the luxury, Cap, of just sitting back and watch Boom, in this case, lose yesterday.
Yeah, and they're going to have the luxury tomorrow of watching Boom play again. So they're just going to be sitting out. Because to be honest, I think the current form of Secret is not good enough.
Okay.
What, you disagree?
No mercy.
Johan?
No, you have a good
wanna-
point. No, so I think Kat has a good point. I mean, the way I kind of view it is Boom was showing a lot of games this tournament where they're playing extremely fast and their games end quick, and a lot of things happen before the regular 15-20 minutes BKB timing. This is where the Ember and Kunkka can really shine. If you don't have BKB, you keep getting caught by these combos, these arrows. I do think Secret's main advantage will be figuring out like crucial bans and potentially crucial picks, and I think their main worry would be how this early game and laning phase will go. We saw Boom when they lost their laning phase, like everything was very different. And I think if they get their ball rolling, I don't think Secret will be able to withstand the pressure. It won't be a fun game to play, and I think that's how Boom is going to win if they win. But I do think Secret have an upper hand in having Puppy as a drafter and having also the day to prepare and the day to think. So I'm expecting good laning setup for Secret, and I think potentially Boom could outplay them, but it will be a bit uphill for them.
This is, of course, two teams, Rezo, they came from the same group. They have played before in the best of one. And I think you might remember seeing Isis Centaur on the top lane running one way, surrounded by 3 heroes of Boom that basically ran circles around him. And that was basically the name of the game right there, because it was Boom running circles around Team Secret. But that was 2 days ago. Adaptation to the patch. Like, are you expecting it to be as one-sided as Cap makes it out to be here?
No, I do think that Boom has a really good preparation coming to this tournament because, like you see in the draft, like they have really solid picks. They have like good opening picks with the Bane, with the Pangolier. It just shows that they have prepared for this.
Yeah.
They're ready. They're ready to take down the Secret.
This is Mushi drafting versus Poppy, so it's he's also no stranger to adapting on the fly during a tournament. And we have the draft in front of us already, so we saw Team Secret pulling out the Chen multiple times in their elimination series against TSM 2 days ago, and it's just a little bit too spooky to play against. Respect.
I like the bans from the Puppet. He actually taken down 2 of their most comfortable heroes that were like, I think they were in 100% of the games. Like those 2 supports, they actually like the key points for them to set up their drafts.
They have pretty good hero versatility, and I like the fact that they are usually able to switch between Tims and Yopaj, the 4 and 2. Sometimes they'll pick a hero, and it could be either, like Snapfire, Wind Ranger, I think even Earth Spirit this patch could be there. But the one person who does not have the hero versatility right now, it's Scam. Like a third of his games are all Bane games, so it's a good ban.
It's a good ban indeed. Let's see what heroes are left in the pool that we should be worried about or should be thinking about. I mean, of course, TA and Invoker come to mind.
For sure, those 2. I wonder if Puppy's gonna try the Omni Knight once again.
Ooh.
It's Tiny. I'm pretty sure Boom has to take Invoker right now because like these 2 heroes, Tiny and Invoker together, they're like incredibly powerful right now.
Or you go for the Yopaj TA if you know that a Tiny is coming. They'll end up actually going for something different altogether with the Death Prophet and the Kunkka coming out.
I like this opener. I really do like this opener versus a Tiny first phase. We'll see if the Invoker comes. I think Roman has a good point. It would be a very solid pick also against DP potentially coming mid. I mean, the Kunkka is also able to go many lanes.
Why do you like Kunkka?
It's just for them. I think they need to keep their playstyle. They want to get this pre-20 minute, 15, 20 kills. You know, like
just their comfortable hero, right?
Yeah. And this is also their timing. Whoa!
This
at
is unexpected.
that. Very
at all.
unexpected. I'm super curious to see what items he'll buy because I think that's what everybody is struggling with on Storm. Is like, what's the new item build?
Indeed.
And we've seen Storm a couple times, but correct me if I'm wrong, mostly it was when there was an IO in the game for it. as
Oh.
Well,
well.
we saw him once this
I think it
tournament.
was
Yeah.
once.
IO,
Yes.
and
with
it
IO.
was us and we lost.
Oh, it was a pretty
just
hard
boom,
game.
And it was like,
Oh,
like
look at
no
that.
chance.
Team Secret recognizing true strength strength heroes with the Disruptor, right, Johan? We gotta
no,
get that out. Too strong.
I know. I think somebody put some money under the table for Clement, or he had a bet going or something. Like, no way, you ban Disruptor. This hero is so bad, so bad.
You think so?
Obviously, it's like a protection thing, and maybe they're also just trying to push the +5 out of like out of his comfort zone incredibly hard. Like,
Yeah.
what's he going to be left with? Warlock. You know, if you actually make him pick something even worse by banning Disruptor, sure, I think it makes sense. I don't think the ban is like the strongest ban, but hey, why not? You know, you're already banning +5, and maybe you don't care what else is coming. Then sure. But if they pick something strong and it has a big impact on the game, I'll go back to this ban for the next game, and we'll talk about this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I
this
think it's
is the thing.
Skim could also be the Death Prophet. They play 5 positions.
Right,
So that's an option.
that's not a bad idea. I do think +5 DP is not the counter to Tiny, and I do think they want to counter the Tiny core, which is
Yeah.
most likely coming, although Yasuo could play the Tiny, sure. So nobody knows yet, and that's the beauty of drafting as well, if you have two teams that are really willing to flex everything.
I do want to mention the Clement thinking. Like, you see this unusual bans that like right now he's targeting the one
Yeah, he's
one
out of the
player.
comfort zone, out of the comfort
One
zone,
player,
you know?
that's it. Yeah, and you rarely see this type of like drafting patterns, right, from other teams. They're like basically focusing more on the team dynamic, team lineup, like overall. But he's like he knows like how to push the strings and like remove one player from the game.
Yeah. No. It is something to think about also when you're going into a series or you're going into a team that's doing really good. Look at their replays, try and find out weaknesses, and quite often you have that Bulldog-esque type player, and it's like you ban 2 heroes, and now what? Now it's a different game. And
Not gonna do the same.
yeah. Okay, Queen of Pain ban as well. Even though it got nerfed and hasn't seen a lot of play, they did play once Boom, right? They were the team to pick it up.
I think
this
they were the
tournament.
team to pick it up.
Yeah.
And they won with it.
So that also goes to show that they might be thinking about DP5 or DP3. I'm probably thinking DP3 myself, and I think they might have the same idea. I'm really curious why nobody has targeted. I mean, now they have the Kunkka, but I was thinking about targeting Yopash as well in the first phase. Instead of banning supports, you ban Ember Kunkka and see what's up. There's maybe the Queen bot. Would they ever first phase it? Would that even be good? But
I'm also curious to see some Shadow Demon from Team Secret as well, just to
very
deal
strong
with the
SD
Kunkka.
picked. Yeah, and versus DP, you ulti her, she can't ult.
Yeah, it looks really good against these 2 heroes.
Yep, that would be a very cool pick. I see it.
What's the pattern coming out from Boom's bans? Because obviously Enchantress gets removed. Sure, you wanna. It's a strong.
I mean, the
hero.
Razor is
But
definitely a
Razor?
preparation for something coming
Yeah.
up, right? You don't care about Razor with these 2 heroes.
Mirana.
Oh, what? Another
Mirana.
game of Mirana.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
It's a strong hero for Tim's, but we've seen him mostly when he had proper setup for it.
Which
As they got even better.
They got the Kunkka still, which is like they always have the Kunkka, the Ember, right? And I would say, yeah, SD or the type of hero to break a combo is super valuable. Like SD being super good. I think maybe there are other ones like the Omni or the Abaddon, still good.
I also see like during this tournament, the tiny games, the games that he hasn't had any buffs, he lost. And the games that he had buffs, like for example, at least in Walker or like some Walker, he was winning. And
we have
that's
it.
another save actually,
Yep.
which is really great against Kunkka and Mirana.
Okay, we've seen Yapsor play Tiny. We've obviously seen Core Tiny as well. OD most likely on the offlane, but like, what do we think about opening with these 3 heroes? Do we like this? Because it's pretty
It's looking weird.
different. Yeah.
It is different.
It's different. I still think it's cool. It all depends on this next pick as well. I think this next pick can be really powerful and be very decisive. You might not want to pick the carry yet, but
Yeah, I
then
think
you're
it's position 5.
yes, you should be picking the position 5, I think.
Keep things open as well.
Yeah, and you want to
Yeah.
maybe pick something that goes well with the Tiny, or goes well with what you're then talking or thinking about, because maybe Tiny carry is not that good this game. Like Roman said, I don't think they have a good lineup for it. It doesn't make as much sense with Storm either. Some Ursa or more physical damage, like early game, these are things that I think are very Very interesting. But then I don't know. Is Tiny OD good? You know, on the lane, what do you do?
It's not a strong lane, of course, but it just gives the Tiny opportunities to roam around mid lane and help out the Storm.
Yeah.
So the Sodi will get his Meteor Hammer eventually.
Yeah. I do think the Tiny roaming mid is not strong versus Death Prophet mid. Question is, Kunkka's probably going there, but if it was a DP mid, I think the Tiny Storm is not that enjoyable.
Jakiro. So that's your 5 right there. Should be your 5. I don't think core Jakiro is a thing after the patch. He did get hit by some nerves.
Yeah, and it's cool, right? Cool damage, cool setup with OD. I think it's pretty casual.
Yeah.
Teamfight 5 and laning support that he went for.
They actually needed some damage output from the position 5.
Yeah, they definitely did.
It's good for slowing down pushes in general, but I'm still afraid that that in general their lineup is susceptible just being run at quite a lot, right? OD, Jakiro, they like this sort of clear setup. Chaos is to their favor.
I think it's going to be a DP fight now. They exclusively run the Penguin 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yopaj can play it, but I haven't seen him play it in a really long time.
It might be Kunkka carry DP position 2, right?
A bit awkward of a lineup.
I mean, it is awkward.
I think they're going to want some physical damage dealer. But yeah, you're right. In theory.
Jackie does play Kunkka, so there's the option.
Oh, it can also be like Kunkka DP bottom, and they are looking for the mid hero.
Yep, that
well.
could also be something. It's true. What would you pick mid against a Storm? That could be cool with their lineup.
I do think Invoker is still good for them. It's not like a direct counter by any means, but he might buy, Urn and Orchid to deal with it.
Wouldn't it be funny to see so many bans coming out from Team Secret on the POS 5 and that they just go for the DP as a POS 5 instead?
Yeah, yeah.
Just, outplayed. Luna coming out in the ban, so they are.
Yeah, I think Luna,
Core to come out.
Klinks, these types of heroes are pretty good for Boom. I don't know if Jackie plays Klinks.
Oh, and Ember Spirit's still in the pool, right?
Yes,
Isn't?
Ember, Invoker, TA. All
Very
three
good
still
Ember
in there.
game for the fights. Little bit awkward still with Boom's lineup, but hey, why not? You don't have to think about ending the game if you can keep killing them forever and ever.
I mean, that's an option as well.
Bloodseeker banned.
Play anyways.
That's just a Pango. They've done it before to protect the Pango.
I like this ban a lot.
I just wonder. I think Bloodseeker carry is mega bad.
Really?
I feel like it in this patch. I'm not sure. The new Aghanims was really bad. In my opinion, that was a big nerf. I think Aghanims was actually cool before, and now it's just bad.
Yeah.
Duggar banned. Yeah, I think both bans make a lot of sense from Team Secret. I think there's still a lot of picks left for Boom. Drow, Klinks, I would particularly look at. Very cool Drow game.
Isn't Jackie also notorious for his Medusa?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a bad Dusa game either. True. It's very good versus Storm because Storm already lacks damage, and you could say the Secret already do lack damage.
How do you feel about OD versus Dusa? Because OD at least gets a lot of mana every single time he imprisons the Dusa, and that can sometimes be scary with the hammer drop. Or is that just not enough of a factor to worry?
So OD, I think, wants his team to be stronger than the enemy, for Astral to be good, and for his hero to kind of click his spells. And at the moment, they're overwhelmed. The boat and the DP spells and the Pango roll all just make Secret scramble. There's no way they can fight back, even if they click all their buttons perfectly. If they don't blow people up or stop these combos from happening, there's no fight to be had. Like there's no
chaos,
way.
right?
Too much chaos. And then OD, you're not going to get to hit. You're not going to get to ulti. Your save isn't going to do anything. So Secret, they need some force right now. They need something with good damage, or something that buffs the Tiny so he can deal the damage.
What do you think about Nakes for the Team Secret?
I have a problem with Nyx's damage as well. I don't think it's enough. It would be cool if they did have or they weren't facing this amount of team fight versus what they have. But I think, yeah, Nyx is not going to kill anything in time.
Okay.
It's in later game, if they get more items, or maybe Storm also deals more damage this patch with some item build that I haven't thought of or seen, then it starts becoming cool. But still, imagine playing this Nyx versus both buff and roll happening, this rage runs out, you're dead. Your team is not doing anything while the rage is going, or not doing enough. You're waiting for Jakiro and Storm to deal a lot of damage.
Ember.
That's
Okay.
Ember.
So what is our supporter? Is it Tiny Jakiro still? And then who's going safe lane?
Yes.
I think
Ember
it's
safe lane.
Ember
Okay.
safe lane.
Yeah. That's a cool pick.
I mean, they do have a pretty cool lineup.
Yeah, they have
just
the
need to.
evasive heroes.
Yeah, they need to play around, pushing them a lot on, take a lot of fights. But their lineup, I mean, OD kind of take Roshan, right? Nowadays.
I guess when you
Yeah.
have the orb And you have the treads. I guess you'll help take the Roche.
And Jakira kind of helps you get the towers, but overall, like it's not gonna be fast. Neither Roche, neither towers for the Team Secret.
So Secret have a way to take fights between the Storm and the Ember, where they do get to blow people up, they get to take their targets, and if certain ultimates are clicked, it's going to be very hard for Kunkka and Pango and DP to click the spells that they want to click, and also for Mirana to land the arrows on the cores. It's just the nature of the Spirit Heroes, especially these two. But Boom, they have powerful pick now. I still think the Drow, adding the Silence, is very, very strong. I don't think Clinkz is as good, but it's also a good hero.
But they have a lot of jumps on draw, didn't they? Like
True.
Tiny
But
Storm Ember.
But the Drow has the team fight to back herself up.
Oh,
Ricky!
Oh, another
Spicy,
silence.
spicy,
Yes.
I love this pick from Boom actually.
Why do you love this pick from Boom?
I don't know, it's just like so good against Ember Spirit and Storm Spirit, even OD. Like it just complements their lineup a lot, and they have already a team fight to back him up, and all he has to do is like just to take down those two heroes.
Yeah. I also think the lane is going to be really hard for OD if it's Death Prophet 5 and Ricky. Like this Tiny is very abusable for that reason, and now you have a carry that also helps your support, because every time OD tries to trade back with DP, Ricky jumps and it's not a good trade for the OD.
What are you thinking, Cap?
Well, to be honest, watching this draft unfold, nothing really changes for me. If anything, like I was most afraid of Team Secret. They seem to be a bit exposed to aggression from what we've seen in the previous games. Boom is full of that, and the draft changes nothing about that to me. I think Johan, he pointed that out exactly. These heroes do not thrive under a whole lot of pressure and chaos.
All right, what needs to happen for Team Secret then to have a good start in this game to do have a shot? Because you guys are describing a bit of a grim picture for them at the
I
moment.
think it's pretty grim for Secret, actually. I think the Ricky pick was beautiful. I think if Ember owns the game and has a really good start, I think this Ember needs to have a really good start. I already given up on the OD Tiny. I think there's no way that they outplay them.
Okay.
God bless, but I actually think that the Boom is going to hit their timing that they want.
All right. A Boom favored panel is what I got here. Let's see if Team Secret can prove them wrong, or if indeed Boom will take this first game of the best of 3 elimination series. We're heading over to our commentary duo. It is Lyrical and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And man, Lacoste, you know what's cooking.
It's Boom. I mean, Boom, the chefs really made a really good draft, I would say. They have tower damage. This last pick, Ricky, I wanted to see anyone who can build into the Diffusal Blade, because the item is, it deals less damage, but it's also, what Ricky needs. Ricky needed to come online a little bit earlier, and the item is now 50 gold cheaper, I believe.
Yeah, and that's one of those things, too, that, like, when you're built around this hero that just wants to get kills constantly, it feels like it can just be so freaking solid. He's actually already starting out with 3 of the slippers on the good old Jackie there.
Yeah, Ricky very slippery, hard to kill with the Blink Strike.
Dang you.
He just needs to output the damage in the lane. Like, look at his damage right now. He has 73 damage, 7 armor, so when he's sitting underneath the tower, that's very hard to be harassed. I'm really worried about Team Secret's offlane. I don't think I've seen this OD plus Tiny, how that's gonna work out, but I could be wrong. Also, Tiny starting with the Boots of Speed, so this to me says, we don't want to play the lane immediately. I want to drag the second creep wave behind the tier 1 and tier 2 tower and try to manipulate the creep wave a little bit.
Right, and that's something that's kind of worth noting as well, is that you can just try and deal with that by just not laning and make that work, but definitely a very greedy offlane that they've got working here. The other thing, too, I mean, obviously, Sumail, Storm Spirit, the be-all, end-all. This guy's done it time and time again, but this hero, it's changed around a lot, and I'm really curious to see what build he goes for. That's the thing that I want to see most. Try and figure out some new tech around this this Storm Spirit, since, like, all of the Orchid got changed.
Yes.
Bloodstone's weird. What's he going to do? Who knows?
It's Kaya Sanj into BKB. He definitely needs an earlier BKB because he's playing into 2 silences, and also Kunkka. The setup with the X mark into Arrow is going to be very painful for the Storm Spirit. One thing I'm worried about for Team Secret is they don't have that much tower damage. This is Ember Spirit plus Storm Spirit, which is not a usual combination. Most of the time you want to pair up Ember with some kind of tower damage, so like even if you're staying ahead, you can still put the pressure on them and go for the towers, but they don't have like many ways to take objectives. Yes, they have OD with the Meteor Hammer. We're talking about, sieging the tier 2s, sieging the tier 3 tower. So they might have a hard time closing out the game. Jakiro, his Liquid Fire got buffed, so now even like level 1 is much better from 20 seconds down to 16. So that's pretty good for the laning stage, but yeah, I'm still worried for them, even if they're like ahead, to try to be able to close out the game. Their pick-off potential is insane, though. Playing with the 2 Spirits and Tiny, once he gets the Blink Dagger, is going to be really good.
Well, and likewise, you do have some problems later on, as seeing some headphones come off. Hopefully that's not too big of an issue. But one thing that, you've also got crazy pick-off potential on the other side. Thinking about arrows going into the later stages. Ricky is super annoying.
Yeah, Team Secret wanted to remove the headset to see what we're talking about the game, what the weaknesses are. Poppy's like, yeah, I got to check what Lacoste has to say. Yeah, there he is. Like, this game is, we need, there we go. We're just,
Yeah, he agrees.
Yeah, he agrees. We need to do this to be able to win this one because, the draft is leaning a bit towards Boom.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Now, they'll get back underway here very shortly, surely. But this is kind of another dynamic that I think is worth noting about is like that mid lane matchup, something that I really want to watch. Sumail facing off against Yopaj. Like these, obviously Sumail been heralded as one of the strongest mid laners in the game, if not the best one of all time or whatever. But Yopaj has sort of been this ascending, rising force out of Southeast Asia. Everybody's loving to see his cool plays that he's got out there. I'll see if they get a little spicy matchup there mid.
Yeah, because Yopaj has been dominating in the Southeast Asian DPC. Mm-hmm. He is definitely the best laner. When he played against the Sumail last time they met in this tournament, it was Templar Assassin against Puck, TA favorite matchup, but, Yopaj gave him some spanking.
There it is. That's what happens sometimes, every now and then. And that's going to be a couple of like unique things to watch in this. Is not necessarily like a ton of new heroes, but a couple that I really want to watch for because of like minor changes to them and things that have shifted to see how these teams are identifying the new strength of the draft.
I want to check Ice item build because this is something we usually don't see. 5 branches. He is the branch manager. Look at him.
He's building a tree. Maybe Tiny's going to pick that one up. No, I don't think Epser's going to skill that ability for a little while. But yeah, it is already, so far, very even in the mid lane. And, of course, as we get underway, things to watch for. Is there anywhere, like we talked about the Tiny OD and that being, like, sort of not the strongest in the world? Are you worried at all about kills in that lane? Or is it just you think they're not going to get a ton?
I mean, that Prophet as a 5, we don't see that much often, but I feel like she can do a lot. She can tank the damage. There is burst damage on side of Team Secret, so the Siphon is not going to be as good, but I like the item build also on that Prophet. A couple of branches, a Fairy Fire, and she's also bringing something else. Ricky has a high base region, 4.7, which is pretty good, so they're not going to need to invest that much region early on, and also Tiny very dependent in terms of mana usage, so needs to be like very careful. Let's see if he has anything, just 1 clarity for now. And I like this. Position 5, buying a Fluffy Hat immediately to have a little bit more tankiness, because you know that most of the time you're looking for boots of speed and then like maybe for some wards and healing salve. So right now, pretty good. Like just reducing that burst potential that Team Secret has.
And making sure that she can sort of survive in the lane. If you can stay alive just through the last little bit, that Spirit Siphon's going to carry you through afterwards. So definitely good arrow. Ooh, a little creep in the way there. Means they don't connect.
You jinxed it. You said good arrow, and immediately there's a creep in front of it. It was a good attempt from Tims. TP rotation, expensive one. You know, they can start playing a bit more aggressive on the bottom.
See, I think you missed my question mark when I said good arrow.
Oh.
Good arrow? Puppy there. They get the deny bounty rune. Or picks it up, actually, and then heads off and away before the dual breath damage comes on in. But yeah, at least for now, slow, steady start. And nothing really to write home about in any of the lanes. I guess the really biggest one would be like the Pango not having a great time. 5 last hits on Skem. He's been able to get a little bit of pulls off at the same time there. But yeah, FBZ a little bit struggling on the Pango behind Venetia Ember Spirit.
As always, Pango is not that strong of a laner anymore. Also, his lucky shot got really nerfed to the ground, especially at the early levels, because duration and also like armor reduction, it's just more about the swashbuckle and the shield crash early on. Once you max out the lucky shot, it's okay, but yeah, Pango's definitely not a strong laner anymore.
Yeah, they know about this, and already Yopaj in position to go and take instead the bottom water rune most likely, as Yapzor is moving on in, and X, okay, that's going to secure him it. Pulls him away. Well done. Yeah, very annoying little rotations there, but it's sort of working. The fact that OD's able to stay in that top lane and not end up dying or anything while he was gone, pretty helpful.
Yeah, he has the Ring of Health, a lot of stats, Crown plus 4 branches, that's 8 extra, so he's relatively tanky, and they have like no real stuns. It's very hard for that Prophet to just get on top of him, so ISSI should feel pretty safe here. Oh, the chain!
BZ taking a lot of damage, tries to get the kill first, and in fact will, and with that shield crash, he's going to survive through this most likely. Nisha can't do anything. Oh, Tims, they're backing out. God, just playing right on the edge there.
They have a lot of regen in this lane, like passive. There is Headdress on Tims, and also Pango has a Ring of Health. Another good attempt on the mid lane.
Pulls him back in. This is nice. Can they bring him down afterwards? Sumail dropping lower and lower. Needs to get a couple punches, miss uphill, but they whoop forward and able to find that finish. That was before 6 too, so he's going to have boat. Yopaj, a big opportunity here to punish Sumail.
If Tim stays around, they can easily kill Storm Spirit one more time. Sumail needs to be careful about that rotation, because with the boat, it's going to be so much easier. And now Kunkka is, yeah, very close to level 7, actually.
FBZ, though, he's going to get punished. So they get that, and he actually...
That look at the camera like, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, what a god. Dude, all right, players, take notice. This is what I expect every tournament from now on. That level of just a little swagger, you know?
Yeah, can we see that one more time? That was really cool.
Skev is gonna run out of there. No, we can't see it. All right, that's fine. Don't worry, JJ. You tried. It happens.
It's okay.
I'm sure we'll see it somewhere else.
We're gonna see that on Reddit. Yeah, for sure. Team Secret Twitter immediately posted.
Look at this, though. Ice has been able to stay up here. I mean, there's been so many denies by the Riki, though. 34 and 21. So it has been, this is the price of having Yapzor hang out in the mid lane consistently.
People figured out how to play against position 4 Tiny. Like, in the last year, Tiny, I think, was like super popular as a roaming 4. But with the addition of the neutral items, I think like the burst potential of Tiny 4 really got nerfed. Any kind of a neutral stat item, anything that gives you HP is going to be good. The raindrops, most of the people are going to buy it. Arrow.
Ooh. Nice. Nisha, do the look again. We'll see. Turns on to FBZ. Root, not going to connect. Okay, no, he didn't do it. Still playing the game.
No. He needs to get a kill.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, it's, again, down bottom, always a danger up until you start to make these rotations. And actually, Yopaj popping that haste. Torn has already been used, but he might just be able to run down Nisha. Only level 5 at the moment. Arrow pulls him back in, saving the boat yet again. This deadly combo. Yeah, they might go. In fact, Puppy likely to fall here. Yopaj playing with FBZ, and they move on in and are likely just going to take down this Jakiro. Slowly, bit by bit, back towards mid. They're going to get a little bit of a punishment there as Scam ends up falling. Sumail getting involved, taking the kill.
And this is going to be a lot of damage on this tier 1 tower. Not sure who wants the TP first.
Well,
There's going to be Ember. Very interesting build on Nisha this time around because he's playing against Mirana and Pango. Ooh, so he decided to go for points in chains. It's great against Pangolier. And they get a kill on top. Jackie was level 6 before that, so a lot of damage with just power threads and then those 3 slippers that you mentioned.
No.
Oh my god, the Sumail's going for the memes.
Oh, he also has a regen rune here as well, but the 3 null talismans, still good apparently. And a regen rune to boot. I mean, he's the one that's doing the best so far in this game. Top of the net worth, and going to get a little bit of extra help here. By popping up that regen and then just farming out the jungle, it looks like. Oh, and Fairy's Trinket! Oh my god, he's got so much.
Alright, just buy another one right now.
What?
Buy 4th null talisman and play for that 25-minute mark.
He's like, alright, you take my int out of my orchid, I'm just going to build it anyways with a bunch of nulls. That's the play. He's got it queued up for the moment at least. We'll see if he actually fully commits to it.
He is. He's bringing Blitz Knuckles.
Okay.
I thought the Storms, at least from the high-level pubs that I've been watching, I have not seen Storm Spirit go for Orchid. I guess he wants to be able to silence Riki, and like Mirana also dies relatively quickly unless she has a Yules, which is going to take some time. Even against Pango, I mean, it's a good pickup. Any silence is always going to be great on Storm Spirit.
That is a very nice little start for them here. I mean, again, we saw the lanes going pretty well. Jackie going to get hit by the Meteor Hammer. Still apparently a good item for the OD. Easy to get that to connect each time. As quick little bug, Skem wants to get back into this game. But yeah, interesting opening. I mean, I guess picking up that Orchid now, do you think that Secret just want to sort of play pick-off-oriented Dota consistently?
Yeah, their heroes are very good at it because their team fight is not as strong, so I can understand why he decided to go for Orchid. Like, if they want to go full 5-on-5 engagement against the boat, against Silence and Pango roll, they straight up lose. So they need to be able to take out one hero, but also, boom, they're very good at assassinating, especially once Riki picks up that Diffusal Blade. It's cheaper. It's so much. It's 600 gold cheaper item, so he comes online like 2 minutes faster. And it's all about that. Keep him in the cloud, the pick-off potential, and that's going to be great against both of these spirits.
Yeah, and it was one thing that I was kind of wondering if we were going to see maybe around that 15-minute mark OD pick up the Shard possibly. I mean, they already have a nice way to sort of save with Astral, but this can maybe let somebody walk out of that cloud if it does come down, because it's just so good against these heroes.
It is. I would still prefer if it's something like a Force Staff. Force Staff got buffed, and it's also an item that gives him a bit more damage, and he can protect himself. If they jump the OD, then he can't use the Astral, but with the Force Staff, it's another way of saving tool.
Ice. Banishment's there. Puppey lays down the Macro Pyre. Ice Path afterwards. It's going to land both, though. Already connecting onto Ice. And he is going to drop the rest of Secret. Well, are they actually going to go in right now? Silence is out. Yopaj is here as well. Sumail in pretty far. He's still got about half his mana pool. And they jump in. They find the kill on the Yapstar. Now trying to turn. Seeing if he can kill off Skem. The Silence is there. Still very tanky, but not tanky enough. He's dead. They just lose 3.
Yeah, there's so much control, like the early point in DP Silence, because you're playing 5, Riki an earlier point in Cloud, which I really like to see, and Kunkka, 1x mark is set up for so many things in this game, so they need to be very careful about it. Like, they definitely need to get to, like, BKBs early on both of the spirits. FBZ manning up.
I'm thinking about going FBZ dropping low. He does have another slight. Will it be enough for the kill? Looking for the range. This wasn't quite there. So FBZ manages to roll on out of there and TP away. But 2,000 gold lead already for Boom. The panel did talk about the need for Ember to have a good game. Do you feel like he's having that already?
I mean, in terms of net worth, he's in the middle of the pack right now and going for a very greedy item. So that means that his BKB is gonna really delayed.
Okay. Yeah, it could be a big window there where Boom can play incredibly aggressive and try and just shut down the
There's
map.
not going to be any kind of save for himself. I guess he's relying on OD to be able to save him in these situations if they get a good jump. But it might not be enough.
Tim's under vision. They have this ward, but they're going for a bigger target. The rest of Boom is also moving in this direction, though, so we might be setting up for a bit of a fight here. FBZ, roll is on cooldown, and there it is. Tims, they find him right at the start, pull him back in afterwards. Jackie throws down the Silence, second Silence afterwards, so they get one kill onto Tims, and now Sumail manages to get the jump away. The boat is going to connect, but I think that that's going to be about the rest of it as they trade off the kills 1 for 1, and Nisha trying to escape, and looks like he's going to get enough distance that Skem won't be able to chase.
Riki will now have a Diffusal Blade, so it's going to be much easier to set things up. We can see Ice on the top lane trying to match the movement from Boom, but I still feel they can defend this tier 1 tower on the top, because they've shown so many heroes from Team Secret that Boom can easily defend this.
Yeah, Tim's making the move over. FBZ also TPing. And Nisha, he scouts it. They actually cancel the TP on FBZ. Yapstar's there too. Thinking about showing up and going for a double here. Can they do it? Nisha gonna get caught. The pullback the other direction, walks into the Silence. They get the kill onto Yapstar. A second death for him very quickly. And Boom, they decide not to go back up top. And instead, looking for the fight down bottom where they get the kill on the Tiny, and well, a pig pole runaway. Skem's gonna be good.
Too strong. So top lane, they also defend the tower. Tower's pretty much the same HP for both of the teams. And now Ricky with that Diffusal Blade, he can start playing a bit more aggressive, go for the... Like, all he needs is to play with one hero, either that's Kunkka, and most likely gonna be Mirana.
And right now, so many of these heroes just don't have defensive items at all. Like, you got Meteor Hammer for the Storm Spirit, obviously, trying to get in towards that Orchid. Ember's trying to get to the Battle Fury. Like, these cores are easy pickings. And we'll see who they decide to go for first. As, at least for the moment, Scam pushing Nisha away, trying to get them out of this Tier 1 tower area. And again, Secret going to try and pressure up top. They get 2 D wards here.
Something that we mentioned is like how valuable this position for Tiny is. Right now he's level 6, and if we look at the Dead Prophet's HP, she's sitting at 1300. So like Tiny's burst damage is just like not there.
FBZ sets up. There it is. Jump right away. The cloud is out, and this is a hell of a lot of damage. Nisha gets brought down in a second, and that's the strength. Meanwhile, tossing in onto Sumail. Not often that you see that one, but he has enough mana afterwards to chase down Tim's, able to eat through that arrow on the zip through. And Sumail with the Arcane, he's X for a while, tries to get out of there, but not able to land the X perfectly for the pullback.
Storm not even using mana at all. He has Arcane Rune, Fairy Trinket, and 3 Null Talismans. But yeah, what an execution. Flying Storm Spirit.
Puppy gonna get pulled back in and killed. Yapzor will throw out the Avalanche to make sure he doesn't get chased down afterwards, but do they want to fight this now? Ice throws out the Banishment there, has the Meteor Hammer, but throw that one afterwards, and it might be a Death Sentence. It might be anyways, actually, as Ice gets pulled back in. Another round of Nisha spells rooted on the Kunkka. Trying to get away. Diffusal Blade is there. Yopaj pretty far forward. Do they want to chase any more now? They're all the heroes, but the big zip in from downtown gets the kill on FBZ. The silence hits him, but then hides off in the trees. Yopaj has a BKB already. Now they turn on to Scam Secret. Filing backwards and looking for more. They pull back in Yopaj, able to get him with the Orchid. The arrow is going to connect, but where's the follow-up? Astral comes on out. The Soul Burn's not going to be enough to get the finish, but with Ice Path down, they take down Boom again.
Oh man, once Ember Spirit joins the fight, with just Orb of Corrosion, slowing them down and applying minus armor using slides multiple I actually have no clue why we needed to buff Ember Spirit, because he already felt strong in the previous patch and now it just feels like a complete must. This is a big kill.
Yeah, this is a really good one. Arrow comes out afterwards. Like you said, Ricky, Mirana playing together. It's deadly. So 15.5 minutes and looking for another. I mean, Ice might just be dead here as well. Slowed down. They go for the tricks of the straight. He's going to keep himself alive. And afterwards, they got the cloud down. Looking for a couple more touches. Ice low, but not going to die. And now, maybe they've gone too far. The root, they pop the Exorcism. Dead on Mirana. Scam just tries to get out of there. And Secret, are they going to let him go? It looks like it. Though maybe FBZ goes back in. Okay, round 2. Rooted, can't pop his ulti. Now they jump in. Jackie's there as well, and they roll back forward. Get themselves the kill on Denisha. Now looking for a bit more. Yapzor caught to the side. They have the X for the pullback if they want it. And another one bites the dust.
Yeah, great execution from the Boom. A lot of silences coming out. You have Dead Prophet silence. They have a lot of ways to control. So if they get a pick off and like start 4 versus 5, that's just gonna be great. One thing I would love to see on Dead Prophet is to put more points in the silence. You're playing position 5. Yeah, Spirit Siphon, it's great, but the way silence scales, especially from that position 5, is just too good. Like I would want this silence to be maxed out instead of other abilities.
Now it's really interesting. Storm picking up the Ghost Scepter, so I think that might mean he's going to look... Oh no, never mind. He switched it up. He's going BKB again. I was like, this guy's crazy. But they're going to find Yapzor now and look for this kill back towards the mid lane. Brought down low and dead, and this is likely going to be the tower afterwards too.
This is exactly what Boom needs. They need to start playing aggressor right now because they know there are no defensive items whatsoever on side of Team Secret, and they want to get as many kills as possible. We can see Nisha trying to farm up his Battle Fury. It's going to be like 19-20 minute Battle Fury. More like 20, especially if they manage to kill him one more time. And another way of silence. I see what Yopaj has queued up. It's Orchid.
Yeah, ready to go again. We're seeing it come out time and again how good this item can be.
Yeah, Orchid was even popular on Kunkka before, and now it makes even more sense because it gives more damage.
And like the mana regen part of it too is just like very nice. She's a hero that loves to be able to stay topped off. You need your spells to be effective. But we're seeing still, despite double the kill lead, it's only 2,000 gold into the favor of Boom. Obviously that starts to change as these objectives go down and they can hug out the map a little bit. We'll see what Secret's answer is going to be. For now, it's a smoke up with 3 heroes. But they won't find anybody over on this side of the map. They get some good wards down, have good vision. And on the other side, Boom, farming out their own jungle. Now do they make a move? Smoked up as 5 themselves. Boom. Walking in. The smoke runs out. Yapzor, he's just out of their vision for the moment. Skem looking for somebody. Ice is who they're going to find. That's a great kill to get right at the beginning as they don't have any hope on Secret of coming back in and helping out their offlaner.
A bit too deep. Team Secret, they know that you know, they need to make stuff happen, try to get a pick off possibly, because there is a possibility that they get ran over, and there's going to be a Roche potentially if they get a kill or 2, especially with the Exorcism. They have enough damage, so Team Secret needs to be aware of that and try to protect it. Right now there's like 1 ward on that side. Team Secret mostly focusing on the top part of the map, so they have it covered.
Yeah, that can't give that one up for free, obviously, if you can at all avoid it. Battle Fury done for Nisha now. And they're looking down bottom on the side of Boom, see if they can catch anybody, but nobody home, at least at the moment. Actually playing, it looks like, between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 over there. Heads on back to play with Mirana now. If X marks connects, Puppy, you're going to die. Skem already going to be brought down one time by Sumail. Arrow out afterwards. They're not quite going to connect on that one. Ice. There with the banishment afterwards. Kind of funky using of spells there.
Looking for me?
On the other
Yeah,
side,
not on point. I mean, if the arrow hits, he most definitely dies. Mirana could leap in and use the Starstorm, because Kunkka would definitely get Astral after that.
Well, again, queuing up the BKBs. Secret, they know if they want to fight, they need those items. And on the side of Boom, the Orchid done, there's still a big window here, right, where they can make a lot happen.
For sure. I'm just looking at the shards. No one bought a shard at between 15 and 20 minute mark in this game, so that's very interesting. I mean, they don't benefit that much early on, and they wanted to get like more defensive items, especially on Reiki. I think Reiki is going to be the first one to pick it up, because that shard is still good, not as good as it was before, because it was undispellable. It lasted 4 seconds instead of 3, but yeah, still a good one. Just to be able to sleep someone, and OD needs to be careful about it. Like, if they sleep OD, then they can focus pretty much anyone.
They find both of these. Yep, in range. Gets the D ward there. Boom playing together. The BKBs are up and online. And Tim's is throwing an arrow. No, not going to. Yapzor dropping that ward down as well. I mean, so much emphasis. All their wards have been up there. Catching OD in some trouble and going to get killed off. For a little bit, he had Midas queued up, but going back afterwards for the BKB is what he has queued at the very moment. And Puppy throws out the ice path, backs out afterwards. Boom. Taking control of this game. Although, again, you can see Secret, they're keeping it close. At least in terms of the gold.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Team Secret, the amount of farm that they get, considering like how deadly Boom's lineup is before they get BKBs. Nisha was thinking about getting Kaya Sanj, but yeah, BKB just seems like a safer choice on him.
Jackie again trying to hunt. And it is a little bit of a worry, right? Like, if these kills don't work out, suddenly you end up in a bad situation. Now, Sumail ready to jump in. There's the BKB response. And Yapzor going to be left for the Wolves, most likely, as the rest of his team abandons him. Instead,
it's a BKB usage. It's also Blink Reveal, Silence.
Yeah, they want to go over here to Yopaj instead. Can he get the kill? Meteor Hammer coming down, but the BKB is out too quickly. Ice brought down, half HP already, and he's going to fall. So BKB's used, and a couple of heroes from Secret instead are going to be the ones that die.
Yeah, both BKBs used on Boom. They got 2 kills, and they don't die, so that's what matters. 40 attack speed. I was wondering, like, why is he attacking so fast on Kunkka? Arrow?
Yeah. Goes on in. So they're going to try and take this Roche. But yeah, the Orchid...
Secret will defend this. Exorcism is about to round out. I think Boom needs to get away. This is not a good Roche.
Yeah, that's a little scary right now. Boom, looking to go in now. Puppey backs out, but the silence is there, so they lose the Jakiro. Can they find anything else afterwards? FBZ rolls through. Arrow! It connects. That's what they needed. Onto the Ember. He doesn't have buyback. They do buyback on the Jakiro. Sumail still has that BKB fresh, ready to use in a moment if he needs to. They find the kill onto Thames. Sumail looking for FBZ, trying to finish him off. So they get a couple quick finishes. Now Scamp also turned upon. The boat's coming out in a second. Sumail, BKB ran out. The stun is there. Macropyre down. Ice trying to escape. Can he get out? No. Jackie finds that finish. Sumail avoids and gets out of the fight. Yapzor, oh, he's the one that's left behind yet
the run
again.
bearing off.
And can they kill him off? Yopaj solo, dodging away. The silence is out. He just wants to punch him, but it's not going to happen. XTP home. They're ready for round 2.
Oh, well, what a beautiful fight from Boom. First, they find Puppey. I mean, Puppey's a lot of control, a lot of slow. If he is dead immediately, he even used the buyback, so his item progression is not going to be there. At least he has something. It's a 4-staff, but yeah, Boom, I like the initiative to get out of the Roche pit because they didn't have enough damage to take it and then take the fight outside of it.
God. Well, again, and they don't have to go back for it right now either, right? You
No,
can sort of
definitely not. They need
comfortable.
Exo.
No. Nisha almost done with his BKB. I mean, again, you look at how close that fight was to turning the other way, and when those BKBs come out, that's definitely going to be the window that Secret want to exploit. But right now, at least, Boom are in complete control.
5k gold lead for them, and things are just gonna get more grim for Team Secret unless they get another BKB on Ember Spirit, which he is getting close to. And we see Shard. Like, FBZ has been impressive on the Pango, I would say. Like, laning stage-wise, the hero is not so strong, but once he gets to his item, the Blink Dagger, the Yules, the Shard, then he's, like, full control. And they have nothing. They have no abilities that go through Magic Immunity that can't stop Pango's roll. So once he hits level 15, it's gonna be even harder. And he is already level 15.
Yopaj hunting on the other side. They find one. It's only Scam. Can they get the bigger kill on the side of Boom? Pulling back Nisha, and Arrow is out. They have the silence afterwards. 300 gold away from BKB. Now it's about 5.
Yeah, the good old Silencio against the Spirits always gonna work, and this is gonna be another death of Puppey.
He went for the courier kill and then just full chain stun. Oh, poor Puppey. Needs some attack speed buffs on poor old Jakiro. But nonetheless, a 6,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, they will start to Roche. Dead Prophet is out in 15 seconds. She has Exo. Let's see how fast this is gonna go. Pango. Yeah, the lucky shot is always great against Roshan. Like, you actually get no damage done. So Team Secret will definitely not defend this one.
Yeah, too hard to come in and try and make that contest happen. And now with the arrow, makes it all the easier. Minus armor, all that good stuff. Yopaj gets the Aegis. Yapzor trying to finally put the touches on this last bottom tier 1 tower here that's been living for forever. And toss out, but they're going to glyph for that. And Yapzor won't be able to quite get it. But yeah, you feel like it's still going to remain fairly grim until those BKBs are out.
Oh yeah. They killed Ember, but he is getting close right now. Oh, Sumail.
Yeah, he realizes, he saw some people coming over that way and just gets the heck out. Wise decision. I mean, the Ricky dart also, like, you know, it sets up for the arrow afterwards. You get caught, you're done.
Even dart into Torrent, dart into Silence after BKBs are down. So keeping Ricky alive is going to be crucial. I mean, Yopaj is a monster, 15k net worth.
This is big. This is huge. That's what they needed.
That's what I was about to say. I wanted to see Ricky with Aegis instead of Konka. I think Ricky is much more stronger once he respawns, because like the damage that he does and the sleeping dart is way too good. And you know, oh, the silence.
This is another kill. They pull him down.
Now he pops it.
FBZ now going to get the rollout. Tries to get away. Whips Nisha as he goes past, but a couple more punches from Sumail is going to be enough to get the final touch. So 2 big core kills going down for Boom, and Secret starting to flex a little bit.
Now, this is a big mistake from Boom, losing 2 heroes, losing Ricky. So the amount of pressure that they wanted to do with this Aegis is going to drop down a little bit, but they still have 3 minutes once Pango respawns, and they need to do something with it.
Quickening Charms now getting picked up as well. Roche, obviously, having been taken recently, you've got an Aegis for 3 more minutes. Puppey gonna get found there. Ice Path already used. He's in trouble, but the Astral's out. Skem pops Exorcism. Do they want to fight this on Secret? Seems unlikely, although Meteor Hammer, they're sticking around for a second there.
Good Meteor, but he needs to be careful now.
Yeah, and then this has gotten a little bit awkward. The BKBs are wearing out soon. Sumail just zips through everybody. TP's back home. And with that, boom. Oh, arrow? Oh, no, sleep arrow afterwards? He's got BKB, doesn't want to use it. Yeah, Nisha, he's just going to try and walk out of there. Finally forced to use it. Wants to get some retribution now. Turns on to Jackie, but he can't really stick around that much longer. Remnant, he's slowed down now. Remnant away, Avatos, Yapzor comes in. Sumail puts the finishing touches. The silence and the walk away. So they finally get a touch and a kill onto Mirana.
Forced to use a BKB charge, but yeah, also forcing Ricky. Team Secret is doing a very good job splitting up the fights. What Sumail is doing is zipping on a mid lane, has the boots of travel, and he can like easily TP back, lower the cooldown on it. And now like things are starting to get better for Team Secret, I would say, where they're gonna get more defensive items. Ice also has a BKB, so 3 BKBs, and there's gonna be another 4 staff on the Tiny.
Yeah, and there we saw right there, they're queuing up more memes, the Arcane Blink for Storm. So I guess that they maybe didn't nerf it enough. We'll see. Yopaj, Avatos, Absor, gonna get caught, but right at the start they pull in. There's the full damage, the combo out onto both of them. Oh man, that is not what Boom was hoping for. Don't get the timing on the Meteor Hammer on the comeback. But Sumail's gonna get out of there. Oh, buddy.
Oh, Boom just not bringing enough people to the team fight. Like, they need more. Right now, they're being nicely split by Team Secret, and it's been working out.
God, you saw right there as well, just the amount of damage that Sanity's Eclipse did. It's one of those things where Ricky, not a huge int pool, not a huge mana pool. That guy just gets blown up.
Yeah, Ricky not the smartest guy.
It's fair enough. Well, 16-28. 5k gold lead still being held by Boom, but you can see there's a couple cracks here and there, and the Aegis is now down. Still 3 and a bit minutes. What's the next timing that Boom really want to like sort of play aggressively? Do you think they still can with their lineup right now?
They lost a little bit of momentum when they lost 2 heroes, and they lost Ricky and Pango. Like, this was their big timing, and they needed to strike. It's been a while since we saw Exo being used, so there's still 2 tier 2 towers that they can fight with, and just pop Exo, try to force a fight there.
Looks like he's switching up his items again now. Instead, thinking about going back for the Hex on the Storm. So, changing up what he wants to do. Ice, 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 playing behind. But all of Boom is coming down to this bottom lane. Let's see if they can make anything happen here. Jackie, heading on in. Oh, he has a Remnant down, so he knows that the Ricky's there. But the sleep, it comes out. It's not going to be in enough time. He has BKB. Yeah, and Sumail's just going to jump away. Could have maybe gotten that arrow out if it was just a little bit quicker.
Maybe. Yeah, it's sometimes harder. I don't think they need to pop any of the spells here. Team Secret will not defend it. And in terms of net worth advantage, it's going down.
Yeah. Well, of course, it matters less and less as we get into the later stages of this game when everybody can just kill each other with 1 or 2 disables. Yapzor blinks away. Boom, hunting. Back towards mid. Nisha trying to catch creep waves and slow down this push. Yapzor, force staff out of there. Arrow, they catch a glimpse of him just to the side, but he's TPing out, and Ewell Scepter is there. Fully ready, and they caught him. So Yapzor gonna get ran down eventually. Tries, although he actually does have another blink dagger.
He's gonna get out.
He might actually make it away. Blink away. Does he get caught by the arrow on the backside? No. Well done, Yapzor. Showing a little bit of appreciation there. Is mid?
No sweat whatsoever on his forehead, so it's like pretty chill, you know, standard Yapzor stuff. Wasn't even worried at all. Tim's placing some lane vision to see if they move around, scouting things out with arrow right now, plus a torrent.
Yeah, if you catch one of those randomly, it's definitely an opening for a fight. But Nisha throws out the Sleight of Fist, sees the small camp is not there. They back away.
Those slides are going to hurt. Now with the Deso and the Orb of Corrosion, the slow, the minus armor, they still didn't have any kills on Deso. Right now, it's 50 damage and can go up to 25.
Go up to 25.
Yeah, so you can have 75 damage for the, you know, same cost.
Pretty good stuff.
Killer cost, it's all good.
But yeah, Boom. You've got Aeon Disc now done on Mirana as well, with the full mechanism.
Eon Disc will protect her, and I see one Eon Disc on Dead Prophet. These are not the heroes that want to buy the Nullifier, but we might see one a bit later on, maybe as like 5th, 6th item.
And you can see Boom again. They're just shutting down this map, taking the bottom or top tier 2 tower now as well. And Secret, you know, eventually they're going to have to get out here to come and contest for the next Roche that is going to be potentially up in 30 seconds. Going for that Tidebringer cleave on the Kunkka as well. And Yapzor, does he get found? Courier goes down. They're playing around this vision. This is pretty good for them. Ava, toss, Tims, they jump in, Aeon Disc procced. Have the root afterwards. FBZ jumps in, Ice Path misses, Skem. They get that Spirit Siphon. Yopaj finds one with the roll back and forth, but they get him away for a second. He's going to be Astral. It's trying to stay alive, but they combo it together with the arrow. So, not the greatest situation in the world for them there as they lose their Tiny.
Great read from FBZ. What's happening on the high ground, even without vision, he connects there, goes uphill, and lands a stun on 3 people. And I like what he's doing. He's thinking a bit differently. He's playing for like that 25 plus Octarine, Rolling Thunder cooldown reduction, and
right.
Yeah, that's gonna be great. He can use that. I've seen Pangos like go for refreshers instead of this build, and it also works. But refresher got nerfed a little bit. Added extra 10 seconds and less mana regen. Oh, this is big.
Yeah.
Career kill.
That one hurts a lot. So, got 3 minutes now. And that's going to be the window where Roche is respawning, where they will not have a Shivas. So, a little bit tough. Taking the Tidebringer cooldown as well on the Kunkka. So, Yopaj going to be hitting very hard in this with the Satanic completed and the AC done. Yeah, he's going to be hitting real hard.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt. And also having a Dispel mechanic against Jakiro, against the Silences, is gonna be good.
Yeah, Puppy found here, saving the X, but Force, nah, you're not good. That was a good try, though. Come on back over here, buddy. And they take down the Jakiro.
Next Roche will respawn in 20 seconds, 60 seconds without Jakiro, and Puppy did not go for Shard. Okay, that's
Sleeping
good.
Dart. They got him.
In the buyback.
Yep, this is Yapzor dead again. Tough game so far for the Tiny, 1-9. You can see that all across the board, whenever Boom find these openings, they can get a quick and easy kill.
Pango has more farm than Ricky. This is the problem with Ricky, because he's trying to set things up with his Dart and trying to go for pickoff, so that means that he's not farming. And also, without Battle Fury, like, he doesn't have ways of clearing the creep wave that fast, but he's playing the assassin type of Ricky. And there we go, inside the pit.
Arrow is going to come out now, and Secret, whether they know or don't know, I don't think they're going to get here in time. So second Roche with the Tiny and the Jakiro dead, going the way of Boom. For some reason, he wants to leave the pit right now. Wait, zip in from downtown.
Oh, that was close.
That would have been pretty cool there.
Also forcing some BKBs. I mean, Yopaj doesn't care that much because his BKB is down anyway, down to 6 seconds. And he will get the tidal wave.
That's what it sounds like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Like the pull, they can pull them into the torrent, they can pull them into like arrow, into smoke screen potentially as well.
Oh, dude, be careful here. Yopaj has a DD now as well as the tidal wave. And, oh, he catches him ice! He's into trouble! He's nowhere left to go! He gets pulled out of the base, forced to pop that BKB early, and now maybe looking for a bit more. They try and drop the ulti, not nearly enough damage.
Jesus, that damage from Ember Spirit, it's insane. Like, even on a hero like Ricky, it cuts down his HP down to like 70% with just one slight.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, the high ground defense right now of Secret, it's really annoying to deal with. Whether it's storm zips, being able to buy back, or just jump back home and have a full mana pool, all these things are going to be a bit of a problem. But Daedalus done, so even more damage from Secret. Physical Ember builds. It's back.
And he's getting closer to that level 25. 2 slight of fist charges. And you better be careful when you go for the high ground. And finally, Storm Spirit manages to get that Shiva's guard.
Oh, Yapzor, he's caught again. 4 staff away, trying to back out. But they have a good ice path, connects onto 2. Sumail finds Tims, looking for more. Sleight of Fist, bringing him down somewhat low. They get the silence afterwards. Toss now onto all of them. They're grouped all together. Sumail, Nisha, jump in, find Jackie. He's down low, but isn't enough for the kill. They look for one more punch, and Sumail gonna get him. Yopaj down low too. He might just get slighted down to death. Ice is there right on top of him. They have that BZ pushing away, and yeah, as everybody TP's back home, Secret, call it off. Exo means get away.
Man, Team Secret, they're splitting up the fight nicely. Like Yapzor not dying there, like the 4 staff keeping him alive. They have so many tools right now that to like just prolong the team fight while the BKBs and the Rum is down, and then go in with the Ember Spirit.
I mean, you can still see, though, Boom in the lead, but if you lose 1 or 2 fights here, oh, he breaks the smoke, looks for FBZ, gets him with the silence. Lotus Orb afterwards, pulls him in range of the Meteor Hammer with the toss. They tosses over Sumail now. He's all over the place, but they get the kill nonetheless. And you can feel that momentum starting to shift. Secret, off the back of this Nisha Ember Spirit, who's just doing so much damage. If they're grouped together, that cleave is going to rip them apart.
It's insane how much damage Nisha does on the Ember Spirit. Finally, also got some extra damage from the Deso, +6 right now.
Sleight of Fist charges, they're done. Danger, danger. But likewise, I mean, they've still got this Aegis for another 2 minutes. What does this sort of perfect fight look like for Boom? Because, I mean, they've still just got so much farm. It feels like they should be able to take fights kind of well here.
Yeah, the problem is they don't have abilities that go through magic immunity, so they if they don't jump OD, you know there's gonna be some kind of save. Kunkka has a full Hex in his backpack. He should definitely swap out Hex for Orchid.
Yeah, Yopa, I mean, it's not what you need. And Ice trying to queue it up, finds Skem, gets just the Meteor Hammer completely off the mark. It's going to connect there on the Skem. Tidal Wave afterwards. Jackie moves in, Nisha on the other side of the fight, and they get the Astral. Keeping Puppey fine for the moment. Arrow not going to connect. Now Yopaj, he's into the side. Shiva's guard jumped the backline. Sumail, he caught onto both of them. He's on top, and now Nisha trying to burn through him one by one. Jackie hoping to escape, but Nisha, he's on the hunt, looking to finish, but he's not going to get any vision. Now instead, Skem and Tims all backing away. So for everything used in the buyback on Puppey, they only get 1 kill so far. Can they find any more? The Hex is out. Is it enough, though? No, Nisha, he gets the BKB. And now the turn. Wants to fight. Root is there. Yapzor looks for round 2 now. Puppey gets him with the Ice Path. Yapzor can go for Avatos, but Tims is on the hunt there too. And look at it! They get him down! Oh, the dart is too good! And they finally bring down Nisha. And for Secret, the fun might be over as Boom looking to clean up here. They find themselves another. That is going to be another dead.
If Team Secret can prolong this game for another 10 minutes, Boom's lineup is gonna fall off. Like Kunkka, yeah, he's massive, he deals a ton of damage, but he can easily be kited. Jakiro with the shard, he picked it up. The max HP on that spell is insane. It's too good. It's also a minute stun on top of that, so 0.4 seconds has another way of stopping the TPs as well if they try to go out. Aegis expired.
Yeah, and ooh.
Whoa! Oh, BKB!
Yeah, oh, man, things get spicy. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if it goes late enough, it's really good for Secret, but right now, at least, Boom still feel like they have just so much damage, and if they can find these pickoffs, maybe force some buybacks or something, there's an opening there.
Yeah, the problem is Jackie, like, did not get a big item for a very long time. Almost every single fight that they took, he died. So, like, this Manta style, yeah, it's good. It gives him good stats, but he definitely needs this Basher to be able to lock them down for a little bit, at least during the BKB duration. Why? I'm just wondering why Skem is not picking up the shard. It's definitely one of the better shard that got buffed in the previous patch. So the fear is insane. If you can combine that, let's say with an arrow or with the torrent or Pango ulti, and they can't use the BKB, that's really good.
It's one of those things too that just like it completely changes the way that you have to play the game against them. So yeah, that's something to watch for if it ends up coming out soon. But at least for now, not having it does give Secret some other answers.
Sumail, he needs to work on that career. Micro. This is like the third time that the courier died.
Hey, listen, he's got to hit some camps, okay? That's what's on his mind. But Bloodthorn done on the Kunkka now. God, they have a lot of gold. You're almost level 30 on Kunky's 28 now. I guess he just hit 28, so he's still got a little bit of time. We got that coveted X marks the spot move speed talent. Really good.
So I think this is the first raid pack that we've seen in this tournament. Mirana decided to pick it up. Jump, toss back. Ooh, good Cloud. Great Cloud. He understood immediately that, he's going to go for that play.
Yeah, really nicely done. Jackie protecting Yopaj.
OD needs to die for Boom, because with the Aghanim Scepter, 2 charges right now, it's too hard for them to control a fight.
This is one of those games that it has the feeling like it could go the distance for these two teams. We're already 43 minutes in. No high ground is broken. It's, Storm and Ember playing high ground against this lineup that doesn't have great push unless you're committing Exorcism. I don't know. I'm starting to get some vibes that this one might be here for a bit, which immediately means we're going to end the game, cast a curse. Classic.
Yeah, GG is called, and we can go see what the panel thinks about this game.
Smoke up. Oh God, don't make it happen, please. That would be the worst. But
they're not in the same spot. But to go back to the raid pack, it's a cool item. It's not as good in the late game because it only takes 5 hits to destroy it, so anyone with the attack speed can do it. And also the totem is not moving really fast, so... Oh, Yopaj. But it reduces damage, all damage, by 25%, so that's pretty good. And also deals some overtime damage.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, these fights have been so spread out that it feels like maybe, the totem gets dropped and it doesn't end up mattering. It's off somewhere else by the end of the fight.
What came to my mind is, can you decrypify the totem if you're playing Pugna or if it's allied one? That'd be pretty cool.
I like that idea. That sounds fun. Gem there on Sumail. I actually don't have an answer for you, so I hope that's okay.
I know you don't.
That's fair. That's fair.
And finally, Pango gets level 25 with Octarine Core, so Rolling Thunder is down to 33 seconds. And you wanted to see memes, he bought it.
It is there. So again, for anybody that doesn't know, Sumail, he's about to be blinking across the whole map and then follow up with the Remnant. I don't know how good this ends up being now. I haven't done the numbers on, all the stuff there, but it's only 1 right now because he got rid of the Null Talismans. But Sumail, they spot things. Ice, Yapsor over to the side, blinks in, and then the pullback, not bad at all. Gets 1 kill. Can they find any more afterwards? Sumail off to the side. Ricky looking for a jump. They're focusing now onto him. Yule Scepter lift up. Has BKB, but not going to drop to use it. Actually, already used it, so that could have been a kill possibly. There wasn't any Cloud, there wasn't any Silence, there wasn't anything to follow that up. Too far away.
And they still need to be careful about going in with the BKBs and then 1 Astral comes and then they don't have it. Roche may respawn in 40 seconds, so this is where the next big fight is going to come. Arcane Blink, 25 intelligence. It's not that cooldown reduction anymore, but 25 mana cost, 25%, and the debuff amplification, which is great.
Yeah, he zipped very far right there. He made it to the tier 2 tower. That's kind of insane. And I mean, to be fair, it means also, look at this guy. It's just doing nothing. He's going to have to kill his catapults, though. But, I mean, this is going to be their high ground defense if things get a little bit too testy.
Yeah, you also have Jakiro, you also have a tossback and 2 Sleight of Fist charges. But still, 16k gold lead for Boom Esports. If you ask me, how much gold is Boom right now, considering how this game has developed, I'd say 3,000 or 4,000 for Boom.
Yeah. It's definitely not an insurmountable lead by any stretch of the imagination. And this Roche going to become very important. It is up right now. Both teams see this.
Okay.
Look at this! How is this a thing?
Oh, and he doesn't get the creep wave in the end. Spends whole mana pool. It doesn't matter. Has Boots of Travel. TP will be ready in 30 seconds.
He's like, don't cross this line. The whole map.
He also has a Stormcrafter, so one way to dispel the silences and save himself, which might be crucial in some of the fights and, giving them the mana regen.
Right. All right, let's see it again here. I think he's going to try and go for the creep wave that he missed, or we'll see. I mean, again, the other problem with this is you've got the cooldown on your TP, so need to deal with that as well. Goodness gracious. Blinks in and do. Yeah, I mean, and that's still just half a mana pool ready to go afterwards. So nuts. Boom. For the moment, they are on the other side, and they're going for a big wraparound here. As they will pop the Moonlight Shadow, not opting to go for a smoke. Tricks the trade cooldown for Ricky. They have vision over here, but no sentries. And yeah, now they're going to get the D ward. Puppey realizes they're in the area. Sleight of fist. Oh, but the Hex is out. Do they have enough trans now? But there it is. The save is afterwards. Ice backing away. The big zip from downtown tries to find a kill, but will it be enough? Ulti not doing anything from Ice, and they find that kill. Yopaj godlike, rooted off to the side, and they're going to buy back on Puppey, but they don't have the OD. He doesn't have buyback at all.
That's big. This is huge for Boom. Taking out the OD so that he cannot get any saves, and now they can run inside the pit. Aghanim Scepter is on Roche. So let's see if Kunkka decides to pick that one up, or if they decide to give it to Ricky.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening there. I mean, Sumail probably could zip on in. Goes for the almost kill there on the tip.
And with the slide, they get him.
Oh, dude, double blink daggers on these dangerous cores. Oh, Tims, no, it's sad. It's like, really, guys? Why'd you do that to me? But Roche eventually going to fall. And it is going to be Jackie taking the Aegis this time. Roll up from FBZ. But Shiva's afterwards. Ice Path not quite going to connect.
Jackie always seems to be like the second choice. He never gets to pick first what he wants to get.
Right.
It's always Yopaj. Getting Aegis 2 times, getting the Shard, and now getting the Aghanim Scepter. Torrent Storm, it's great. It's great to disrupt the backline and also provide vision. So if they get like a random Torrent on OD plus a pullback, the next fight is going to be pretty chaotic for Team Secret.
Well, talking about chaos, Nisha just drops. And that is not what they wanted to have happen. Really rough situation there, because they also didn't fully catch the creep wave mid. I mean, this is a huge opportunity. If they can force a buyback right here, yeah, they've got to kill these waves. But I don't know if it's going to happen in time.
Ember does have a buyback and probably going to need to use it once they knock on the tier 3 towers. There's no Exo for 30.
Oh, that stops him in his place when they do the thing. Now the toss back. They got Ricky in. Oh no, the mechanics were not the way they thought it was going to be. And now Ricky might be in trouble. Jackie forced to pop that BKB and run away. Yopaj hoping to get some good damage here on to the tower. Ghost Scepter, Tidal Wave, pulls him in. Astral, keeping him under fire. They have the Ice Path with the Macro Pyre. Another toss back, but there's the Cloud down yet again. Now the pull coming from Sumail, trying to kill him off. Will it be enough to take down Yopaj? He's so low with the Satanic, trying to keep him up, but there's the crit. It comes in from Nisha. Finds that final kill, and FBZ, they all have to run now. He TP's out of there.
There's the totem. Looks cool.
Totem.
Yeah, the totem looks cool, but yeah, these clouds were really on point when Team Secret is trying to go for the back, like the back toss play. Buyback used on Nisha, so he's not gonna have it for a long time. So if they manage to kill him, I still feel Team Secret could take a fight 4 versus 5 if they're fighting inside their own base.
Well, and Boom now. I mean, they got to be careful with their movement. Sleeping Dart, and then trying to find him. They get him. But who's getting who? Now the stun. They turn it. Ice Path there on to the Death Prophet. Where's the rest of the cores at? Ice, Force Staff keeping Yapzor alive, but the Zigfin comes and Nisha now trying to beat him down. There is the buyback coming from Kunkka. They're in pretty far. Can they get out? In some trouble. The Hex is there. They found Sumail. He's gonna die. And afterwards, they take down Yapzor as well. So baiting themselves in the mid lane, knowing that buyback was gonna come.
Oh yeah, this was good fight. Good decision making from Boom to buy back on Yopaj and take this fight. Storm Spirit, he does have a buyback, but now they need to be very careful. Like Nisha needs to play a bit more safe, or OD needs to like say, don't worry, I'm gonna save you. If they go on you, I have 2 astral charges and I'm gonna take care of you.
Well, game becomes incredibly hard, like you said, because of those buybacks. It puts so much pressure onto Secret, and Nisha has the Remnant out behind him. Gonna go for the slights. The Roots is there. The Manta afterwards. Boom. Trying to put the pressure on. They pop the Glyph now. I mean, this is one of those moments where anything could happen, and all it takes is one bad fight, and suddenly everything looks good for Boom. Buyback comes there afterwards. Astral keeping him fine and dandy. FBZ still rolling through, and with the one buyback, Boom looking to call this one for now, but yeah, they just drop down the cloud, drop down the totem, get out.
Buyback from Yapzor. Kunkka will clean the top wave and come back here. I mean, their pick-off potential is great with this Hex on Kunkka, so they need to be very careful. Also, the Bloodthorn, the damage output is insane. I feel Kunkka in the late game has issue in dealing the right-click damage because he get kited so much.
It's really tough. We did see there that, like, Satanic trying to survive through it. Other cores might have been able to, but him a little bit tougher, definitely. Ember thinking about going back to the
He's about to crack level 30 on Kunkka, needs a couple of creeps.
Yeah, and then, obviously, the boats, the spam. And speaking of spam, Sumail's hitting the tier 3 tower. Maybe they just park somebody there, you know, to catch him on the other end. Probably going to be a little bit difficult to do. Going for the Lincoln Sphere. And back towards mid again. You see Boom playing pretty far out. Puppey also is there. The Astral comes. Ice pops BKB even, actually. And a good Torrent. Force Staff keeps Puppey from getting in too much trouble. The big jump in. Yopaj, buyback for this one. He's in trouble. Yopaj dead. No buyback. That's 2 minutes. Oh, Secret. Now they're looking for more Boom. They gotta escape. Gotta get out of here. But they got their sights set on Tim's. Walking in. No vision, but he's right in the right area. Not quite going to catch him. Ice is very far out. He doesn't have a BKB. That's their save. He's in trouble. He's dead. Ice goes down. He also doesn't have buyback. Now they spot Tim's. Moonlight Shadow. Things are getting funky. Really good catch.
Oh, he's in the air.
It went right between them. Oh, it went right between. Splits the uprights, but it's not going to matter. Nisha still in trouble. Nisha's still dead. 2 minutes gone. And now they find the catch, the stun onto Sumail. BKB runs
He's out of mana.
Oh, he's in trouble. Bottle up for all your heart's worth, but it's not going to happen. Sumail going to get bashed.
He
going
does
to get
have a buyback.
filled. And again, a great fight here for Boom. They have one buyback on the Storm, but it's just Sumail and Yapzor.
Okay, I can't believe that arrow did not hit anyone. Like, how's that even possible? Between the butt cheeks, it went. Oh no! Damage.
Yeah, that is a lot of creeps dead, so they gotta hold off here. But the bottom wave also, he needs to take this one down, but then also not die, not leave the base.
It's always like a tricky part when you decide to kill one set of barracks and then go for the tier 4s, and Tiny can easily toss you. Tiny can toss you into the fountain, and you need to be careful about it. This is 4 versus 2 right now, and it's gonna be like that for at least 20 seconds.
I mean, their biggest tower damage is surely gonna be the Exorcism. Not sure how much longer that is for Skem, but
yeah,
zipping
more
back
than a
and
minute
forth for Storm. Yeah, so they don't have that. They don't have Kunkka. Ricky doesn't really hit Billings that far, but if everybody's dead, then you can start to take some stuff here. Aeon Disc done for Yapzor. Boom. Wanting to end this. They don't have Ember for another 50 seconds.
They just don't have enough damage to go for the
they can't do
tier
it.
4 towers and try to close out the game. Another zip. I want to see what you said. I want to see like Ricky or Pango, because both of them have bashers, to try to stop Storm Spirit from doing this.
I mean, and the real answer is that also you have these catapults here, which are hard to deal with. It is, you know, another whole thing that you need to take down. But you can see Boom respecting the comeback switch. I mean, it's 35,000 gold lead right now for Boom, and they still can't easily end the game. This is just an incredibly annoying draft from Secret.
Late game Dota becomes chaotic. Like, you know, we can see the buybacks, but not sure how many buybacks can they like ping totally and have a good read, whether that's like 1 minute more or less. Roshan might respawn in 30 seconds, and we're also getting closer to tier 5 items.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I believe that Kunkka has hit level 30 as well. So another one of those big little abilities that's going to be coming out for him. Secret still backs up against the wall. The net worth lead continues to go their direction for side of Boom. And Secret needing to come up with answers. It is a tough one indeed.
Also, Dead Prophet, Skem, he throughout the whole game did not feel like position 5. He definitely felt like a core. I mean, look at his items. He's 5 slaughter right now with Boots of Travel on position 5.
Zipping in, trying to check out the Roche, and they won't catch him there. Yeah, he has had so much net worth on that Death Prophet. And early on, it was, you know, just these little items, but now like bots, Shivas, and all the fun stuff. But smoke up. Lanes are pushed. Secret Are they going to find anybody here? You can tell that, they need to get, retake any area really is just what they need here. But they're going to try and move out back towards mid. And will they be able to find anybody? Nobody is showing. They don't really have that many great wards out. Mainly it looks like they're trying to play some vision game here and get some extra farm for their cores. But with nobody home and creeps coming in soon, they're going to have to deal with these waves.
Oh, for sure. And we have only 3 heroes with the buybacks. Ember Spirit will have one ready in 20 seconds.
Jules, Skem gets the D ward. Fight over to the side, they get one. FBZ, that's a good one to get. Can they bring him down all the way in time? Avalanche toss, FBZ low, but he gets the roll up off and able to get the ulti afterwards. Ice trying to save, trying to make a turnaround happen, but Storm is out of mana and in some trouble here possibly. Ice will die to the Exorcism. Well, Remnant forward, good amount of damage there. Finally gets that kill onto Tim's. The dart is going to connect now onto Puppey. So the Jakiro also likely to fall. Nisha, ooh, wait a minute. Oh, look at the damage. Remnants, they're almost catch them down. Ooh, FBZ. I can't believe FBZ lived through all of that.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, he got the roll up ready. BKB is available.
Yeah. BKB TP out or Avalanche toss, go for the kill. Nisha just kills him off. There's nobody nearby, nobody to help.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're so farmed as a position 5, so you're like, well, you know what, I'm a core now, and then you overstep the boundaries.
Dude, this game is getting wild. It's nuts. I mean, and again, like...
There's so much stuff on the ground right now, like Konka with the tidal wave, he has a Ghost Sheep fleet, also the torrents all over the place, Mirana hit level 25, so 3 arrows. It's like something's gonna hit you, like one kind of a stun is gonna hit you, and you're not gonna be able to pop a BKB because it's coming from all the sides.
And that's all it takes, is just one of those abilities to connect, and then the game could be over.
Look at this value. I love that. Thims on Mirana, keeping the Philosopher's Stone.
Dude.
59 minutes in, while he's dead. That's value.
But look at this. Boom. Yopaj, he's going to throw out the torrent. Oh, the stun. The bash by Roche. It's there. They get Nisha. A lot of damage out for the pullback in. Aghanim Scepter. The Macro Pyre. Do they have enough? Can they kill him off in time? Nisha needs that damage out all right now. But Yopaj the bash. They connect Slight from the way. Is he going to buy back? Yes, he will. Round 2 of this one now. Boom. Doing what they can. But there's FBZ, the man, the myth, the legend, constantly getting these rolls and finding the kills that they needed. But another round of Slights. Nisha maxes out, and they got the control. The arrow is there. Die back for Nisha. And that might just do it. Boom! Take the fight in fabulous fashion.
That must be it. I mean, this is Roshan. 60 minutes in. We don't get to see the tier 5 items, but what a game. What a game.
You said it, though, there. All you need to do is catch one of those abilities out, and God, what a freaking performance. FBZ, Yopaj, they all played just immaculate Dota that game.
They did. They definitely did. And like the way the Pango was able to scale and also Skem on his Dead Prophet, also becoming a core. It's very hard to fight once the BKBs are down, considering, as we said, there's the Torrent Storm, the arrows flying out, the Tidal Wave, the Ghost Ship fleet. There's so much stuff, so much control, and for Spirits in the late game, it just does not get easier.
I mean, these are the types of games that you love to watch when Dota comes around like this, checking out the numbers after. He's like, hey, where was I at? Remember that smile? But things were looking good for there for a little bit, but Boom, come on in and close it out in this game number 1. I mean, I think that this is one of those two that, like, this game could have gone either way. Boom's been playing such good Dota.
It could have. Yeah, it felt much, much closer. Like, the numbers said, what, 25, 35k gold lead for Boom. I mean, a lot of that gold was also coming out from the free items from Roche, but still, very entertaining game. One of the best ones so far, I'd say.
Well, another good game and another panel break as we're going to head on back to them, let them talk about all the action.
Thank you, Lyrical and Lacrosse. There's a lot of action to talk about, actually, because this was, it's a full hour game. We don't get that many of them, and especially not where one team seems to be dominant for most of the game, but they just can't go high ground. It was a struggle for Boom, but they do manage eventually to take game 1 here with this best of 3 elimination on the line, of course. In the lower bracket of Gamers Galaxy, I'm here with Cap, No-Till, and Rezo. Rezo, this game was something special. What made this game the way it was, where it was basically Boom the advantage the whole time, but they couldn't push through.
I think it came down to the drafts because both teams they had really aggressive drafts and they they focused on killing each other many times, and I understood the idea behind the Storm pick early on is just because Sumail owns on it, like clearly
He did, yes.
he did own it. It's like he was the big reason why Secret was actually be able to hold on for so long this game, and also like I kind of felt from the beginning that this game is gonna take a long time to finish just because like both teams didn't have mechanics to end the game, and also like they have really good mechanics to delay the game. Like this Spirits, they're just really good at delaying the game and prolonging it to last 60 minutes at least, and this is what we saw, and it was like just really nice to see a lot of action. One of the most beautiful games in this tournament so far for sure.
Are you having fun watching Nisha's face?
I'm requesting more Nisha face cam for the next series. I want to see every smile. I want to see every stone face. I want to see, just Nisha next game as well.
More Nisha. Hashtag more Nisha.
Yeah, but interesting course for the game, like Roman said. I think this is also why the game felt like funny, fighting style-esque, and Roche and towers are not straightforward. Although Dire have a little more tools with exorcism for Roche. Definitely not an easy game to go high ground with the Ember build and the Storm build, and yeah, interesting drafts from both teams.
It was also nice to see the Storm build in this game. He went for the blink, which allowed him to like travel around the map. Like 70% of the map was completely
Yeah,
hit.
when you say nice, like, do you really mean that? That just looked annoying as hell.
I mean, if you're Boom, then yeah.
Out waves constantly.
I think it's a very cool way of playing Storm. I think he actually did so much work this game. Like honestly, this game would have been over a lot earlier as well if he didn't have that impact that he did early game with Arcane Region and the amount of space that he made. I think it was a very hard game for them, but Sumail kind of set them up to even have a game.
Even if he's playing against Ricky and a lot of silence, like even though Kunkka bought an Orchid, DP silence, obviously Ricky silence, he still managed to not die as much. He was actually like very safe, and he was doing a lot of impact this game, which is kind of impressive to me.
I think another thing why this game kind of stalls out, and just something I've noticed from Boom in general, is that they are such an aggressive team, but they do sometimes overextend, and I've noticed that happens a lot more when they're faced up against a safe hero. I think it was one of their biggest problems against Tundra, where they had the Abaddon and the IO in 2 different games that they lost to. This game, there's the OD save that came into play at times, so that is just like one of the downsides of Boom and their aggression, is sometimes they just overdo it and they throw the game back over.
I also like the way they do it, because like I've seen many times when they smoke into the enemy jungle, but they still leave like 1 or 2 heroes on the same place, and when they make a move, they kill 1 hero, and it's immediately the same action on the other side of the map. And it's like you just can't know like where they're gonna be, and you're afraid to even show on the map.
Dota's a game of info.
A game of info, and I think the info that we got from this one is, I mean, I think it was a combination of obviously multiple factors, but the Yopaj Kunkka, he gets so rich on this hero that it's basically making you play the game from behind for almost the entire game, purely because he is so good on that Kunkka. And I do think someone should give Sumail a bit of a back massage after this game, because he's the reason this game went as long as it did. I do also want to talk about the OD on the offlane. We've seen ISSI struggle a little bit finding his place in this squad. When we talk to the team, they also do say, I mean, this is a fresh start. They go in without expectations. It takes time to grow. But Cab, this OD, it just didn't do the thing you'd want an offlaner to do in this game.
For Team Secret, Sumail was the brightest part of this game 1. I feel like the OD, I'm not necessarily going to say ice, but I'm still not convinced by OD, especially with the Meteor Hammer nerf and stuff. It just, I feel like that hero was already kind of being figured out last patch, and there were a lot of ways to be able to counter it, and now I feel like it's even weaker. So I'm not convinced by it. If you
rarely see OD has a really good impact on the game. Like I rarely see players actually do a lot on OD.
I also credit it to the rest of the draft. Like the saves are good when the lineup is better, and in this game they have no option to turn. He saves someone, and all I can say is for what? Save you for what? Like here's a Bengal roll, there's a DP ulti, you're just denying, like delaying the inevitable. There's nothing turning, there's nobody dying, there's nothing happening in the fight that goes your way. And I also have the Tiny to blame for that, and I also think it's like Boom's lineup being really solid. Like I think Boom has amazing talent, the C players showing the C talent, but their draft, I don't know if it's all mushy or if it's also a mixture of the players having their own ideas, but their their drafts are really good. Like these are drafts that I think are super good and probably also even better for this meta. But historically, like you put these heroes together, you need certain answers, and Tiny 4 is abused. He's super abused playing against this.
I don't know if it's any different here, since obviously Mushi has to communicate with them remotely, but I do know that for the most part, it is a dictatorship. Mushi is calling all the shots when it comes to the draft. The players, like, we've talked to them multiple times, and sometimes they're just like, yeah, I don't even like say anything during the draft. Maybe Mushi gives me an option between some heroes or something, but Mushi definitely seems to take more of the Chinese coaching style of like, I'm like going to tell you exactly what to do in that regard.
I also felt like a little bit unsure about the Kunkka Riki dynamic, but Yopaj, with the way he plays, the way he earns net worth, and being actually position 1 hero.
Orchid, AC, Satanic, not conventional Kunkka items, but like he actually became a right clicker.
He became the position 1 for sure, and this is like what made this lineup actually work really well.
It is incredibly strong. We've seen Boom also show up, incredibly strong in the first game of the series yesterday. After the game 1 where they showed up big, they were kind of figured out by Tundra at that time, so I'm curious to see if Secret can, just like Tundra, adapt to react better to the aggression coming out from Boom. But I don't know what kind of headspace Team Secret is at the moment, and I'm curious to find out how they were feeling before the series today, and we had Kyle checking in on them.
Should have drank the coffee before this. Okay. We've got to get Poppy before he locks the door.
Jersey designed for him?
Yes, only him.
Do
you mind?
We're videotaping.
Yeah.
About what?
Well, we're going to interview my favorite team, Team Secret. The guys who give the best answers, most engaging content. I'm so excited.
Give them the answers.
All right, so, well, welcome. We're going to talk to Team Secret here. This, what was your name again?
You forgot?
Huh?
You forgot?
Of course I didn't forget. But like, for the fans who might not know who you are.
Then tell them.
Well, this is Clement Ivanov, the Cleminator, a.k.a. Puppy, a.k.a. the only player who has attended every single TI.
I can't believe you forgot. You had to think about it.
Come here. Yeah, man. You're looking good.
Thank you.
What's it like playing with Team Secret? Having a, well, does Puppy draft?
No, I draft.
Of course.
Of course you draft. But like, what's it like having a captain that drafts instead of a coach? Any big differences that you've noticed?
Yes, it's my favorite way to play Dota. I love it.
Okay. So you guys, if I'm not mistaken, didn't make the playoffs of the DPC regionals.
Yeah.
Or who do you blame for that?
I think mostly ourselves. Because drafting was fine.
Are you, would you say that if he left the room as well?
No, I would always say the same answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's true.
Okay.
Does he draft?
No, he doesn't. Does he really?
What?
Okay, thank you, Smell. What's it like playing with these guys?
很好啊。
Что?
是的。
太大了，受不了。
Huh?
That's the only phrase I know.
What the hell did you just say? How's your day?
Oh, thanks for asking. It's pretty good. This is my last pair of clean underwear, which is a problem because like the finals are tomorrow.
You ready for it?
No.
Oh.
They won't be clean anyway tomorrow.
What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
You look beautiful.
Thank you. You look beautiful as well. This is great. I thought you guys would be really difficult, but this is easy. I'll go over to the other guys.
Oh, this is my favorite.
Why? What do you mean?
This is the hard part.
All right. So, Nisha, I've heard that before you started becoming a Dota player, you were a award-winning Polish mathematician. Could you explain to the viewers at home the quadratic formula?
No.
It's an easy interview, Kyle. This is what you asked.
Well, he definitely could if he wanted to.
No, but if you wanted an easy interview, he says no to your answers.
Okay. Well, how do you feel?
Good.
Okay. you've swapped roles again. Was that your decision or?
Totally my decision, yes.
Interesting. Some cool team dynamics. Hello, Yapsor. What's it like playing in a Dota tournament pretty close to home?
Nice.
Okay. You've played with Puppy for a really long time. Why?
Nice.
I hope we're getting paid for that. This is challenging. Do we have enough? Can we stop now, or should I keep going? We can talk to... I guess we'll close the interview with Clement. Again, Mr. Ivanov. Describe your teammates in one word. Jesus Christ.
2 words.
The end.
So I don't think we're being sponsored, just want to point that out. But yeah, nice. And he got like 5 words out of Nisha. That's good. You want to see more? You want to see more Nisha, Johan? You got it.
That was impressive.
Oh wow, we have a draft as well.
Oh,
it was
wow.
impressive,
Right.
and apparently it was long enough for the teams to have a little bit of a break. Okay.
Kyle really wanted it to end sooner, but the offer he made him do more and ask more questions. It must be so painful.
It was. I mean, it was pretty nice. Seemed like a relaxing atmosphere for the team. Of course, they were having their breakfast, you know. But they seemed all smiles, which is good. Pressure, not really a lot of pressure that we could see, but the pressure is definitely on now if they want to stay alive in this tournament because backs against the wall. We have a Death Prophet first pick coming out for the side of Boom.
That's because they're left with nothing. Puppy keeps banning their favorite heroes for position 5 and 4 and like, alright, we're gonna take the DP again.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting that the drafting order changed. And last game Secret picked first pick, had first pick and then first pick Tiny, and here the bans remain the same for both teams, but obviously everything will go differently in the draft, and last pick going to Secret this time. But yeah, I don't know if I like this. I feel like this is the wrong
answer to the DP.
Yeah, I mean DP is usually a threat to Tiny Core, right? Or like people like Siphon as a way to kill him, and it's one of those heroes that can go mid, and Tiny can't really have the freedom to go wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good hero versus DP.
So it's been Ice playing Lina on the offlane.
And it also makes a lot more sense.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, one game as well.
I think he did. And I mean, I much rather would like to see this Shadow Demon, Lina, for example, against the DP, but this is also a good answer. Of course, like it means that Tiny probably is gonna be position 4.
Yeah.
We don't know yet. This is flex pick.
Oh boy.
Can I ask what you meant made by this just makes more sense? Were you talking about Lina playing offlane or?
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense
Lina?
for Tiny to play with a Lina because now your hero actually has a use, and every point of armor and strength that you have makes Lina a lot better hero, whereas Odie doesn't use any of that. Odie doesn't threaten much, doesn't right-click anything, so he doesn't use any tank ability from Tiny, which is also why Tiny probably felt like, I cannot help you, my friend, I'm going mid. But here, if they decide to stay together, they will have a lot more potential to pressure, a lot more potential to go for creep waves.
Yeah, it's way stronger lane.
Yeah.
I mean, also like for the mid lane, also Tiny roaming.
Yep, it's a lot more threatening. It's a lot better.
Because you do say if they decide to stay together, because something that we've seen time and time again is Yapsor leaves Ice pretty early on.
Yeah.
Right, leaves him alone and helps out the middle lane.
That's why I'd rather see like Timbersaw for the Ice. Like it's one of his favorite heroes, and he knows how to play alone. Maybe in I don't know Brood Mother, but probably not gonna see it.
They probably haven't practiced Brood, and if they did, I mean, he is definitely a Brood player, and I think they could work around it. But I wouldn't assume if I was Boom that they play Brood. I would just assume they don't.
Yeah, definitely.
They have played a Mean Nature's Prophet as well, also hero you can leave alone on the lane.
That was a perfect pick, by the way. I don't know if people remember that draft, but that was also one of those weird lineups with weird cores where they had an Ember, and I don't remember what Nisha was playing, or if Nisha was the Ember, but they needed some way to also take objectives or have some physical damage, and ISSS was shining on the Prophet that game. It was a really good performance.
And don't worry, by the way, we'll get our draft back in a second. It's just something needs to be fixed first. But at the same time, we get to see the players thinking hard about what was being meant. Because one person that Kyle actually didn't get the chance to talk to, or didn't take the chance to talk to, or maybe didn't want to talk, Heen. Of course, right-hand man of Poppy, now on the left, though. But he has definitely got a voice in that draft as well.
And it's really hard to measure how coach is actually affecting the team, but he's like, if you look historically at his results with the teams, like, he's actually one of the greatest coaches out there.
Yep.
Yep.
He's also had a lengthy career with Secret, where I remember they've kind of gone through some coaches. So.
Yep.
Yeah, and of course he is a TI winning coach as well, with Team Liquid.
There's some TI winners in Secret. Yeah. Got a few.
I got a couple.
I have a question though, and it's about Mushi and it's about Boom. Do you think that every series win, game win, or tournament win, they're gonna get a high five from Mushi?
Back
What does
to
it
the
take?
memes.
What does it take?
Maybe a tournament win.
Maybe.
Definitely
Win?
not a game win. I doubt a series win.
That's what I was gonna
Maybe
say
a
too.
tournament.
I mean, a series against who, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
against
think
Team
I think
Spirit,
against who?
you might
think-
get a chance to high five.
Yeah.
Because that's something I always go to bed wondering about.
One of the
Every
things.
night you've been thinking about it the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
As far as I understand, Mushi gives them some pretty harsh feedback. Even when they win, he's always focused on, like, this is what you could have done better, even if you did successfully.
Have you seen the movie Look Up or Don't Look Up?
oh yeah.
It's like, why did he take money? And Johan's like, what do I need to do to receive a high five?
It is exactly that. Exactly that.
Just
Now
constantly
we
in
see
his
a
mind.
pick from coming out from Poppy is I think the only person who's played Lich in half a year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we have it again.
But it's the second time this tournament. The first time it did work out, right?
Very well, very well.
Yeah.
I mean, Lich receives a lot of buffs, like, during the last patches.
Yep.
Not even one, but last
Several.
patches.
And not many people have gone for the shard, and we saw the shard actually make the bounces happen. It definitely changes the ulti completely, getting the shard, because having Lich +1 trying to kill a guy who's separated or isolated, no neutral camp, no creeps to bounce off of, or having the shard and is exclusively going to bounce between those two, it adds a potential 1500 damage to a kill. So I think the hero has a lot of potential. Last game, I would say, was the perfect Lich draft. They opened it with Earth Spirit. They ended up having an Ember as well, like lots of heroes using the armor, going in, forcing the fights. Let's see this game if they're going to keep focusing on making this Lich look good. Because right now, the Tiny Lich is good, but Lina Lich, not necessarily super synergy. But not bad, not bad. Armor is always good for Lina.
And Boom go for some heavy magic damage in response to that, right?
Yep,
They're mostly-
these heroes are both, don't care about the Lich W.
Yeah.
Boom is just keeping the aggression up in their drafts. Like, you can see, like, they want to burst heroes, they want to run at people, and they're, like, clearly showing the pattern that they're actually the killers. They don't care about objective, they don't care about towers as much, but the kills, this is what they're looking for.
If you keep killing the enemy, eventually you win.
Even if it takes 60 minutes.
Even
That's
if it
part of
takes
Dota.
60 minutes.
Yep.
Anti-mage.
Team Secret thinking hard about, not that hard apparently, about the anti-mage. We have seen anti-mage. Didn't it lose yesterday? Eventually.
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
It was a very
But then
close
he
game,
won
of course.
day before yesterday.
That's true. Is it always should we always expect the Diffusal Blade anti-mage now? Like, is it that good?
I
Or
don't
is
think
it just
so. I think he went only diffusal with the Magnus because
Okay.
he had it in power, but right now he definitely needs the Battle Fury first.
Mm.
Maybe some item after Manta, but then you don't want to build a diffusal this late, so it's gonna be like some Scotty probably after Manta.
I think you could go for the diffusal if there's a certain core on the enemy team, like exclusively maybe Storm and Lesh. If you have those two, you have the Battlefield Manta and a good time. I think the diffusal can make a bit of sense just to increase that fighting potential, but it might not be easy. And I do think with Magnus, it does make a lot more sense than with the Battlefield build regularly.
How do we feel this draft is going so far? Because obviously Boom is once again looking like they have a lot of aggression. Did Team Secret address that enough this game? Like, did they make changes that you feel like they will have a better shot on the lanes?
I mean, their heroes are squishy, right? So, like, all of their heroes, they get bursted so easily by the Boom heroes right now, and the anti-mage, it takes a really long time to get online. So right now, I would say the Boom is still gonna be ahead, like, first 20 minutes for sure. I mean, it just looks like that from these 4 picks, but maybe it's gonna change in the later ones.
Don't they have some pretty good answers to AM? Kunkka answers it pretty well. Hoodwink has both a disable that's AoE as well as a break mechanic against AM, which with the Kunkka combo I think feels very nice.
It's not going to be an easy item age game, for sure.
It's not easy.
Split push as easily.
But I would say that AM can get a really good start. It's not a terrible AM game by any means, and I think Lich AM is one of the worst lanes in Dota for Sand it's so miserable to play this Sand King versus an anti-mage that gets to hit you.
Yeah.
I think Lich enables that.
With Venom or anti-mage, right?
Yeah.
So
Orb of
hard.
Venom, you get on him, he has this Sandstorm, he doesn't want to trade, he just wants to chill out, and then you lose all your mana, and your laning phase goes really poorly, really quickly. I'm worried about, like Roman says, the first 20 minutes, like the aggression that's going to come out, and they're going to need somebody to fight back on Team Secret.
So last time we saw Sand King, they actually aggro tri-laned. Do you think that's possible here, like a Kunkka carry into an aggro tri-lane or whatever other hero they're going to pick?
Potentially, yeah.
This is a very good way to remove this Sand King bad game and like give him good game instead. Give him early blink.
And we got the
just a heads up, the score is wrong, but that's just something that will be fixed next time around. If there is a next time around for Team Secret, because if they lose this game, they are out. But what can we learn about the bans? We got some mid lane bans coming out from Boom with the Batrider and the Leshrac. Team Secret also at the moment focusing on that mid lane, or at least on, well, I guess flex heroes. Both Jackie and Yopaj can play that Templar Assassin. We already had the Ember Spirit banned out as well.
I'm trying to think hard about Ice hero, and I can't really find the suitable hero for them.
I think they're picking Sumail hero last, if you ask me.
And what would it be?
I think they're banning something right now, but they have the last pick. I think they really want something solid for mid. They want to see whether or not the Kunkka goes there. They're banning some mid heroes they might not want to play against, but I think it's a lot harder to aim for an Ice hero in this game than it is to aim for a Sumail hero.
I think, Troll, they banned the Troll. Troll would have been very nice for the Boom.
Yep, it would have been. They play PA on Boom. I also think it's one of the best anti-mage counters in the game. Lich is of course decent.
He has like 0 win rate this tournament. 2 games I've seen it didn't really get online ever because it took a long time and she didn't win lanes. So I'd say I would be looking for something like maybe even CK for the Boom. Right?
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. I really like that idea. It exposes Lina a bit. Really good against AM.
On the other side, what we saw last game is that whatever Boom will go for, they'll probably be able to get the time that they need to.
Ricky also.
No, it will be the PA. It was a good call. Yeah, because, I mean, Team Secret's lineup doesn't look like it's that fast. They can go for that PA, even if it might take a little longer.
That's the natural way PA versus AM. Why it's also very good is because you have that extra time. You get that Deso and you can force some things. You can force the Roche, and AM does not feel like joining this fight. If he does and he dies to the Deso PA, now it's a steep hill to come back in the game.
And she's also gonna get a good lane against Lina Tiny potentially, right? It's not as pressurable.
PA can destroy the Lina as well. If Tiny leaves, this Lina gets isolated, and the PA is another one of those carry heroes like the Riki that also can help the support, which I think Boom focus on a lot when they do pick their carry. Last time they were playing against Tundra, and Tundra were, I wouldn't say outplaying them, but they were playing really well, maybe slightly outplaying them, and playing with a super strong lane. I don't think Team Secret are known for their offlane strength, plus I don't think they have picked for it. Like, this Tiny is still just casual. I'm not a fan of the casual +4 Tiny. It could also be someone else's hero, but...
Yeah, they could swap it around, right?
Yes, because now you see also that the DP is going to be support, so you don't consider DP support as a hard counter to Tiny, by no means.
Maybe some Viper for the Team Secret on the offlane, potentially.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I much rather see...
Mars.
Mars. Interesting. So it's Tiny mid and Lina position 4, right?
Or Lina mid and Tiny position 4.
Lina's a fast MKB builder, right?
Yeah. I think Sumail will play the Lina this game.
Yeah.
Do we like this Mars then?
It definitely is a good way to respond to the fighting, like early on. It's a I don't know. It's just a fight here that they really like and they need it.
Smells all around.
I got my request granted.
And for the Boom, I would much rather see the Riki instead of PA, but PA is also like really good this game for sure.
I think Secret are in a bit of trouble, just also because of this casual Tiny pick first phase. If it's going to be a Tiny Mars lane, I think they're going to have a really rough time bottom. They're going to have a really rough time, and that just The Mars isn't able to join these fights really early. It doesn't want to unless he had a good start. With a good start, you either get the armlet or Treads Bracer into Dagger. You get these early items so that you are able to fight. But he's going to be dreaming of that while his team is getting crushed, and he's going to TP in and potentially die.
Okay, this is not really painting a positive picture for a third game, Cap.
No.
No.
Oh, it's cooking, Cheever.
I know. I mean,
It's a
Boom.
2-0 boom victory. That's what's cooking.
Let's see. I do believe in the Lina. Like Sumail Lina is another beast.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
That's gonna be the scariest part, right?
Basically the
That
same
fast
story.
arm running around.
As the last game.
All right. Well, we saw Sumail carry his team to victory before. I hope he did get that back rub because he's gonna need it this second game of the series. Let's find out how it's gonna play out together with the commentary duo. It is Lyrical and Lacoste.
Well, never fear, he might not have gotten the back rub, but he is going to get not the Lina. Instead, it's going to be the Mars. Do you think that that changes anything, Lacoste, as far as how they're planning on playing the game?
I think Team Secret put themselves in a tough spot with the draft. The panel talked about first phase Tiny, that they love to shift around. But yeah, Mars on the mid lane is the hero that can like scale much better. Like you become much more active early on. But this is something that Team Secret ran against NGX Southeast Asia when they played offlane Lina with the Tiny. I want to see how much they can get out of this lane. And also looking at the anti-mage, it's not necessarily like a good anti-mage game because there's so many spells that can be thrown at AM, especially the Dead Prophet Silence, like X mark the spot if he doesn't get the counter spell off, Bushwhack as well, great spell against it, and carry-to-carry matchup. Phantom Assassin loves to play against this because she doesn't is not afraid of the mana void from AM, and I want to see how this offlane is going to work out for Team Secret. This is definitely the lane to look out for, but it's by any means no really bad AM game. I've seen AMs take control of the game once they get to that 3-4 item timing. Also want to see what the itemization is going to be. We've seen Yadoro getting a Diffusal Blade into Manta style, but this time around I don't think it's that good of a Diffusal Blade game on AM. We'll have to see.
Oh, and look at this. Nisha going for the big old head on over. But Tim's is already there, and he's going to take the bounty rune. So 2 and 2 across the way. Tim's finds himself Nisha, and already skilling the mana burn. So the
that's
going to get out of there.
That's exactly what you want to have. I mean, there's not going to be any fooling around. You're playing with Lich. It's a super strong lane. Like we can see Puppy with the Frost Blast already. What they want to do is get a really good trade on a Sanking, but seems like Boom is prepared. They want to get the first blood because they know AM. They already saw AM having that mana burn, so they want to potentially go in and try to grab a kill. AM wants to go in and burn Sanking's mana.
Danger, danger. Skem is there looking for some punches and actually reveals himself. Burrow Strike. They know he doesn't have Blink. They know he's in trouble, and Nisha going to be the first blood drawn by Skem. Wasn't ready for that one.
Good stuff. They definitely didn't expect it, considering how aggressive they started to play, especially AM. And yeah, Tim's killing the Sentry Ward.
And then back towards mid, we're going to have that other matchup. But yeah, they get the Sentry Ward away, and Sumail and Yopaj going to start beating each other down a little bit. But Nisha already going to have a lot of pressure onto him.
And this is big. This is actually huge. I'm not going to say this is a game-winning move that they did, but it's a huge boost because FBZ got level 2. He's going to have problems with mana in this lane, so he definitely wants to chill in the Sandstorm, and AM will cause him not to do that, but at least the Caustic is there, so they set it up for much better start than they expect. Because if they just laned up 2 versus 2, this top lane is completely lost for Boom Esports.
Well, and meanwhile, you've got down here bottom, didn't really lose all that much on the PA by having that happen. Didn't need to worry about lanes coming in too quickly or pressuring her out, and Jackie should be able to get all these creeps underneath the tower as well while Ice pulls the creep wave back towards his tier 1 tower, and currently he's doing perfectly fine on this Lina. 7-2 right now versus the 5-0.
Good toss back on the creep wave. Yeah, every single time there's PA in the game, it feels like you're giving the offlaner a free lane because teams got better against it. One thing I like from seeing Phantom Assassin, what she has in the quick buy, is no Orb of Corrosion. I feel like this is a bait item. You might get a kill or 2, but I feel getting the Power Treads into Battle Fury is just too good. Also, if you're forced out of the lane early on, that Orb of Corrosion doesn't do anything.
Brings down Tim's down there as well. Yeah, no Orb of Corrosion on the PA, but already Nisha getting a kill up there top. We'll get punished with a little bit of a burrow strike. We were talking during the draft a little bit about this hero's HP woes early on, and we're seeing it already. Nisha down very low, forced to get a salve handed over from Puppey.
Puppey with the healing salve will stabilize this lane. FBZ has no mana whatsoever.
Well done, well done. And also gets the bounty run. All right, Yapzor. He's making some solid moves there. Well, he stabilized the lane for a second, but now in a little bit of trouble and jumps in. Tim's seeing if he can find a little bit of compense here by Nisha, seeing if he can bring down that Hoodwink, but it's not going to happen. Now, LSA, dodge away, Skem, Jackie chasing down Ice. So Yapzor left for a little bit. That leaves open an opportunity to get some pressure on.
Yeah, this is what Notail mentioned on the panel, that Lina needs to be careful. Whenever Tiny leaves, there's always going to be a kill threat. She's by no means a strong laner when she's on her own, and also the reason why this hero is not picked very often on the off lane. So they have the 2 slows. It's relatively easy to get stuff done. So whenever Yapzor moves, Lina needs to stay closer to the tier 1 tower.
Well, so far, so good in the mid lane at the very least for Team Secret. 23-8 versus the 18-2 for the Kunkka. Definitely having a nicer time of it. I think also we saw Sumail getting a little bit of farming on the side camps, but about, well, not even really a level ahead, as Yopaj will get it now. Both of them level 5.
Mid-Mars is super strong, and I like this build that Sumail is doing. Double Bracer to put more pressure on him, because Yopaj in the games where Boom was winning, it was like he manages to snowball out of the lane so easily, top-tier player, and I like that. Just put a little bit more pressure early on with those 2 bracers.
Avalanche toss back into LSA. Ice going to connect, but afterwards, nice little chunk of damage there. Skem, oh, down low, but it will be enough to get the kill. Doesn't quite look like it. FBZ dies up top, though, and he's able to get him, and Jackie takes down another. Okay, so Ice ends up dying there, just tanking through the right clicks, and just like that, boom, making some big moves down bottom.
The problem is Sanking cannot kill without mana. That's the problem. I mean, it's a strong lane if they're playing against any other hero, because every single time they get close, you know that Nisha will come in and burn his full mana pool.
Dems taking some right clicks as well as the Frost Blast from Puppey, but you can see there that so far they are still trying to get in towards that level 6. Likewise, Yopaj needs to be careful. If there were any rotations, maybe Sumail can make something happen with the arena, but really it's just more about saving that TP just in case. Nisha has the Frost Shield on him. That FBZ, while he's sitting in that Sandstorm, hard to do anything really to him.
Let's see if Puppey is bringing. Yeah, there's going to be a couple of tangos. And we talked about that this feels like a much better Battle Fury game instead of going for the Diffusal Blade, because there's going to be harassment on AM. But the thing is, if, like, let's say FBZ dies, that means that he's going to come back with the full mana, full HP, and they want to play aggressive that, like, first wave. They have 1 Burrow Strike, and then mana gets burned. So having Ring of Health is going to help out quite a lot.
Ice gets jumped on again. The slowdown is there. They have a lot of damage onto him. And Jackie, will they be able to quite finish him off? Slow? No, not going to go for it. Yapzor moves on in instead. Going to go for a toss back there. Ice. I don't know if he actually wants him on you. He might end up dying if he's not careful. Jackie jumps, goes for the kill.
Good trade.
Oh, jeez.
That's exactly what you want to do with the position 5. You want to go in, die, and now your Phantom Assassin got the solo experience from it. Now she's level 6.5, and this is great. Now your Dead Prophet can bring the items down to you. It's kind of a trade that you want to have. Oh, good bushwhack.
And Nisha thinking about going in, but Frost Shield placed on Puppey, so Nisha can't really do that much there. Yeah, Sumail definitely sort of the shining light here. I mean, I guess to be fair, like, AM's having a pretty good game as well.
Yeah, 34 CS, doing good. Like, Sanking, the amount of CS that he has is pretty good. I'm not sure if he should finish this Vanguard. I feel if he goes for Vanguard at this point, it's going to be a little bit of waste of gold. What they want to have is a Blink Dagger, because it provides them with the team fight initiation and follow on the Kunkka's combo if they feel like they don't have enough damage.
Well, It is definitely something where it's felt fairly passive so far. 7 kills, 7 minutes. Worst in the world. Ooh, this is bad though for Nisha. Gets caught. Do they have enough for the kill? He's down super low, but just barely gets out of there. Cool as a cucumber. Oh no, don't let it happen again though. Move in. FBZ tries to find him.
Counterspell.
Nisha. Burrow strikes the wrong direction. FBZ was trying to hunt him. Tims, though, hides off to the side. They eat the tree. He's in the tree the other side now. Nisha needs to get out of there, but it's not going to happen. And Burrow's strike didn't even need it. They find him on the other side.
That was nicely done. I mean, the Burrow strike, it's kind of a 50-50. So whether he goes left or right. And now we see Sumail a bit low on mana, though.
And Yopaj. Finds Ice, and this is going to be an easy one. Pulls him back in, got the Torn afterwards, gets the kill. I mean, the off-lane Lina, like, you're just going to die in lane a bunch. That's just what's going to happen.
Pretty much. I mean, they've been using the information whenever Tiny moves from the lane, they immediately start playing aggressive. He, in the end, decides to go for the Vanguard. From what I've seen, FBZ, whenever he plays like Pango, even if he's not off to a really good start, he's gonna get the item and just be very annoying. So this takes away a little bit of pressure from him, because they need to bring an extra hero to kill this Sankey with the Vanguard. So that means that most likely the aggression is going to be towards mid lane or the bottom lane from Boom.
That was really nice by Tims there, using the Acorn shot to scout up that hill, like anticipating that Tiny could have been there. Such a like low-cost thing to not give away a kill to the enemy, the mid laner. Burrow, not quite there. FBZ. Only 2 points up.
Things like this we don't need to show on camera, but...
Fair enough. Yopaj trying to farm up. I believe that was a blocked hard camp as well. That they're trying to shut down these stacks and farm that likely are going to come a little bit later on. Tread's done for Anti-Mage, 9 minutes in. Gonna get hit again, and Puppey, is it going to be anything to save him? Nisha gets the blink away. Okay. Wait, Sumail. Oh, Yopaj is here, but he walked by. They had no sentry down. They spot Sumail now. This could be really bad for them. Tims might go down, but are they going to lose more instead? Yes, they will indeed. Sumail in some trouble, but he's still living just barely. Oh, those bracers keeping him alive. And now the turn. Got to back out. Got to be careful. Yopaj out of mana. So they only end up getting the Lich, actually. I thought Sumail was dead for sure.
It looked like it, but there was no cleave coming out. Sumail gets the double damage.
And just beats him down. Oh, can they get that finish? The blink in comes. Jackie's there. Need to get a spear away, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, man, Jackie, he's been getting these great trades, and I'm really glad that he did not go for like Orb of Corrosion, no shenanigans. Even seems like he's gonna be skipping the power treads and then going back to power treads after the battle period, because he's off to a really good start. He's right now 53 CS and also including 3 last hits on the kills and 1 assist. So
and the thing that's so cool about that too is, like, you know, how many carries they recognize that moment where like, okay, he's gonna kill our guy, but we're gonna come back in and follow it up afterwards, right?
Yeah, Jackie's decision making in this one has been top tier.
Really, really solid. Stacking his own Ancients camps as well, and gonna head on back towards mid. So 11 minutes in, and boom, 2,000 gold lead, looking very solid. Nisha.
Problem is yeah, he's gonna be okay. I think problem for Team Secret is that this tiny position 4 doesn't allow you to like fight. They don't have a form of initiation, and same goes for Lina. Oh, Dead Prophet using ulti.
And Sumail, he might get caught here now. Spear, they pull him back in. Bringing him down low. The hit, will it be enough? Broken, tries to walk out. Spirit's even pretty good. Scam, taking a ton of damage. And the Chain Frost, it's only on the creeps. Oh man, that's unfortunate. But Yopaj should be able to walk out of there. They get the Death Prophet kill at least. Oh, Nisha tries to turn on FBZ. Power Rangers coming through. Oh, Nisha can't die here. It's absolutely insane. Knows he doesn't have any mana on FBZ. Scouts him to the side now. And they canceled the TPs. So yeah, Nisha's just going to hang out again. God, he's playing it so close here.
He is. You don't necessarily need to kill him, but pressure him out of the lane so that he does not farm. And Jackie will finish the Battle Fury in the next 20 seconds, so that's going to be really good timing. 12 minutes in on top of the power treads and the full magic wand.
Jackie having a good one. Absolutely. So, Still, gold lead not getting huge, but it does feel like that PA is the hero to watch out for, and that's setting them up to be like really strong as this mid game's going to come around here.
Oh yeah, if we compare this to Anti-Mage, who has still to buy 2 components of the Battle Fury, a Phantom Assassin in the next like 5 minutes is going to stay at least half an item ahead of the Anti-Mage.
It's the cost of the Orbit Corrosion. There you go. But
I mean, he also decided to go for the full power treads to have a bit more survivability in the lane, but also power treads giving you the stats and the attack speed, so he's gonna like catch up a little bit because of it.
Okay.
It's still like AM, he jumps in, they have the break mechanic coming out from the Hoodwink. Bushwhack is something that he's always going to be afraid of, and the silence from the Dead Prophet. It's not going to be an easy anti-mage game, considering how like this game developed so far.
Oh, down bottom. Many heroes from Team Secret together, and they find one. It's a good one to get. Sumail comes together and gets the kill onto Tims, and that sets up for Secret dominance on the bottom side of the map with the rest of Boom spread out. Although Yopaj not willing to give this tower a bit ice, in so much trouble. Oh god, how do you live through this? Wants to survive, but the Burrow Strike is there. Got him caught, tries to do everything they can, but it's not gonna happen. And now Puppey also in trouble. Sumail over there, spears him, gets him over to the side, and now the Chain Frost bounces around a couple of times. This is really good, actually. That range on it ends up working out for them, and now Yopaj in some trouble. Avalanche can't walk anywhere. Do they have anything else afterwards? Puppey living through this and doing so much damage. They take down the tree, and now finding Yopaj for the kill.
AM.
What a great combo. We just get out of there, and yeah, nowhere left to go for the AM. He ends up dying, and now everybody else from Secret need to get out of there. Nobody else anywhere else on the map. The blink in, but the spear out, and eats another tree right before that Bushwhack came in. Sumail gets away. The dagger coming out, not quite gonna do it. They toss him onto him. Sumail's like, what are you doing? Trying to drink me down.
The dagger's gonna kill him.
The dagger's enough. Oh god, Yapzor got his buddy killed, and now they have the Bushwhack and the jump in. Oh, Jackie's gonna take them all down. Can he do it in time? Avalanche toss back, wants to find that kill on Yapzor, trying to TP away, trying to get out, but one more hit comes
so
a second
close.
too late.
Oh man, what a Bushwhack into dagger, and also the cleave early on, 15 minutes in. Like, considering how like this game has been played out so far, it's only a 2k gold lead for Boom.
Jeez. I mean, that's what's really wild about this, right? Like, this could be worse, but it feels like it's that the momentum and the way that they want to play right now. Boom are doing everything. Oh, good play there with the counter spell. And that's going to keep Nisha alive. This is why...
Nisha, he can't catch a break. He's like, oh god, come on, guys.
Help. He just throws out the help.
Take a deep breath. Because he knows that Phantom Assassin is free farming and already has a Battle Fury, so any kind of aggressive rotation they make on him is just going to make the difference in net worth between two of those much bigger. Puppey has a shard.
Oh, wow.
Sage Mask, Stick, and the Ice Spire. So it's going to be much easier for him to land the Chain Frost. You don't need to like have it bouncing between the heroes. And it also slows people down by 20 or 30%. Okay.
It's deadly. We saw that earlier on in this tournament, how strong this combo could be. And they're going to have to watch out for that on Boom for sure, because no BKBs yet, obviously.
A lot of stacks in the triangle for Jackie to fall back to whenever he feels he's good to go. But he is good to go with the Battle Fury.
That was a smoke out. Not sure if it was under the ward or not, but there was a deep ward that was out there. And Puppey now going to see that, okay, got to take this one down.
This one's getting out of control for Team Secret, I would say, because Phantom Assassin, she's getting close to her BKB and will feel very invincible once she gets that. Also, like carry-to-carry matchup, just getting worse for AM, because Phantom Assassin Shard is a break mechanic on top of that, and they already have one with the push, with the, what's it called, my brain froze, Sharpshooter, there we go.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. I mean, we've talked a lot about that and how good of an answer it is, but now you're also seeing other answers just in the way of the BKBs. And Secret continue to just pound their heads on this bottom lane. They finally get that tower here, 16 minutes, 17 minutes in almost, and they're almost going to lose their mid tower as well. Looks like Yopaj is going to come in and try and finish that one off. The glyph comes out. But Secret needing to come up with some answers. AM Battle Fury done. It's something. But will it be enough? As is looking exceedingly hard. Now, this is the other thing, though. Ice just finishing off the Shadow Blade. When they played this earlier, things looked terrible for Ice for a really long time, but when he got that Shadow Blade, that's when he started to find some pickoff plays, and now maybe a chance. Yopaj, BKB out. Silence. Gonna connect. Really big combo. The pushback afterwards. Chain Frost, will it be enough? I don't think so. Puppey likely to fall off the back of that one too. Ice trying to bring down this DP. Skem turn to bump, but no. Instead, they're going to be able to find Ice and get the kill. Another pushback. Skims is absolutely red in their face.
Oh, those bushwhacks, they're really on point. Two-man burrow into bushwhack, into epicenter. Pretty much perfect execution coming out from the Boom Esports.
Dude.
No arena coming out, and yeah, we're going to see that again.
Oh, it was so much. The stomp, stun, everything.
Too much damage.
And again, it's like those moments where you feel like this should be like an okay fight. You know, you have Sumail, the big tanky Mars up front and center, and then the Chain Frost to follow, but it's just too much magic damage.
Exactly. So this will be the Roche. They're going to give this one to Jackie, I believe. Yeah, definitely. He did not get hands on the Aegis in the previous game until the third Roche died, so 7k gold lead for Boom Esports with Aegis. It's very hard for Team Secret to like go for a gank. Like they can try to set things up with this Shadow Blade on Lina, but other than that, it's gonna be very tough. Tiny, oh man, Upstar, he's been blessed by Gaben 2 times in a row when he's playing Tiny, especially from behind. He finds Philosopher's Stone, so that's gonna help him out quite a bit in farming the Blink Dagger.
And this is a nice kill if they can get this one. Silence is there, but the Avatos afterwards, and well, wait a minute. This is not how this is supposed to go. Suddenly the arena's down and it's not gonna matter. They pull him back in and tearing him down. Sumail, all he wanted was the Skem kill. Not meant to be. And Ice left on the other side as Boom, they came to play here on this big old day. Chain Frost doing some good damage, but the Sniper comes in from the other side, and well, Chain Frost isn't good against BKB, my friends.
Oh man, Scam, what a Giga Chat. He goes in and tanks all the damage, gets a good silence off, and I want to point out his item build. He had the 2 fluffy hats, drums, casual tranquil boots, and the magic wand. He has almost 2,000 HP on a position 5 Death Prophet at the moment because he found an apple as well. So Pupil's Gift, 15 secondary stats. He has almost more HP than Kunkka.
Wait, can we hover over Scam for a second? Yeah.
Okay, he just brought in the Sanj, but yeah, 2,000 HP.
God, what a hero. Honestly, that is awesome for him. Very, very solid performance from Skem. And I mean, it's interesting, right? Because the gameplay mechanic that we're talking about is he's just standing there and being a big damage soak, but it's what they need. And now Sumail, chased down by Jackie, he's just gonna maybe kill him? Spear goes out to try and stop this. Tim's does die on the other side.
If he gets the vision, he will go for the kill.
Can't quite get there. But the rest of his team wasn't even in the area. They did bring down Tim's. That was an important kill. This Hoodwink has been doing so much for them. As Jackie clears through that wave, and this entire area is theirs. They are choking Secret out of the map and continuing to accelerate this lead. Blink in, looking for one. It's Puppey to the side. They spot him now. And will get him with the X pullback play. Oh, Skem. They go on the Death Prophet again, down to half HP, dropping low, boat out afterwards, trying to damage mitigate. The Chain Frost bouncing back and forth yet again, and Skem still living on absolutely nothing.
Plants down a sentry.
Oh, wait, are you kidding me? FBC is going to end up going down, or rather on top of them. They find this kill, Yapzor, and again, not meant to be. Dude, he's living on nothing. Look at this man.
The boat buff on top of it, and he bought the book for himself. Like he's level 12, 20 minutes in as a position 5. Let's check some other levels on the team. Sumail, mid-Mars, level 13. Okay, so he's 13 as well. We're gonna come back, use a healing salve.
What an absolute tremendous performance. And this is a tier 3 tower. They can't fight this early. They don't have what they need. And right now, Boom, looking on and trying to take this one down, being off and having to face off against Team Spirit next. They pull him back in. Puppey, I think you're biting off more than you can chew, my buddy. As the slow, steady burn down and eventual death. They just don't have an answer.
I can see our panelists coming back. You know, they're getting ready for that GG call.
Not a lot of faith coming in from the crowd at the moment. We'll see if Secret can put some wrenches in the plans at the moment, but for now at least, Boom are just completely knocking them out of this game right now. God, if they can do it, it's got to be off the back of Nisha finding some solid performances here. But maybe killing Jackie would be a way to do it. Catches him to the tower. The tower dies, but he's still stuck to it.
There's still 40 seconds left on that Aegis. Phantom Assassin level 21. So Stifling Dagger damage on top of it is going for the shard to have the break ability and also the pure damage coming out from the max HP. I don't know, this shard's a bit too OP in my opinion, but it is what it is.
Jackie, Invis jumps in right at the start. There's the Torn afterwards, but Nisha able to get out. Will they follow for any more? Yopaj BKB down. There's an opportunity. This is it, but now breaking AM. It's really hard to take that fight. Yapzor tries to get him, but not quite going to be there. And now they find the X. The back and forth continues, and Yapzor, he's in some trouble. The Bro Strike there. Spear going to connect. LSA afterwards. Yapzor tries to get out, but he's out of the game for now. Aegis expires. AM can come back in a bit. A minute at least.
Oh, he got dusted.
Caught by the dust. Scam looking for the chase. FBZ there.
Oh,
the
they
Bro
also
Strike
caught the
again, and they catch them both. They're just being absolutely ripped apart. Sumail forced to pop that BKB off to the side. FBZ not dying. Denisha, the bushwhack is there afterwards.
Word the
Jackie
crit.
right on top of him. Triple kill for
okay.
Jackie, and he's loving it. Absolute destruction.
Oh man, what a performance from Boom. Both games, like first game was very even, 60-minute game, but this one they really came to play. I mean, they have anti-mage, so I don't think they're gonna call it straight away, but one more bad fight and this game just ends.
They have tossed back. Oh, but the Yules is there. Not quite quick enough. And now Yapzor going to die yet again. The sharpshooter comes out and he is going to die. Second lane of racks gone. Secret, they just don't have answers. Another axe, another boat. It comes out and it will connect. The Burrow Strike catches on the boat.
Burrow.
Center. Ice finds a light strike array, but for what? Better be careful, dude. We're coming for you in the fountain, and the crit one last time. Why not? GG. Jackie God.
They really enabled Jackie this game, like the trades that they did in the laning stage, trading position 5 dead profit for some other kills, and they used the info really well to play aggressive on the bottom lane. Whenever Tiny's missing, you go for that kill, and also like that TP mid-rotation from him to get a kill on Mars, they completely shut them down. And I think for me, Scam is the MVP of this game. You know, Jackie, he played amazing, FBZ with the 2-man Burrow Strikes, but this dead profit, position 5, going deep inside the jungle, providing vision and just baiting them all in, landed them so many kills.
Yeah, it was just a constant battle of going on in and trying to continuously soak up as much damage as possible. And, you know, it was the little items, it was the laning stage, all things that came out looking amazing. And in that game, Skem basically, he took the most damage in the game on his team. 26,000 damage dealt, all the Skem, and he just shrugged it off, kept going.
Yeah, good stuff. Like the performance was top tier. This might have been deep. We've seen some stomps in the tournament, but this might have been the biggest one.
I mean, this is sometimes how it goes, right? You have a very back and forth, crazy game that happens in game number 1, and then, you know, everything just falls apart in the game number 2. But
yeah.
Regardless, really impressive performance from Boom.
It is.
I can't wait, and they're going to have to face off against Spirit later on today. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Lyrical on the cost. 20 minutes into the game, 22 minutes into the game, excuse me. Gabe said, Lyrical said, Team Secret's not ready to fight yet. And I'm like, well, they're playing against Boom, so... I mean, when you hear that, that was the moment where we did indeed, we're walking back, because if you're not ready to fight at that time against Boom Esports...
When can you, right?
When can you? Cap, No-Till, and Rezo. I mean, we were a little bit hesitant to go for to think that Secret will have a chance at the series to begin with, but this second game, Rezo, utter domination.
I mean, to me, it just seems like the superior draft from Boom and the way they play the lanes. They just left really low chances for the Team Secret, and also like the way they manage rotations. Like the kill on the Mars for PA was so big this game. The way that the Sin King built the Vanguard, I mean, Ishakam always. I don't know, they just outplayed them in every state of the game. It was super easy.
Yeah.
This was not. Oh, this was not the toss I was thinking about. There was another toss that wasn't good, but yeah, they.
And when PA gets a really good lane, on top of that, she gets a lot of kills.
Yeah.
This hero becomes an unstoppable machine.
What a big difference in the performance by Jackie as well. I know we've had some concerns about his willingness to go into certain fights, but PA is just one of his more successful heroes, and he just looks so comfortable charging in at fights. He just seems to have a more comfortable read.
It really does. I must say, we ended the panel not seeing that the Mars was going to go mid. Once it was revealed that Sumail was going to play the Mars. Notil, did you have more faith in what Secret could do in this game?
I actually think it was the best course of action for them. I think it was the best route. I don't think the Lina mid would have been good at all. I think he would have been run over even more and would have probably had a harder time helping his team early on. I think Sumail, he did his best this game. Like through the start, he had mid, he had a lot of denies, rotated around, tried to make things happen. I will go back to this tiny Lina being this is not good. I don't think it was the best Lich game at the end of the day, but Lich also needs his team to be able to fight, and yeah, I think they were outdrafted. I think you have to bring more firepower when you play against Boom's drafts. When you see this DP Conka, you need something that fights into DP Conka. They don't have anything that fights into them.
Look at this DP. I mean, Scam, he's living. We heard it from our casters as well. He's the hero that has taken most damage. And he lives through a lot of that as well. The Death Prophet position 5, twice in a row, very strong performance coming out from Scam. And I feel like, I mean, okay, game 1, Boom won, but they made some adaptations to be able to make the tempo even faster, almost. And they made sure that that Team Secret couldn't really get around at all. This was a brilliant play from Boom, and I hope that Team Spirit, who is their next opponent, has also taken some notes. Where would you put this mostly, Rezo? Because of course Boom played amazing. We have put our question marks with Team Secret's performance throughout the entire tournament. It's a bit of both here, you think?
For sure, it's a little bit both. I also think that this first pick DP is actually really good for them. It looked like they knew that the Team Secret is gonna go for the tiny pick, and they were ready for it. And this DP, like, you cannot put the tiny as core anymore because you see this DP. It just makes the drafting really hard for Secret.
So game 1, when you pick tiny, they pick DP. You're like, okay. Game 2, they pick DP, and you're like, tiny.
Tiny. Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't think it was the correct course of action, but you know, Secret Puppy always known for trying things and being stubborn, like that they believe in. You know, you keep doing it. It wasn't the draft; it was the execution. Here, I want to say it was the draft.
Yeah.
They lost the draft, they lost the game, they lost the series, but that also means that we have winners, and actually winners on stage as well. Kyle, talking to him right now.
Hey, how you doing, everybody? I'm joined by FBZ from Boom Esports. You just eliminated Team Secret in a pretty dominant fashion. How do you feel?
Feeling quite excited because we did good gameplay today, and yeah, we're just excited for more Dota, especially later we will play against TI winner. We're really excited.
I would see that. I'm wondering, did you guys see this coming? You were supposed to be Division 2. Then you win Division 1. You win the regionals. You just eliminated Puppy. Like, is this what you thought would happen this year?
Not really, honestly. I think our plan this year is just like focus on learning, and yeah, and the major and DPC League are just like learning process for TI, and yeah, we don't really expect to be like so good.
Okay, well, what do you think going up against Spirit? This has got to be, what, one of your first international events, right? Like, have you played on this kind of stage before?
Not really. I mean, last time I went to minor, we just got 4th place. It's not really like good achievement. This is the first time I'm doing good in the international stage.
Okay, cool. Well, I guess finally, you know, any words to the fans that I'm sure spamming the chat right now with support?
Hopefully we can make Southeast Asia proud.
Awesome. Well, I would say you already have, my man. But thank you for your time. We'll send it right back to Sheaves and the guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle and FBZ. Very wholesome. I mean, we cannot forget, of course, they're coming in as the #1 of SEA. That's great. They're coming in as #1 from the regional finals as well. Great as well. But these are all fairly young guys with not a lot of experience to their name, and they're coming here, performing on the big stage like it's nothing, and they're winning. Even sometimes when you start losing on the big stage, it just goes from bad to worse, as we saw yesterday in the upper bracket against Tundra. They weren't able to come back in that third game, but now, I mean, boom! This is their chance to shine, and they're showing it. I mean, who's not a fan of FBZ after that, right? It's just smiles all around.
Definitely fun. Just now, so nice to see these pure emotions of joy from people, and it's just nice to be on a LAN. Honestly, like it is not happening online. You don't see the same type of vibe. So grateful to be here, actually.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. I'm fans, as they say. No, it's good to be humble. It's good to be passionate, and I think it's all for that mushy high five at the end of it.
The end of it.
I think it's really important for Boom to be able to succeed here because they've been, I mean, the start of the season, they've been the kings of their region, right? The only team who really challenged them was T1, and even then, that best-of-5 finals, they still managed to 3-1 them, and I would say they probably could have 4-0'd them. It was pretty heavily to Boom's favors. So the fact they get a chance to play up against international competition, they look good. I personally feel like this is one of C's strongest years yet since probably TI6, where Fnatic was 4th, I believe. Right now, the depth of competition, top 4 of Southeast Asia is pretty strong. So,
yep, pretty strong indeed. And even historically, I believe that the #1 in SCA traditionally hasn't done as well against international teams. There's always other teams stepping up against, so it's really cool to see Boom taking the role of leader here in their region, but also here on the stage as they do. They do get to play again. You heard it already from FBZ. He's looking forward to playing the reigning TI champs, Team Spirit. They'll be waiting in the lower bracket. Finals are later today. Of course, there's a series in between, and I know a lot of people are waiting around to see that one. Our series have set start times, by the way, in case you didn't know, you do know now. Our time would be 6 p.m. I'm looking to see if there's a timer underneath, but there's not. It's 5 p.m. actually when the timer starts. It is in 40 minutes from now. Of course, we'll be live a little bit before then, and you definitely want to see that because you want to see those teams taking the stage. It's an international LAN. We don't get a lot of these, so we gotta embrace every single moment. So we're gonna give you a break. Get yourself some snacks and food. Get ready for the upper bracket finals. Team Nigma versus Tundra Esports after this.
Or Dota!
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Welcome to Gamers Galaxy Dota2 Invitational Series Dubai 2022. The greatest Dota 2 teams of the world have gathered in the heart of the Middle East to battle in 3 stages. Teams will be divided into 2 equal groups. Round-robin best-of-1 format, where first and second place of each group advance to playoff semifinals. 5th place of each group is eliminated. 3rd and 4th places of each group will have to fight through the play-in stage in best-of-3 format. Winners advance to the playoffs lower bracket. Playoffs. A double elimination bracket for 6 teams. All the matches are best of 3 except for the best of 5 grand finals. Watch Gamers Galaxy Dota 2 Invitational Series Dubai 2022 with Gamers Galaxy.
Dubai, we've got our winners match coming up now. The winner straight to the grand finals, the loser another shot to continue later tomorrow. Not today. The first team needs no introduction. Our hosts, a legendary lineup, and the 4-tuple with the most games played together on LAN. It's Team Nigma.
Welcome on stage, Nigma Galaxy.
Their opponents, a matchup we've seen many times throughout the DPC, Tundra.
Welcome on stage, Tundra Esports.
You guys can get to your booths, have a great match. In just a few moments, we're going to see a battle between 2 European heavyweights, Team Nigma and Team Tundra. The winner advances to a berth in the grand finals. The loser has to wait until tomorrow, but who will it be? We're going to find out soon. For now, Shiv, take it away.
Thank you very much. Upper bracket finals coming your way here indeed with Gamer Galaxy, and we've got Team Nigma Galaxy taking on Tundra. And Kyle already said this is a matchup that's happened multiple times. Every time when they met online this tour so far, or the season so far, it was Tundra that was victorious. It wasn't that close either. However, as we have said time and time again, Nigma Galaxy coming to a LAN, different beast, and they did actually already face in the groups where Team Nigma Galaxy was victorious. They get to meet here again. Let's see if Tundra learned anything from their first encounter on LAN with Team Nigma. I'm joined by Effie, Fogged, and Lacoste. Lacoste, this is a series that that a lot of us has been looking forward to, right?
Oh yeah, because I want to see how Tundra will adapt to the situation, and the situation looked pretty grim for them. That was one of the Yeah, but we've seen some stomps, like the previous series. The second game was also a stomp, but it seems like Nigma, they wanted to show that they could play some like really good Dota, especially because they lost in the DPC. They got stomped in the regional finals, and now they're here to play.
So also now it's a best of 3 rather than a best of 1. It did seem like Nigma was really well prepared for that best of 1 though, right? Like their bans, they seem to know exactly what they were playing against, right? They had the Sanking ban, they had a Hoodwink ban, even a Gyrocopter ban pretty early on that a lot of teams weren't doing. But Tundra showed yesterday especially that they do good at adjusting in a best of 3, because we all kind of counted them out after the first game, and then bam, they came back and won 2 after. So,
I mean, Boom, right? They just... Can I say stomp? I think you can say that they stomped Secret just now, and this is the team that got knocked down to lures by Tundra. So I think there's been quite a significant change in how Tundra have played even throughout this tournament, right? And while Nigma have looked dominant from the very beginning, I think Tundra have reached kind of a scary mass if they can keep it going.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, we saw them indeed successful. When you're looking towards a LAN like this, you do want people to be able to adjust and get better, and Tundra has shown that they can do that. It is kind of crazy to think that, I mean, we heard Kyle say this, the 2 of the top teams in Western Europe. If you look at the rankings of the Western European DPC League, this is number 4 and number 6. And they are here in the upper bracket finals. And they're playing a different style of Dota too. Because how can it be so different? I mean, they're sitting still at the computer. They're still playing the game. How does this feel of LAN has such an impact in the games?
I mean, when I play games online with Fogged, it's different. But when I'm here with him, you know, it feels much better the way we bond. So I guess it's the same feeling for Nigma and even Tundra as well. But definitely for Nigma, they've always been a LAN team, and they always deliver. Like, it's just something, they have a little bit of a magic on the LAN. Like when they're together, because I always see them as a family, like group of people who are not just friends. It's like one level above.
Yeah, and I know I always I'm glad you actually brought that up, because I was talking about to some people in like the shuttle earlier and everything. It's too like it is power of friendship, but it's power of family too. And we've seen this so many times with different iterations of teams, and OG, old school Liquid, and now them being Nigma. They've been together for a very long time. So.
Yeah, I mean, they're TI winners, right?
Yeah.
They obviously thrive off of playing on a stage, right? Being surrounded by an audience. There isn't one yet, but just being on the stage with the lights and the cameras everywhere, I'm sure it's just very reminiscent of a very good time for them. So a lot of teams, when they play in that environment, don't do as well. And I'm sure it's understandable, right? It can be a little bit overwhelming with the entire production happening around you, but other teams probably just power up because of it, right? And I think Nigma is one of those teams.
Yeah, Nigma is one of those teams for sure, as we have already seen. This is the first time that Tundra is on a stage like this, with actually recently also, of course, removing their previous captain and installing Snaking as their captain, including Saxa in their roster, and it has been working out really well. And they're doing it on LAN as well. It's incredibly promising. When talking about both of these squads, I do feel like we have to address, we have to address the draft. But before we look at the draft, I want to talk a little bit about the offlaners, because Mind Control and 33, I feel like the focus has to be on them, Lacoste.
From Nigma's side, definitely. Like 33, whenever he is shut down, Tundra is having a really hard time. And he's been popping off, so no surprise that they decided to ban out this Dead Prophet. It's something that they ran 2 times against Boom. So it makes a lot of sense. And Hoodwink is still in the pool, one of the heroes that got banned out. We've seen in the previous series how well it can work. And also for Tundra, whether they play it as a position 4, and also a possibility for 9 to play it from the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm wondering also, it's like the Hoodwink and the Monkey King are the 2 at least like standout light for Saxa, because he was so impressive on the Monkey King yesterday. But does Nigma care? Do they want to go for either one of those heroes, because they don't play them too often? So I think they might go for a different route. And, they're going to take that really strong Ember Spirit that we've been seeing. I feel like that hero opens up your draft a lot too, because you can put him your safe lane, you put him your mid, you can have a lot of heroes that pair with him really well. One of them that I feel like we haven't gotten to see much because it got banned a few games is the Coddle. I'm waiting to see this Coddle Ember again, but I don't know if we will.
I think we saw it once this tournament, right?
I think once.
Yeah, I believe in game only.
And it's like the reason I bring that one up is because there's GH on the side.
Yeah, of
when
course.
When I see the Ember, so there's always like...
Good point, because they are also bringing some heroes that didn't like receive buffs, but Nigma, they played GH Phoenix. It's something that didn't seem like strong pick in terms of like what the hero can do, and like most of the heroes received a lot of the buffs, but yeah, it works out. And Tundra Esports, they respond with Monkey King, Saksa, one of the best Monkey King performances, I would say.
Yep.
Also the game against Boom, his itemization was pretty much perfect, like a 4-staff on a Monkey King, you don't usually see that. And now they have dual, the lockdown against the Ember Spirit, and also a way to dispel the chains.
I actually beg to differ about Phoenix. It's a hero that I was hoping to see more, and I'm really glad that it's on Nigma's radar because the hero got super buffed just by the shard being available at minute 15, but also just the cooldown reduction on Fire Spirits is ridiculous. It's something that is so underutilized in this tournament, and I wonder if it's just kind of how when heroes are very popular in meta and they get nerfed and they stop being picked, they kind of just stop being remembered for a while. Like it's not the suggestion that comes to mind. So just to know that this hero can actually have some playtime in this series is really cool. I mean, the concept of permanent uptime on Fire Spirits, that's really awesome because Phoenix has always struggled with his spell cooldowns.
I want to see some save, maybe like a Shadow Demon. I think it's good. This monkey most likely gonna be position 4, but if it's a core, Shadow Demon ruins it, and then you have a slow, also the save against the Legion Commander. I feel like this new shard on Shadow Demon is like super strong as well.
I think this is more style of Nigma though, right? Like really strong early game, crush the lane. And this is something that can actually turn the tides of Legion Commander, probably one of the strongest laners in the off lane. Just you can trade with almost anything. Enchantress will change that completely.
Yeah. And Enchantress's impetus is just that much stronger now, but her Dispel is very good against Monkey King. She can just take off Jingu stacks. Same with Elsie's buff. She can remove that as well. So it's looking like a pretty solid Enchantress game on paper. And the thing about Tundra is I've never really considered them a lane dominant kind of team. It just feels like they ramp up after the laning phase and they just play so well around like their heroes, and they just kind of group up together and make these really aggressive map movements, and then suddenly they just become such an oppressive team. But before that, it feels like the way to exploit Tundra has always been to beat them on lane.
Except for I actually think it's except for the off lane, right? I think like 33 and now with Saksa, I feel like there's some difference. Like with Snaking, it was still strong, but for some reason like Saksa and 33 have some synergy going on that yesterday we saw that like the PA with 12 last hits or something.
They looked
like that.
so good yesterday.
Their laning phase was incredibly impressive for me.
They had this MK-DP combo that they made it look world class, honestly.
And they made it be first phase ban material on the side of Nigma.
And Tundra getting rid of the Darkshire. This is something they lost against the last time these two teams met, and Darkshire plus Clockwork. What I liked about the Nigma, the way they played against Tundra, is they left the lanes pretty early with both supports and then invaded the enemy triangle, so Tundra will need to be able to have heroes that can respond. I think Monkey King is a good hero to provide vision on the trees, especially if Nigma wants to invade, and seeing the heroes that they already got, like this is heroes that they can easily rotate with. Enchantress with high move speed and also wants to grab a creep, and Ember Spirit, very easy to maneuver.
I like the bans, like to just add on top of the Darkseer too. It's they have Ember Spirit, right? So it's just like you don't want to make this Ember Spirit super crazy, so definitely need to take out the Darkseer on top of that. Looking at Nigma, I like the Hoodwink ban honestly, because then it's like you're kind of making sure this Monkey King's in a position. You're not trying to see all this like flexible stuff. It is still of course flexible, but still I think the right approach at least for them to cover their bases.
I genuinely do think Lacoste bringing up that they need save is really important. Like a Shadow Demon could do so much for Nigma here. The only issue with that, right, is that they just have an Enchantress and Shadow Demon.
This is exactly what Tundra played against Nigma, and it didn't look good.
I don't want SD with Enchantress, to be totally honest with you.
If you have these two supports where none of them can really start the fight for you, then you've kind of drafted yourself into an awkward situation where you have to correct it by picking stuns on your next two heroes, and that kind of limits your hero pool a lot. Also, Kuro has not once played Shadow Demon throughout the entire tournament, whereas a team like Tundra has been really valuing that hero. Not sure what kind of save you can pick here.
That's a really interesting ban, by the way.
The Shadow Fiend? We've not seen it played, right, at all?
It must be some
game, I think.
Was there a game? I didn't get to see that.
It was played once by Miracle.
It was Miracle. Okay, I mean, I've seen him. He's been picking it up a little bit in pubs, so that definitely makes sense. And they will be taking out the Deuce too.
Weaver.
Okay.
Instant Weaver coming out.
Oh,
We like that?
I like that because Snaking, he played a lot of Weaver position 4, and he also like showed that he can play it as a position 5 very effectively. Also, the thing that I mentioned, that they need to match up the movement. These two heroes can easily rotate. Like you have Weaver and Monkey King jumping from the trees, so I really like that response from Tundra.
Okay. Interesting.
I wonder if this is just going to be a 5-inch, actually.
That's what I think it was gonna be. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I would imagine Kuro playing it. GH, I feel like he's gonna play something with a little bit more lockdown, or like you guys were saying, like a save. I mean, there's a hero that's not really picked. It was like the Tusk. I don't know if it's gonna get picked, but
Yeah, so he has played a lot of Clockwork throughout this tournament, and it can be a very, very excellent hero in catching out the Monkey King, especially if it is going to be a core and setting up for a kill on that.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily like it too much versus LC.
I like it versus Weaver though. It is really annoying to play as a Weaver. You just get caught inside the cogs and you need to like time lapse immediately, otherwise you're just gonna die. Also, the scouting with Rocket in the trees is nice, but
It does give them that clear-cut initiation, though, and it does seem like GH is very comfortable playing it in this patch. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they go for here. Because just looking at their picks so far, yeah, you do have the slight change from a distance, but you have an Ench, right? There really is no way to start the fights for Nigma. Whereas on the side of Tundra, you have this potential Boundless Strike into Blink Duel by LC. It seems like a lot more clear-cut.
they're burning a lot of time. They're down to 10 seconds.
Should we be like? Is that something to be worried about? Because, or is this normally the time where you take most of your time? Because this is 5 seconds.
This is the 2 picks. This is the one. You
Yes.
have to pick two heroes right off the bat. So you have to kind of just round out your strategy immediately, how you want to be playing. So it looks like they want to play with like limited cooldowns. You know, Night Stalker Ember, very
Lot of vision.
fast-paced, lots of vision as well.
I mean, Night Stalker is an excellent hero in finding Monkey King, right? We were talking about how Clockwork can provide that vision, but this Night Stalker does it without a cooldown. You just press your ulti and you just run around the trees looking for him. It makes his gameplay a lot harder. Also, Weaver, once you get on top of that support Weaver with your 7-second silence, there really isn't that much you can do.
Oh, there
Let's
you go,
baby.
your boy.
Let's go. Okay, I didn't think we'd see it this tournament, honestly, and I have a couple little fun facts that I can point out already because I did get to test everything with this patch. The level 10 talent half the time doesn't work. The new Astral talent. There you go. That's one thing. A little bit fun stuff. Because it has a hidden max movement speed percentage that you get from your Astral. So the 10 talent that gives you Astral movement speed based on targets hit. Doesn't actually do too much, but that's just like really little nitpicking. I think they're just looking for some really big team fight to round it out. And this is some crazy high ground and late game potential defense. It's like ET Ember used to be the go-to be-all of holding high ground and stalling games out.
Didn't Tundra win a game in 17 minutes? Will they even have enough time to get that? They go for Gyrocopter here for Tundra. How fast do you feel like Tundra is going to play? And will that late game potential that you're describing for Nigma Galaxy, will they reach that?
Hitting buildings is still difficult for them, and I feel like Nigma has really good ways to stall around those towers right now, just because of the ET, just straight up.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a good pickup, like Ursa for Nigma Galaxy. I wouldn't mind seeing that. It's not a tower damage, but it's a good laner against what they got, and I think it's a good matchup against the Gyrocopter on top of it. So they will have multiple heroes that can easily get on top, which Gyro does not like.
I'm so happy. I didn't think we were going to see ET once this tournament, but he always somehow creeps back. My boy.
I just wonder, when I look at Nigma's draft, it feels like until Night Stalker is ready to call the shots and fight, it seems like they're going to play more reactively on Nigma than they would just be proactive and like set up for kills around the map and make these movements, because you've got this awkward ET and Ench kind of running around together, and ET is a very good hero, but typically he excels at either scouting out areas, area control, or just reacting to one of his teammates getting gone on, right? You place the Astral, the Stomp into the Echo Splitter, and all of a sudden one fight is suddenly lost.
Yeah, it's definitely curious. It does feel like it's going to take some time for them.
I do feel like you need some kind of carry that goes in first, right? We've seen ILTW play Chaos Knight, that is potential here, but you are playing against Gyro.
They banned it out, actually, because they were playing for Skeeter. They were taking out the CK versus him. And I think the two bans from Tundra make a lot of sense. The Lina Razor, you're playing with Gyrocopter carry.
They also banned out Tiny, which ILTW has played probably the most in this tournament.
Yeah, but they banned it out themselves.
Yeah.
So what we saw yesterday from Nigma Galaxy was that they were playing very fast, very rapid Dota. The way you guys are describing this draft so far, it's going to be a little bit of a different story, or can they still play fast with this Queen of Pain, perhaps? Which ILTW also has played, but obviously Miracle can play too.
I do think it's a safe lane. I do think it's a safe lane Ember now, and a mid Queen of Pain.
Yeah, they have versatility. They can put them like it's. We've seen some Queen of Pain in the European DPC on the safe lane, but they have no lockdown other than LC Duel.
It just feels like Nigma are stuck in a position where if they don't snowball off of these lanes and just like unite behind pushing towers, they're just going to end up playing reactively for the entire game. And while that's happening, this Gyro is going to have free reign over just farming. So it's a very hard to execute draft for Nigma so far.
Yeah, but what do you get? Do you get like Puck? You might suffer a little bit in the lane if they decide to put Ember, because Sleight of Fist really hurt. Puck has 1 armor, because you need some kind of a lockdown leash mechanic against both Queen of Pain and Ember. Sounds good. Other hero, what about something like a Dragonite or Kunkka that are still available, but then they're going to put Queen of Pain on the mid lane against Kunkka, and then Kunkka will also experience some pain.
Would they bring back the Earth Spirit?
I don't think so. No.
I don't like Earth Spirit versus Night Stalker. It's really hard to play versus a hero. He just kind of silences you for way too long, and your hero gets into melee range. And it is a possibility, but just not the best option that Tundra have.
It will be the
Kunkka. Okay. Still not like guaranteed catch, especially versus like Ember Spirit. He's got some place to play around it. Versus Queen of Pain will definitely help, but...
So we talk about ease of execution, and it honestly does look like Tundra's draft is a lot easier to play throughout all stages of the game, but they don't necessarily have the easiest ways of taking fights too, because they are going to be very dependent on this LC initiation. And if they can bully the LC and give him a difficult time on lane, then they do have a shot of just making this draft work. But I think I'm leaning towards Tundra for this game.
I think I'm going to lean toward Nigma, to be honest with you, just because of the stall mechanics and the constant poke. I've seen these gyrocopters like sometimes suffer when you're just constantly getting like poked at and poked at and poked at, and then you're like half HP. Queen of Pain just commits, and Earth Splitter comes in, and you're just dead before the fight starts. So I'm a little worried for the gyrocopter, but I do think they can set a really fast game. But then again, also they're playing to the Enchantress, and I feel like sometimes Kuro just like does so much on this.
He does.
Early,
and
so.
This Queen of Pain, I'm not sure if this has been addressed enough. Like X mark the spot, yeah, that can work out, but. Also, just a duel on top of that, I don't think it's going to be enough. Like, I think this Queen of Pain can easily snowball in the game.
Not enough lockdown on Tundra, you think? All right, well, let's see how this first game's going to play out. We're in the upper bracket finals. Winner of this best of 3 will secure a place in the grand finals tomorrow. Loser, of course, is not yet out, gets to play in lower bracket finals, but let's see who gets the direct route to the finals here, together with Cap and No-Tail.
Nigma Galaxy and Tundra, 2 teams who didn't have the greatest success in their opening season, but here on a LAN and on the main stage, they seem to be thriving, No-Tail.
Still a honeymoon season, I guess. Once you make a roster change, there's always, that period of time where everything just seems to fall into place, and some people haven't said like negative things about each other or rubbed each other the wrong way, and everything is good for now. So Tundra, they're doing well, so I can only assume that the drafts that they have, if they're good, they're also going to execute them well, And I think they came into this with a very good idea. I think the panel said some good things, but most of it you can throw out.
All right, what were the good things we could take away from that panel?
I think Lacoste mentioning and Jonas mentioning that they do have the ENG. I think Kuro does a lot on the ENG. But I think Martin Saksa is going to, he's on the monkey, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So he's going to be looking to deal with the pressure coming from the ENG. We already see a QB on Kuro. I think if you negate whatever this hero does in the early game, it will fall off. This is one of the moments she has to shine. I think this LC pick was very good for a lot of reasons, but they picked it very early. It's very unconventional just to see one hero and then go LC, but they saw Ember. So if you have, I think 9 is also able to play. They changed the shard. Not that it made it that much better on the core. I think if you play a mid LC versus Ember, you might be happy. And if you play often LC versus Ember, you're also really happy. And also, if Nigma are also known for this queen to go safe lane, not that they picked the LC after, but now Nigma kind of gave them an option by picking the queen.
Yep.
That if LC goes bottom and queen goes bottom, they could be really happy with that. I think the Kunkka pick was really nice. I think there's a lot of things going Tundra's way in the draft. The only thing I have a little bit of a question mark is how strong is Gyro overall as a carry? How strong is he as a hero? And I think with the Weaver behind him, buffing him, getting Medallion, eventually getting an Ags, and the LC with the press the attack, I think he's gonna pop off this game. That's why I think the idea is for them. And also, the monkey, the Saksa monkey has done a lot of work. For these fights, like getting the crucial stuns. Even though it's not a long-lasting stun, it allows for the follow-up. It allows for an X mark. It allows for a duel. It means that this Ember is never really safe if you have those heroes connect. And the Queen, I think, was going to feel very vulnerable this game. Very, very vulnerable.
Vulnerable to what exactly? What's the doomsday scenario for this Queen of Pain in this game?
Him trying to poke, a monkey Q happens, a duel happens, or, I mean, the most deadly is just the X mark. I think every X mark, they can follow up with everything, and there's nothing Nigma can really do to stop it. This Ench can try and throw her impetuses. She's not going to be able to walk in with a heal, and the LC can feel free to duel, having the boat buff. Like this queen should die to every early game X if Tundra are ready to connect. I'm just curious to see this gyro. Like, what's he gonna build? How is he gonna pop off? Like, is he gonna be able to take Roche early?
Is he gonna go the stats build or not?
Is he gonna go the stats build? Is he gonna go barrage? I'm very worried for their top lane. If it's an ET Night Stalker versus a Weaver gyro, which I think it will be. I'm very worried. It does not sound like fun. Weaver traditionally was picked against ET on laning phase because the Sukuchu, you can counter the Spirit, you can kind of go around him. The bugs are really annoying. You don't want to be using your powerful right clicks just to kill off a bug.
Yeah, when you're hitting 200 damage level 1, hitting a bug feels pretty bad.
I haven't seen the matchup since the nerf. You know, honestly, this might have turned it a lot in ET's favor. Just he does have the armor and he can trade against a Weaver, and you kill the bug in one hit less now.
But at the same time, Night Stalker's not able to really play a factor in that, whereas Gyrocopter is one of the best carries, right? He can always help out his support.
Night Stalker just kind of forfeits his position 4, doesn't do anything for him, whereas Weaver, Gyro are one of those hardcore lanes where both of them are able to focus one guy, and both of them are able to do so much pressure and do so much for the lane. I mean, that being said, I do think GH, when he plays ET quite often, he does miracles. Like, he makes wonders happen. He makes the impossible possible. So I would expect something extraordinary out of GH, because if it doesn't happen, I think, top lane, not so realistic.
Yeah, he's got to be very disruptive, right, in the counter initiation, whether it's going to be the duel from 33 or the X-Mark setup. Like, he's got to be able to hit good stomps and good air splitters.
And ET is good versus LC. ET is very good versus Monkey, in a way. The Spirit Scouting and the Stomp versus the Wukong. I would say it's never really good versus Weaver, but you do bring a lot more to the early fights than a Weaver does, so in that sense, you're a stronger factor at some stage of the game. But once the Weaver gets Aghanims, if he gets there, I think you counter a lot of Nigma's lineup. Now Weaver becomes a massive problem just because the gyro has to be dealt with. And how are you going to deal with him when there's a Weaver? Actually, you have to deal with the Weaver first. So it's like you're looking for the ant, and the helicopter's killing you.
Now, one hero I haven't heard you really say too much about, drafting-wise, was the Night Stalker pick. Where do you think that came from exactly? What are they aiming for with this hero?
I mean, it is a unique hero in a way. He gives this vision game that almost no other hero compares to. When you click the darkness and you have one item, you kind of change the mindset for all the supports, all the backliners, and in that sense, you also change it for the frontliners, because now they don't have the support that they usually have. This hero is a lot about formation. If you can disrupt formation or get behind the formation that the enemy is trying to take, you end up killing that Weaver first. You end up killing this other hero that's supposed to get their spells off at the right time first, or just force them out of into a bad position, isolate the Gyro, isolate the Kunkka, make them throw bad spells. But for that, he does require the ability to kind of go in. And if he's facing, especially physical damage is a way to deal with this Night Stalker, because if you only have magic, well, BKB is going to be a huge timing for him. And in this game, it is mostly the Gyro who kind of brings the pain, and if he doesn't get to bring the pain to the Night Stalker, well, he might ruin the fight for Tundra.
Yeah, I could see a world where a BKB Night Stalker is able to just kind of like man up against a Gyrocopter. I like your idea of what you said with formation, particularly thinking about their supports of Weaver and Monkey King, who are heroes that don't necessarily like play inside of a 5-man, right? They like to be able to like scout things out. They could just become free food for a Night Stalker.
Monkey wants to strike at the right time, at the right place, like use the stun to blow up a hero, use the Wukong from behind, and Night Stalker ulti is a way to kind of stop that. Now, a lot of people don't think about this. I remember Jerax talking to me about it all the way at TI8 when you're playing against Batrider, you're playing against this type of flying vision, Beastmaster especially. You can turn yourself into a tree while you're on the tree. And this gets pretty hard to pay attention to. When you're Night Stalker and you're flying over and you do see that double tree somewhere, of course, when you pay attention to it, like, hey man, this is not right. Where's this tree? This tree is extra large. Like, what is this?
Really tall tree.
But the glance of an eye is not always easy. And especially if you're not looking for it, especially if you're not used to it. And I want to see if Saxa thinks about it too, because I don't think a lot of people would use the Mischief that way.
There was a match that just happened, I think, in the regionals, where that exact thing, the double tree actually saved him. He was sitting on top of one of those Tinker boards on the side of the map. They placed it, but he had just turned into a tree in time, and nobody noticed that the tree was extra tall, and he just got away with murder.
Well, you don't look for it. Like, you really don't look for like a second tree on top of a tree. But yeah, just monkey things, man. Just monkey things.
All right. Well, what has been your experience watching Tundra so far? I mean, I'm sure you got to experience them towards their peak before TI, and then they came into this season, and I think they did all right for themselves, but obviously not quite as much as they wanted. Now they've had this little bit of a roster change as well.
So I actually think Tundra had a big impact on the meta, even for TI. Yeah. I actually think they changed the meta for TI. We had a really hard time in the finals against them, extremely hard time. They forced us into a new meta. They forced us to adapt to them and copy them quite a bit. Of course, we played our own things, but kind of the ideas that they had were feeding us those ideas, and we had to like take whatever the playstyle and the meta that we wanted to beat them with, which was kind of theirs. It was a lot about side lane pressure. It was a lot about map stuff. And playing against them felt really annoying. I think it's probably what it felt like playing against an older version of OG with Illusions, where you're looking all the time for things, and it's like, can't get him, and all the lanes are in your face. I actually think they helped shape the overall meta for TI a bit.
Really?
Yeah. So they had a big impact, and then for this season, I think it's just hard to say, because in the beginning of the season, nobody really gives it their all. Nobody's fully motivated. You have a few teams maybe who are, and they're peaking here.
Yeah,
for
the
some
younger
reason.
teams who are showing up. Yeah.
Right. And even the TI winners might feel like, they're riding their wave. You see Team Spirit, they haven't given up, far from it. But yeah, for the most part, I think a lot of teams are just like kind of waiting and chilling.
I wanted to ask you on that note, is there how many times, because I just remember like OG or even going back to Fnatic, you guys always had your own very defined flavor and style. How many times have you, can you think of past teams that you've had to adapt your style and adopt more of what they were doing because it was successful?
So most of the time, we have probably had the best ideas, I would say, most of the time. But then sometimes you feel something so powerful you can't ignore it. And this is when you have to put your stupid, inflated ego aside and be like, yo, this guy knows something, this guy is good. I think, for example, we learned a lot from Newbie around Manila Major. We got cornered in one of the drafts.
Okay.
And I have been looking at the way that they were playing Naga. The whole way that they have been building this Radiance Naga with Hao playing another carry, and then they had a Space Maker mid.
You're talking about this was
KP.
doing the off lane.
Yes, they were doing
Naga
KP and they were
Siren,
putting him safe lane. They were aggroing with Swen. They were aggroing with Weaver. They were doing TA mid. They were doing something else on Hao as well, scaling physical damage with this Naga Radiance. And I was like, whoa, this is strong. This is so genius. And we were talking about it before we had to play them, and they cornered us in the draft. And I was like, all right, guys, I actually don't know what to pick. Give me Naga. And that was my first Naga game in official, and I just copied KP. It was actually so strong. So, sometimes you play against teams, and I think Tundra has been one of those innovative teams, especially Fada. Like, now he's not here, but Fada, I think, did re-push a lot of the meta in Europe for how you play lanes and what you had to do in the first 5 minutes of the game and what kind of heroes are good for this. But here, the Tundra is still keeping up their strong laning presence. Saxa Monkey and 3-3 playing different types of heroes, different from what he usually plays. Like, he's been playing some DP, and now he's on the LC. Strong laners, and still having that, impact, things you have to address. Also, always look at this guy's item builds. People watch and learn. He abuses the bounty runes. He abuses the beginning items. He doesn't just buy blindly QB. And here you see another good item build, I would say. But potentially you don't even need the QB, right? And this is where I think 3-3 is somebody to really look at and learn from and copy from. Here we have him. That's the face you make when you have a lot of strength.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's hitting for 72 a hit. Do you really need a QB on top of that?
Exactly. No. I mean, a lot of people don't buy this QB on LC because you are dominating the lane and you're not really like fighting over a last hit. Like you're.
Yeah. Was he leaving the option open? I saw he had the bracers queued up, but he also had the ring. Do you think he's leaving the option open for a faster bracer? Depending on how the lane goes, or what?
I think he bought some regen on his courier as third, and then he might look up for the armor right away. I think most of the time they will go for the double bracer if they can, just for domination and lane. And you already see, I think this lane will be really hard for them bottom. I think Saxa is going to figure out this edge pressure early, and I think LC is going to have a nice one-on-one versus the Ember. And I don't think it's going to be enjoyable. And here we have GH pulling the wave top. And we're going to see, the fight. I love this mad fight. And we get both camps blocked. All right, this guy plays some Dota, and he checks for the ward, even though, because he wasn't sure whether or not the range creep was in the box when it happened. And Skitter doing something that's also really smart. Again, things to learn from. I mean, I think a lot of people watch these replays and don't even know what to look for, but this is this was an impactful moment. You figure it out.
I wonder if snaking, like, I've seen some people do this where they're like, oh, they body blocked it, and then they wait for 2 minutes, and then that hero is body blocking it, and they're like, oh, there is a ward here.
Anyways.
And then by the time you get it, it's 3 minutes.
And that's a lot of mind games, right?
Yeah,
So GH could have definitely had that ward planted. And here we go. Since he didn't, now he gets both, right?
Yeah.
If he plants the sentry, he will get the sentry and force the Weaver to get another sentry. He doesn't do it right now. He's... Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Oh, that's a big deal. That's a big
damn.
deal. Is GH going to have to go back now for the small camp?
Yeah.
Oh, a little smile on Giles. Like, I got him. I got him really good. Boom. Yeah, so this lane is a lot about just getting as much as you can on the Night Stalker. You're never really talking about any play happening, but you are every CS, everything that the Night Stalker gets and doesn't have to use is going to make that nighttime stronger. Every point of region, every salve, everything that he doesn't have to use during daytime will make the nighttime so much better for himself.
Yeah, and trying to give him that solo experience too as well, right? Like.
But this mid lane is also very curious, like Queen versus Kunkka, one of those old matchups, classic matchups, and Queen traditionally really good versus melee heroes. 2 points in the Shadow Strike. Look at the mind games.
That was a great read.
Yeah.
First blood.
Oh, first blood. There it is, bottom lane. Getting figured out on the ENG versus the Monkey. I think Monkey is one of those heroes that can be really good versus these jungle abusers. You get to jump on trees, block the camps easier. Ooh, another one. These thorns are really important to hit in this matchup. It always gives you that extra that you probably will need to not get too harassed.
Yeah, because otherwise he just keeps coming at you. Right?
And the right clicks mount up together with the Shadow Strike, and we see Saksa keeping both camps blocked versus the ENG. We're going to get a Centaur taken, but it's a level 1 enchant, so it doesn't last very long. So now it's like, do we even bother fighting it, or are we just hanging around? Get the small camp open. 8 denies on the LC. His courier is coming now as well, or maybe it was just delivered. I think it's coming now for him. Oh, that's the monkeys. On the way back. And we got one bracer and the boots. And the boots is something to get those extra right clicks in and also survive versus the creep. In case the creep or the enchant slow happens and you were low. MC, double bracer. This is the new trend for strength heroes. Was also a trend for a while before. But now it's much stronger because of they changed it.
Coming over a little bit here. Saksa with the X. He's going to be able to get a nice full-out Primal Streak. He tried to go for the blink right away, but he's going to be pulled back. Finally does get it off. Fairy Fire helps him survive, but a small bit of pressure and perhaps double water.
Oh, but even bigger is, yes, you were denying the rune from the Queen and you kept him low. And look at that, full support from mid. He has blink up again.
He does.
He's going to force him back.
I mean, that's a creep way pushing in the tower. He's going to miss it all.
It's as good as being dead.
Yeah.
From Queen's perspective. Oh, no way! Are you going for that?
It's not good enough for
him.
Just as good as dead, he needs to be dead.
Your reign is over.
Wow, damn. Oh, that's some hate on Miracles. So this is also like a mindset you can have. It's just, let's make Miracles game bad. Of course, it's also good when he plays a Queen, which is a space-making type of hero. If he has a good start, he has a lot of side lane gank potential. But it's going to be hard for the Queen to think about the side lanes now. Harder. Of course, he's going to get 6 and probably still think about it, but it might not come naturally. Just because the start looks like this. And look at this. Next level stuff going on.
Did he grab the top water rune and then pull the next creep
the Weaver
wave and grab the bottom?
The Weaver grabbed the top
okay.
rune. The Weaver grabbed it. And now he's farming both the small camp and the wave at the same time, being very efficient. He's going to get a very early 6. Oh boy.
I think Saksa. Yeah, he's already got the completed Orb of Corrosion thanks to that kill he
got. Has the level 2 enchant and he has the new creep now. This is going to help stabilize the lane a bit, but LTW is going to be too low to kind of play aggressive. I'm not sure. This creep is one of the strongest creeps, I think.
Really?
I think so, because it does so much damage with, and you can get 2 or 3 out with 1 enchant. And you can get 3 out because of the mana. And almost 3 because of the time. But yeah, like if you make it bounce, it's potentially 200 damage on each, which is quite a big deal.
Yeah.
If you get the full value.
Oh,
Look at that!
Bounce, bounce.
Bounce, bounce, baby.
It does
Miracle looking at the small camp mid, and every point of harass you get on the Ember makes this really scary or more expensive for him to stay in the lane. But yeah, look at this creep. 1 second, 1 second. No!
All right, 50 gold.
Oh. Let's see.
Lane,
and again, the focus is real.
They still have the bug on him.
The bug would have needed 1 more hit in the old patch.
Yeah.
Was that the boat being used? That was the boat being used, and it didn't work.
GH is here staking. Shikuchi is coming back up.
Oh,
The
GH!
stop!
Oh, so close. So close.
And Kuro.
Oh, Kuro in trouble here.
Kuro, He's just
Is he
being
going for it?
abused by Saksa.
Oh, we have the QB.
He's
He
got
could
the killer.
Streak could get cut down. Oh.
Jump again. Okay, he's got to get away from ILTW.
Oh, nice slide of it.
He knew he was
Oh,
gonna
the
get cut
chase.
down, so oh dear, ILTW is going to pick up this kill.
Oh, that's so big. Even bigger is the fact that the Radiant Creep Wave stays under the tower, so now this wave, Ember can actually get it without having to go out and tank a lot of LC right clicks.
Relieves the pressure of the Siege Wagon push.
And
as
you
well.
get the tower armor and the Siege Wagon. There is a way for... Oh, look at that.
Top lane, my control. It's nighttime, so he's kind of ready to fight, but it looks like it's just too much. This Weaver bug combined with the Gyrocopter. GH does manage to get a little bit of a rebuttal, but he wanted the kill on the carry.
Yeah, and then Night Stalker dying during his first nighttime obviously is never ideal. If you kill the Gyro, maybe you feel okay about it, but this is not Night Stalker's wet dream. Gyro, stay in the lane, keeping on the farm, Catapult dying bottom. There's a duel ready now. Oh, another one of these creeps. I mean, this creep is really strong because you have 2 in each camp. Like every time they spawn, you're going to have a second one as well. Bop. Bounce, bounce. Oh, you got the second bounce on there. That's 200 damage, man. This is no joke. Here comes a duel. Is it going to be enough damage? I'm not sure it will be.
It's going to be a close call, but if he gets a little lucky, there it is, 33. Big win.
Oof, that's a very, that's a very big win. That looks like a duel winner to me. A Miracle, he has his 6, but he has no TP, and this is what I mean. He's not in shape, and now he's like even thinking, guys, can I get the 8-minute rune? And I'm not sure he can. And here comes the boat. Torrent, this is going to be enough. He's going to have no Tidebringer.
Another Tidebringer.
Oh, the blink was used!
He actually used the blink. I think he was hoping to get away from the Tidebringer, but also put himself back in that position. GH hit the stop, but it's too late. They're going to have
TP from Ember?
in, but Saksa, he's going to show up as well. IPW. Oh, they're going to get it once. Do they have any more disables? Snide is going to be able to get away just a sliver of HP, and ILTW meanwhile is going to have to throw out his last.
Even worse is the region rune bottom for the Ember. This is not fair. Oh, what a disastrous early game it's been for Nigma so far. Oh no, everything falling apart. And again, these are things that Tundra was doing to Boom yesterday. Like these small things were really throwing off the whole pace of the game. And this, like, where do you go from here? Ember's mid, Queen respawn, has used ulti. Like, what to do? Queen TP's top. I don't even think he's level 7 yet. They're using Night Stalker top. All right.
Get this kill, Skeeter. He does have reinforcements coming in. 33 is going to be the first one. Gives him a little bit of a bumper in HP, but oh, now the duel goes down. They do manage to get that last bit of Sonic Wave to be able to get that kill. The Scream rather gets it, but a nice Torrent hits 2. Bugs don't actually land on a Miracle. Snake King is very unlikely to do anything here.
Tundra is on point right now.
Oh, but he wants the bounty route denied by Miracle. He says, okay, fair play. I won't be able to fill up my bottle.
Oh, look at this. They're not done. They're just running at him. They're going to get him. The monkey's going to be here.
He's trekked all the way from the top lane here into mid to be able to catch Miracle.
This is going to be there's another bolt. Are you kidding me?
Combination. Kuro, he doesn't have any stuns to be able to save Miracle here. There's nothing he can do. GH comes in a little bit too late with a stomp. Nine's going to take a bit of damage here. Mind Control wants to be able to commit to this, but Nine's pretty tanky. Akunka with the Bodor as well. They finish him off. GH does so much damage with every right click, but he may be just giving up his way. Earth Splitter to protect his retreat here. Tundra do not pursue.
Oh!
Okay, ILTW will be able to pick this one up. Also, how did the tower die?
I don't know. Actually, I can't tell you. I guess a lot of tower damage was done earlier with a catapult, but it's 9 minutes. It shouldn't be a catapult. I guess a double wave and Enchantress. Obviously, Enchantress was here with a creep.
There we go.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I was going to say Tundra's really... No way!
33, they're right in the middle of 4 heroes trying to go for the kill on a GH real quickly, but in the moment of
He should have dueled! He could have dueled! What is this game, dude? This is what Nigma games are turning into in LAN events. This is crazy. This is crazy. You have your 2 cores on level 6 and it's just permanent fighting. Like, nobody is waiting like, I need recover. No, you don't need recover. Come mid right now. It's great. I mean, it's really good Dota. Even MC connecting mid, like right after being top, and the Queen rotation top was, I would say, really awkward, and almost nobody would have probably forced it like this, and then they do it. Saksa though, there's no...
Okay. All right.
Nobody's watching. It's okay. Nobody's watching.
Jump away in shame.
No, where's the QB, Kuro?
Uh-oh. He does have the QB, and he's going to be able to knock him down to the ground now. ILTW, he should have enough to be able to get this kill.
Wow. I mean, these small things are keeping Nigma in the game. These are really important for levels. Oh!
Nice duel with the bugs. Another duel win.
That's also a big deal, big deal. So net worth obviously still favoring Tundra. Say net worth, I mean, it's very little. It's very minuscule.
Sure.
XP, I think, was still in Tundra's favor, but I think Nigma made a big comeback with the rotation, and even getting the mid tower is such a big deal. Like sneaking that mid tower with the Ench is actually a very, very impactful thing. With all the action happening top without him, he was able to keep that pressure going and get the Kunkka Ascension top. Yeah, here we go. They're looking at it. They're being the aggressors again. Even though it's daytime, and even though the early game was like also shaky,
I was literally going to say it's like kind of sad that Nigma's playing the Night Stalker because it means there has to be some pauses in their aggression, but apparently they're like, no, there doesn't need to be.
No need. Wow, casting these games is actually really intense.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, there's way too much going on.
So what, Echo Saber BKB is going to be built for Night Stalker?
Yeah, most of the time they go for the Echo now, and then they're ready to split it for the BKB, and then they will reassemble for the Echo. I mean, the early BKB is crucial on a lot of heroes in this meta. Because of the amount of fights and just the nature of like you have the best item in the game and you might want to buy it on many of the heroes. But yeah, like non-stop teams are looking at each other's triangles. Ench is blocking the Ancients, a very small but big deal for the economy game.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, small is a big deal, but it's like a very small play, like a low investment, zero risk.
And as a result, our Gyrocopter's just kind of middle of the pack when it comes to net worth instead of what would normally be first.
This hero always wants to be first, and you see he changed his build from yesterday. He doesn't have the max barrage, he has the max flak this time, and I don't think he even put some point in stats. He must have. And yeah, this is what I think is the correct way to approach this game. You have your team buffing you, you have the ROM, you have the LC, and you have the Weaver, who's going to buy a medallion crest, or drums even. No, he didn't buy the medallion this game, but maybe he will. It's going to be a drums, and it might be the axe at some point. So if you deal that amount of right-click damage, you also change how the Ember can play and how the Night Stalker can play, and also the Ench, and I guess everybody involved, but it's... Oh, what's going to happen here? Another duel.
Nice little bump forward there. Tumbler's Sword getting him in place to be able to hit the duel. Meanwhile, though, Skeeter shows up. They saw 4 heroes top lane, so immediately Nigma pounced on that Gyrocopter mid lane.
Yeah, I guess this favors Nigma slightly. Like, this kill is really big. It also gives Queen much needed golden XP, I would say, to keep this pace up. And yeah, losing the Night Stalker during day, I mean, who cares? At the end of the day, like, you didn't lose a tower either, and the triangle keeps being blocked. Bro, he dead.
Yeah, he's very, very dead. What is this TP? 33? Just
yeah, he's gonna go straight to a bottom push.
Okay.
Yep. So what's he gonna buy? We have the double bracer armlet, and he's going dagger straight. By the looks of it. Could buy the BKB first, but I think he wants dagger because he is having such a good game. He has 40 dual damage already, man. With armlet, the double, he's hitting so hard, and you could probably one-shot. You could probably one-shot most of the cores minus the Night Stalker, all on his own. Oh,
nice. Cuts a tree. Socks.
Wait, what's going on here? You can't hit him.
He's on the cliff that is right below
that
high ground area, so he's stuck. He can't move anywhere.
Monkey business.
I really like Blink Dagger on Legion Commander, especially when I've got a Kunkka, right? Because he's going to throw the boat in, so I feel more comfortable with my
as well, and the Monkey is also a great hero with the Wukong and extra damage.
Yeah.
Is he in trouble here? He might be. No? No, they can't get the slows on him. Alright, Queen rotated bottom as well, and we have nighttime coming up very soon.
I was going to say, Snaking's just been hanging out here in this top lane for the last minute or so. Just farming away.
I think Tundra's hitting a really good timing. I want to say that they have to do something with this nighttime. Probably get another Gyrocopter kill or...
He's been hitting Mind Control a bunch, trying to weaken him up because the rest of the team's coming in.
Yeah, we see the Gyro's also rotating top. Nah, they think different of it.
That was really cool. They were trying to get a kill on him right as nighttime started, so it would just kind of be a bummer start to the night.
But the Weaver keeps his top lane pushed in, which is kind of a big deal. Like, it forces somebody to always be here, and I'm telling you, this lane was shoved in, Night Stalker would be somewhere else killing someone.
Yeah.
So Snaking doing a good job, I would say, found his place on the map. Is this an opening for them? They're going.
First splitter. Is it going to be able to pull him back? Yes, chains. Oh! At the same time, here comes the boat. That's going to be Miracle dead immediately. 9 is still a little bit low. ILTW, though, can't really commit for that one. In fact, he's got to retreat away from 33. Bounces over, through to mid, back to his tower. GH with a really nice stomp. He's going to be able to hit Snaking, but immediately press the attack, wakes him back up. And 33, just one swipe will secure the head of GH. Deep into the mid lane, though. Skeeter full on committing, but nice. Back into the 2-man torrent. ILTW does finish up Skeeter's life, so they get that carry at least, but a huge win for Tundra.
Massive for Tundra. I mean, gyrocopter almost getting away. That would have been a complete disaster. I would say keeping this gyrocopter as much out of the game as you can is going to allow your lineup. Oh!
Okay, Miracle's back into play once again.
Oh, Miracle's going to die here.
The Armlet toggling and Miracle's dead again. ILTW once again is able to get that cleanup kill, but now he doesn't have any remnants. He committed them all earlier. GH is coming back in. What's going on? Tundra, they're like, okay, they're setting up a buffet for us. We'll take every single course, eat it all up. 12-19 now as Tundra continue to rack up the kills.
Oh my god, Walking Dead bottom. Look at this, and all the lane creeps also have the plus damage. Oh, the catapult. Oh, wow. I mean, what a creep this is, actually. Imagine if you had multiple of them, how insane it would be in these games. Like,
yeah, seriously.
But yeah, I guess the only reason the Night Stalker engine TP mid must have been because it was cooldown. And meanwhile, Snaking just hanging around top. I mean, this was a disastrous chain of events for the Queen. I mean, for Miracle and Nigma overall. Dying twice like this. Looked good for a moment, but yeah, Neta with the farm, the dagger, getting into the duel right away. And LTW getting out here, but then eventually goes down later on in mid. And GH, I mean, the ET tends to be really good in these engagements if he gets to hit and you have the max spirit, which he does. But you also want your team to be strong. Oof, this
pullback torrent was sick.
Yeah. And last slide kill in the gyrocopter. Oh, we're back mid.
Back into the game. Oh,
Queen is dead again.
Does manage time lapse. 9 though. He's gonna need some help here. Sox is gonna help him out. Wukong's man being threatened.
Everybody clicking their drums.
Yeah.
Bum, bada, bum.
They've got to get away. The X is gonna pull him right back in. GH is NGX gonna be able to stop this?
Only mid.
Just the full out 5-man, all mid, running each other. They're gonna keep going for it too.
They're gonna go in.
They are gonna go past the tier 2.
No.
They try to hit the torrent, but it's not the mark.
Somebody's getting called out on this. Like, who's scared? Why are you scared? They're not done.
No.
Oh, they're gonna go for the Kukai. Oh!
And he's got his own X on him too. He has to pull himself back into position here before he can run away.
They're so
There's
fast.
gonna be a haste rune though, so 9, he will be safe.
My goodness, man. Somebody go to a side lane. Okay, Weaver's on it. Skeeter?
They're gonna be able to catch up to him. There's gonna be no press the attack if they can get off the chains onto him. Miracle's gonna immediately duel. 33. He pounces. He knows Miracle was hungry. He knew he was thirsty for that kill, and immediately catches him. ILTW will still manage to follow that up though. Mind control is dangerously low. The torrent is gonna be enough to get that kill. So 9 picks that one up. A little bit of revenge for a dead Skeeter. Once again, their gyrocopter falls. They're getting so much out of this, and Tundra's winning, but at the same time, they're just kind of sad that Skeeter keeps dying. Keeps on going, though.
What?
GH up next. ILTW tries to help out. He just joins in on the torrent. The high ground shots. He's actually missing some of these impetuses, and as a result, 9, he'll be able to live.
No
he stays
way.
alive. 33 runs down ILTW. No tell what's going on?
Dude, this game, man. Like, how are they so chill? Like on their player game. This is insane, man. There's no rest in this game. This is what good Dota also looks like quite often, but this is what Dota looks like versus Nigma when they're on LAN always. It's mental, man. I don't even know what to say. It's constant.
Why is this happening? Why is each team running at each other 5-man mid?
Well, it's kind of like, let's see if we can even talk about it. Okay, so it's kind of like one team offers the fight, offers like an opportunity, but also by kind of trying to force it. It's like, I'm gonna catch your hero. Are you gonna let him die? And I'm presenting myself in a silly situation. And we're maybe 2 or 3 heroes showing. I was like, yes, I want to fight you. And then the other one, oh, I'm gonna join too. And then it is always about like, I'm gonna stand here, and this is potential. Oh, here we go again.
They're gonna catch him again. Just turning daytime, and what is 33 up to? Dual damage. He's got to be up to like, 110? I was gonna guess like 80.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he killed Miracle 4 times ever since he got the dagger with the duels. But it is like teams kind of accepting each other's fight constantly. Like that's the only way it happens like this in games. But now that we also have the X mark level 4 and the Blink LC duel, it does become hard for Nigma to not be ready for these fights, because if you're not ready to fight them, you're just giving up kills.
And Nigma does need to fight, right? Their lineup at 15 minutes is supposed to be really strong.
Right. They were supposed to also have a better nighttime. They were supposed to not be so far behind, I guess. And I guess this LC is also proving very troublesome. I mean, this Queen hasn't really gotten to play yet. Okay.
Okay, he's going to try and jump to this Remnant before he gets hit by the Torrent.
Oof, that was close. That was close.
Yeah, that was very close. Yeah.
Yeah. And the smoke has been used, but I don't know how they can force it themselves. Like, they have the chains into the ET spells, but the LC kind of negates it if he's in the neighborhood. And he doesn't even have to kind of react. Like, he can just go for an offensive duel at this point. I don't think there's anything Nigma can do to turn it.
Yeah.
The team fight between the Ember and ET is not good enough. And here we go.
There it is. You say just
look at the
more
damage. Look at the
anytime you
damage.
see it.
Is he gonna buy Travels this game just to be everywhere more? I mean, first he's gonna finish off the BKB.
Yeah.
Then I don't know what will happen after that. I mean,
Yeah, he's got those
Desolator.
round boots, might as well.
Yeah, I think he's gonna buy Desolator. He's gonna buy some other items, and then probably look at the Travels eventually. And they got the offensive wards, very offensive wards from Tundra, being placed all around top, and they have one triangle, and they have one bottom lane. And at this point, I think Nigma was like, guys, let's not fight. But I think Tundra was like, guys, we really want to fight because they are very far ahead.
Yeah,
it's very easy for them to keep the pressure going. Every X, every duel turns into a kill.
Feels like a credit to Tundra and understanding like Nigma is going to run at us at that second 9 time, and they just 5-man
That was 1 second from death. Yeah. I mean, they fell behind. The laning phase was definitely Tundra favorable, and I also think they've shut down Miracle exceptionally well this game. They have really targeted him from the laning phase, and in the fights they're not letting this queen do anything. And the Ember's been countered. Like, the Ember's pretty countered between the LC and I would also say that the Gyro inherently might not care so much about Ember exclusively. Like, Ember ET can definitely be annoying for Gyro to play against, but Gyro has so much of a better team on his side right now.
Yeah.
And Ember has just, it's a struggle. It's a big struggle. Oh, here we go again.
Another round of duel, another successful duel for 33.
Yep. And they're relentless. They're not giving up. And if Nigma hang around bottom, they will have to fight. They're gonna be forced into this fight. Now they're gonna pop ulti.
Staking, looking, mind control, immediately gonna try and pounce
that's a good
on
kill.
him, get the fast kill, press the attack. Is it? Oh, he almost walked away from that one, but they do manage to finish on staking. They're going in pretty deep here. They're gonna keep chasing out. Oh, barely missing Miracle with the first stun, but the second one, the Torrent does manage to land. He pops his BKB, turns around, tries to slow down Skeeter, but Skeeter's so damn fast with those boots of bearing being used.
Very good spell used by Miracle. Very good. No, not clicking the BKB and blinking back, and everybody's trying to push it to the limit. They know that this game is so hard. They need to make something happen here.
This is gonna run after him. Skeeter being poked and poked and poked at. This is how
it's duel again.
Can manage to win it, but another round of duel, and it just came up, and he just gets a kill on
117!
He's massive.
What?
Absolutely massive.
He's buying shard. He's buying shard for the extra nuke damage, and then I think it also gives him a little bit more movement speed. And, I mean, good luck. I don't even know. I don't even know at this point what Nigma has to do to get back. Like, Tundra really have to mess up. They have to go too deep. And it's quite straightforward. And this is when Night Stalker feels completely useless. You're not just playing as a physical damage gyro. This LC will hammer you to another dimension. DD bottle on Queen. Let's see if this will do anything.
In fact, this Weaver has just been able to be so offensive. Whether it's going on mind control, here going
the Monkey's going to chase him. Saksa playing this really well. Played that scenario really well.
Very
not using the tree jump. He jumped up, he just went off the tree, not using the Primal Spring. Uses the stun, forced the Queen blink, and now he can connect. That is the way to get the optimal damage in that situation.
Very nice. Aghanim Scepter complete. We now also have the...
It's a lot more tower push, a lot more fight potential too, and it's ideal item build with the skill build, and you know, you go for the stats, you go for the Crystallis. I believe, I'm not sure who innovated this build, but it could have been Ramses back in the day. And look, LTW is stressing out. Everybody's stressing out because of this LC. It's like, guys, you know where LC is? And somebody says no. It's like, well, I might be dead mid. And it's like,
They've got no safe mechanisms.
This is the dream LC game. That is really showing off here. Yep, look at that. There's a face.
I thought he was falling
face of 170 damage. Oh no, man. This, like, inside he is feeling great. Like, it's not very often you get to do this to a top team in the world. You know?
That's true.
Wow. Wow.
Okay. Well, everybody from Nigma are just watching ILTW farm right now, waiting for the inevitable blink duel from 33.
Yeah. The 70% Tidebringer cleave is also what a talent. And yeah, you have the shard. Can we read the LC shard real quick? Because that's one of the new ones. Gains 4 armor for every hero hit, increases armor for each creep, increases overwhelming odds duration by 8 seconds. Oh, the 8 seconds is definitely what he did it for. I mean, the armor makes him impossible to kill. Oh!
Silence immediately going out, Saksa. Unable to throw down his stun just yet.
Look at the damage.
It off onto the Night Stalker, and here comes the damage. 33 up to a big 200 now.
Bambi in trouble.
Curl as well.
Oh, oi, 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 oi. I just want to. Can we get Neta face cam for the entire game? We can change next game. Nice. Nice. Wow, man, this is what a performance. I gotta say, what a performance. We can turn, we can change back. Thank you. What a performance. I don't know. I don't know what Nigma can do at this point. The map is so small, and Tundra is not giving an inch. They're not giving an inch. Look at this, like just vision, vessel. You're going back to base. I don't care. I have extra. Rough, rough, rough. I mean, as a captain, I don't even know what to say at this point. You kind of ask your team. It's like, yo, anyone see anything? And when they say no, you don't really want to say, yo, you want to call it? Yeah, look at this. This is Dota right now for Nigma. This is the map they have to move on. Movement speed doesn't matter. Nothing really matters. You're just waiting for your enemy to make a mistake.
Facing up against a Gyrocopter who, combined with this Legion Commander, are probably going to out-carry you.
He has 155 base damage, and then he has plus 200.
Double damage plus.
Nice,
all
nice,
times.
nice, nice. So, realistically, Nigma, the way they can come back is to try and bait them into their base. You're still counting on Tundra to make a mistake. You throw away your Kuroki playing Bambi. It's like, come have me, you know, get in there. Monkey jumps in, LC waits the duel. You get a really good Earth Splitter, you get a really good ET Stomp. The slides start happening with the Spirit. This is how you build up the damage that you need, because, yeah, you need to kill heroes that are way stronger than you. And the only way to do that is to get an incredible amount of spells out, more than them, and ideally pick off the right targets at the right time. No, you haven't been to this side of the map, because why would you, right? So, I mean, it's not that this is something like that should be a common symptom, but it is just a symptom of good Dota as well. It's like, why play on the enemy side of the map? The map is whoop.
Earth Splitter is gonna go down, but it's not gonna be good enough. Okay, seriously, do you ever go Aghanim Scepter when you're like getting this much dual damage?
No, but they changed it. Maybe the old Aghanims, but I think they for some reason nerfed it. Increase the dual duration, makes Legion Commander and opponents only take 50% of damage from other sources. Okay, reduces cooldown by 20 seconds. So this is obviously good when you still have, a lot of dual damage. The only negative aspect is, of course, if your team is dealing 50% less damage, so how much of a setup is your duel? If your duel is more of a setup, this is good though. This is what I really like what Saxa is doing here. Even though his team isn't ready, even though you could argue, wait for me and you get the kill. No, this is dominance. This is like, don't get out of the map, like don't get to D-ward anything. And look at this.
He got one shot.
He got one shot.
He got one shot. The 20 talent. No, not like that.
But when you have this amount of dual damage, you could argue just buying it for the CDR, because you don't need your team to follow up. You know, like, I got this guy, like this duel, he is dead.
Yep. I don't think there's anybody who could possibly survive through a duel.
Not anymore. No. I mean, the only thing that can happen is a stomp and you let him sleep, you know? Let him go to sleep. Go to
Shh. Only dreams now. Only dreams.
LC, stop. LC, stop. Maybe if he dreams about me, he won't duel me next time. Look at it. There's a face of a killer. And he even bought treads. Like, so obviously he didn't go for the travels. Like, what do you need to travels to when you're living outside their base? And the gloves of haste is just all you need, like, at this point. 230 damage. It's 29 minutes into the game.
Time to go outside of the base somewhere.
Oh,
Medicine on the plate here for 33. All right, well, the rest of the team, they're outside of their base. That means it's a Tundra hunting grounds now. They got Bambi already. Getting caboodled. Okay, Sonic, wait, they do actually manage to get that kill. Monkey dies. Hey, good job, Nigma. You got something.
But too much damage. The GG is called. I think it's good. Like, put it to rest. Put it to rest.
I mean, they got a kill, you know? They went out their way.
Yeah, I think they have to address something about this Monkey King. Bottom lane, I think he makes the whole early game just imbalanced. Unless they come up with something better. This Ench got really bullied. And the LC obviously had a good matchup, but he also felt no pressure from the Ench early on, even though that creep looked really strong just for a moment. You gotta look at this early game and be like, okay guys, we need to do better.
What an absolute monster performance. The most one-sided game, perhaps, of this
Look at
tournament.
the smile.
Most one-sided of Tundra.
What a Chad. What a champ.
And that man in the middle is probably feeling pretty good right now. Perhaps some validation, as obviously the community reaction to their roster change was not very positive. But here on the biggest stage against one of the teams who looked like they had built up the most momentum, in Nigma, they just almost embarrassed them in that game one.
The early game mid, like the Queen getting shut down, taking the water runes from him.
Yeah.
Being behind in XP, like Nigma brought the fight back, and there was a moment there where they were getting these good kills, and if it wasn't for that, this game would have been super done. But yeah, small things add up, and Tundra really played good. Like they, even though Nigma kind of brought a fight back, they didn't choke, they didn't hesitate, they kept going.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what exactly our panel is going to say about that game one, but I'm interested to see.
I'm sure there was going to be a lot of smart things being said. Before the game started, though, after the draft, the consensus word, rather Lacoste said that there was not going to be enough lockdown on the side of Team Tundra for dealing with the Ember and the Queen of Pain coming out from Nigma Galaxy. But Lacoste, you got something to say for yourself?
That wasn't me. That was my alter ego,
okay.
Lycoste. So, okay, you can't believe everything I say.
Yep.
They played extremely well. He got the first dual damage at the 7 minutes, allowed him to snowball this bottom lane with the Monkey King. Like No-Tail talked about how, they need to find a way to counter this because it was just rough. This was the first Sonic Wave used from Queen of Pain. They got nothing out of it, and the rotations from 2 supports on a mid lane kind of sealed the deal. The matchup is much better for Queen of Pain when she's playing against Kunkka, but they did not allow that to happen. This is something, it feels like Tundra learned a lot from the series that they played against Nigma, the way they played. We talked before the game started that, you need to expect these 3 cores staying in the lanes while 2 supports make a move, and this is exactly what Tundra did.
And you were talking about something beforehand, was like the speed from the 2 supports, and that's kind of what played a factor into collapsing on mid so early, right? The Weaver and this Monkey King, they got there so quick. I feel like it kept catching Nigma off guard when they were the ones who wanted to be the ones who were doing this 5-man mid. It always was met with a 4 or 5-man force as well. They just got outnumbered, and gotta mention, 33. Good lord. The highest dual damage I think I've ever seen on a Legion commander pre 50 minutes. Usually this is 50-minute numbers. He has 250 damage. It's holy moly.
Yeah. And Effie, you believed in Tundra. You were the only panelist who believed in Tundra all the way already from the start. But were you expecting this kind of domination?
Honestly, yeah.
Okay.
Just really, because I didn't really see what everybody else saw, I guess. It's just because when I look at Enchantress and Elder Titan and Night Stalker, when I look at these 3 heroes, if you don't win the lanes and you don't push towers together, how do you take these fights, right? Night Stalker isn't ready to fight early on in the game. You really do have to come out on dominant lanes. If you're playing reactive Dota and you're losing after you're being reactive, there's really no way back into the game, especially if your scaling isn't even better than the enemy team. So it just seems a little bit too difficult. I gave this to Tundra simply because of ease of execution, which is sure, maybe they didn't have that much lockdown either, but their lanes looked good, their rotations looked like they were going to be easy, and they had the choice to either be reactive or proactive, and Nigma kind of had a very one-dimensional draft, I would say, and I think that Monkey King really exceeded my expectations, to be honest. He was playing so well in that early game. I did not expect that Queen of Pain to actually be pressured that hard. I just thought that Enchantress would be a little bit less impactful with her neutral rotations, but Saksa was everywhere. Like that dive behind the tier 2 minute.
So sick.
Yeah.
In the early 5 minutes of the game, who does that?
Yep.
Who does that? You can see why Saksa is just so high value to this team.
And now it's, back to at least the first 2 bans, it's back to the question is, do we want to prioritize banning this Death Prophet? Do we want to prioritize banning the Sand King, which 33 has been so dominant at? But now there's another one that they've got to add into the arsenal, this Legion Commander, that we do have to point out one thing, because I know a lot of people have been mentioning it, and it could have had an influence in laning phase, is the passive on Legion Commander is doing double damage, I believe it is.
Feature, not a bug?
Quite a lot. Level 1, I think it's doing an extra 70 damage. It's pretty crazy. Don't know how much, like we said. I don't know if that influenced the entirety of this game because Tundra just played so well and dominated, but something just to point out.
Yeah, and of course, you mentioned we saw Death Prophet banned out. We saw Tundra yesterday with the Death Prophet Monkey King combination, so they removed one part. Maybe they should remove the other part of the equation, though, because that Monkey King for Saksa indeed very dominant. But yeah, we heard it yesterday in the cast when No-Tail said Nigma has no chill. This game, It was Tundra that had no chill. I do hope that Team Nigma Galaxy has a little bit of chill right now because, of course, there's a little bit of a downtime in between this upper bracket finals game series. And they were definitely chilling a little bit before the series, as Kyle was able to see.
Da-da-da. I'm not sure if they're going to want to talk to us. Kuro is very serious before a match, so we're going to try not to make him angry. Hey, can I bother them?
If you want to bother someone, do it with GH.
GH? Okay. I'm just gonna bother him then. Okay, we're gonna bother GH real fast. Hey. Can I talk to you for a little bit?
Go for it.
Okay. What you doing right now?
I'm getting used to the mouse and settings.
Gotcha.
Playing Invoker, my favorite hero.
Gotcha. So is this a new mouse?
No.
So it's the one you've used for your whole life, basically?
Couple of years.
So why do you have to get used to it?
Because it's a new setup, so I have to do it every time.
But you played here yesterday?
Of course.
So you're just a professional, basically?
Wait, you're making things up now.
How important is the mouse to your success, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, that's not helpful, GH. How do you feel going into this match? You know, going up against Tundra, you guys have played them over and over and over again, but it's on land this time. Do you think that'll give you an advantage?
I think we played each other a lot, so we know what we're about.
Okay.
Last game we were very successful in taking them down, so I hope it's the same for this game.
Okay. If I go talk to Curl, you think he'll be upset with me?
Yes.
If I try anyway, do you think it'd be funny for the stream?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, thanks, bro. Appreciate your time.
Okay.
Hey, Carl. Can I talk to you for a sec? Okay. Awesome, dude. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is it hype? You know, here you are on land, winter finals again. You guys are crushing it. How do you feel today?
We feel good.
Okay. Well, you look good.
Thank you.
Nice. Damn, I didn't think you were actually going to talk to me, so I didn't prepare anything.
Why wouldn't I?
I don't know.
That's okay.
The guys say you're very serious before a match. Is that, how have you maintained that? You've been in this game for 15, 20 years, but it feels like every single match you play, it's just as important as it was back in 2005. What keeps the fire going?
I just love the game, really. I love the competition. I enjoy playing with my team, and more than anything, I'm always grateful. This is not a given.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to just appreciate my time. Yeah, thank God for this life. So.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. Thank you. I guess the other question would just be, do you ever see yourself, are these your guys for the rest of your career? Because already, you, GH, Mind Control, and Miracle, you have the most games together on LAN of any 4 players in history.
Yeah.
Is that continuing forever?
Nothing is forever, Everything is temporary. So, as long as we can.
All right, well, that's beautiful, man. Any shout out to the fans?
Yeah, thank you for supporting us, and we hope to win this tournament for you guys.
Awesome. Much love, man.
Yeah.
You guys good luck on
Thanks.
stage. Have fun. Back to you guys.
Actually, a serious interview coming out from Kyle. This is some top tier information. It was proper content.
It is. He might be, a bit too close to their faces. Restraining order might kick in later on, but yeah, so far Kyle has been on point.
Yeah, I mean, it's
especially with 0 questions prepared, right? He was, that's right. I'm interviewing you, but he was saying, we're all very serious. Sometimes he's not going to do the interview, but yeah.
Yeah. You gotta hope you get the right Kuro. And I mean, before the game started, probably was a little bit of a different Kuro, I think, Effie, than the Kuro that you might face right now if you were to try the same thing.
Maybe. I feel like he's a very tempered guy, right? I can't imagine him ever being angry. Maybe he wouldn't have talked to Kyle, but I'm sure he's calm right now, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen true sides, right?
I've seen Kyle get under people's skin.
That's true.
That's not that hard. I'm also curious. I mean, we see Tundra being here relaxed. Of course, they're one game up in this upper bracket finals. I believe Kyle was also able to catch up with them earlier.
We're going to talk to Tundra now. They're very late coming on stage. Why are you guys late?
No, sit down, please.
Yeah, go. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to do an interview.
You was walking the wrong way.
Our admin is very stressed. Hey, Skeeter. How you doing?
Very good.
Hey, we don't have much time. You guys have to set up.
Water?
I'll take one.
Not you. I'll bring you water in a sec. No, we were actually.
Okay. You want to do a quick interview before you
Sure,
set up?
sure.
Don't listen to Jacob. There's plenty of time. How's it feel? You know, new team, new captain, but yet here you guys stand, winter bracket final against old competition. Do you think it'll be different playing against these guys on LAN?
I think so. I'm very excited to play Nigma on LAN. It might be a whole different team. I think the motivation is different, so I'm excited.
Awesome. And as far as like the new patch goes, do you think it's been impacting like the way you guys play? Because I would say, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but of all the European teams, you guys set the meta more than anybody else.
Yeah, maybe. We have a lot of ideas. I think we still have a lot of heroes that we did not even show yet. The patch is not figured out at all, so I think it will be very exciting to play, for me at least.
Okay, awesome. Can you reveal any of those heroes? Because this won't air until after the first game. So you'd be like some Nostradamus. You're like, yeah, I think Winter Wyvern mid is good, and then you win the game. And then they see this, the fans will know it's all you. You're not going to lose, Skeeter. See, you can't be a pessimist.
I mean, you know, there might be maybe something like a Legion mid.
Oh, I tried that actually against these guys at the Manila Major. They picked Alchemist. Funny enough, Fada was on that team, and they beat us in like 27 minutes. Limp did win his lane though, but they've
Limp.
seen it before.
Yeah, he does win his lane.
Yeah, well that's
He's a good laner.
I see what you're doing. Okay, which of your teammates should I talk to next?
This guy should get out of his
Skeeter. Hang on, is he nervous?
I don't think so. He's playing.
Okay, I can help him with this setup so he gets less nervous. Thanks for your time, Nine. Much love. Good luck. All right, we're gonna talk to Skeeter. Nine says he's nervous.
I'm actually nervous.
You're actually nervous? Why are you nervous, bro?
I don't know. It's just, LAN after 2 years.
Yeah. It's like an excited feeling, right? Or is it anxious? Like there's like a thing here, you know what I mean?
It's just lighthead.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's probably the best way to describe it.
We were just talking to Kuro and he said, to have gratitude, right? He's been playing for 15 years, still appreciates it, still enjoys it. You think you could learn anything from that saying?
I definitely am grateful for the life that I'm living, and like the opportunity I'm giving to like play the game that I love and get paid for it. So yeah.
Nice.
I feel like I'm trying to be pretty grateful.
Okay, I'd say so. I believe
Excuse me, sir, you're interrupting our setup. You have to leave now.
Oh.
Leave.
I'm sorry.
Leave.
Thanks for talking to us, Skeeter. Anything for the fans?
I love them.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. That's it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we had maybe a couple of nerves from Skeeter there, but after game one, I bet those are all gone as we have the draft for game number 2 underway already. This time around, the Invoker gets let in as Tundra pick it up for themselves. We got Konka Gyro on the side of Team Nigma. I'm here with Effie Fogg and Lacoste still, and well, we got another Monkey
There it
King
is.
coming out. There it is. We do have a tweak in the bans, do we? Do we?
They
even
left
have-
the Sand King this time around, yeah.
Yeah, they did.
But they do get themselves I guess like the duo core opener from Nigma Galaxy. Been interesting.
Do we like the openings? Because already seeing the Monkey King is like, we've seen that now. This is going to be like, what, the 4th game, Lacoste, that we see Saxa on this Monkey King?
I believe so, yeah.
On the main stage?
Yeah, he's just the dominant. I don't know. For people who were out there doubting Saxa, how he's gonna perform, he was always like top tier, and it shows why. He has experience on LAN, and right now he's really delivering. I'm a bit surprised. Maybe Nigma thought that this Invoker is not gonna get picked by Tundra.
because this is how they played. So many games from Nigma, they looked, not gonna say one-dimensional, but a lot of their heroes were picked a lot of the times. I don't mind that. I don't see that as a weakness. If other teams don't think that you're gonna pick it, but you're still winning with it, why not just go for it? So they need to figure out how to counter this Invoker. Okay, Templar Assassin's banned out. Never mind.
They got the Kunkka though, right? Kunkka in the lane versus the Invoker has traditionally done quite well. It's been seeing the Invokers kind of come out even anyway in the matchups. I like this ban, the Mirana ban. I think that's it's always this +1s that we've seen Boom doing. This Bane, Kunkka, Mirana, just too much pressure early on.
And there's one still hero in the pool that Hoodwink, but they also have a Monkey King. They could also switch this Monkey King to position 1. This is not set in stone.
They also have Shadow Demon still available, and Tundra love to play Invoker with Shadow Demon. It's just such a great setup for his spells, and it just gives them that extra save versus X potentially, or
I agree.
Whatever hero comes from Nigma. So I'd be very surprised if SD is let through and not picked up here.
I was thinking the same exact kind of thing. Yeah, versus the Kunkka, really strong, really good. Even versus Gyrocopter, it's really frustrating. Gyro can be a lot about mobility. You just get purged in the fight. You're just standing still, unable to really hit anybody with your flak. Really like the SD pick if they're able to pick that one up for snaking.
Let's see. I think the Lone Druid ban is a little bit more unusual, but that hero has so much potential this patch too. Just with that 6 Wraith band build.
Yeah, they have some extra information that we do not have in the scrims, and yeah, once again they're banning out the CK.
Yeah. They've banned a lot of Skeeter's heroes, I've been noticing. It's pretty much been focused on him in 33. And they did ban I think they banned the Lone Druid even last game, and even in some of the other drafts I've seen other teams banning it versus Tundra, I believe.
Last game,
not last game, but
no.
Okay.
One hero is still available with Invoker, Faceless Void. It's always, even though we haven't seen Invokers going for Aghanim Scepters anymore. It's mostly different item build. They're going for either Shivas as their 3rd/4th item, or getting a Hex, but, it's still a potent. And you can't just say, we're not going to go for this. And Skeeter Faceless Void in the last, I'd say, 2 years has been really good. It's one of his favorite heroes, I would even say.
What was so we still have Legion Commander in the pool. What's the reason for Nigma Galaxy not being worried about another Monkey King Legion offlane? It worked out so well. Is it very different, you feel this game round? Would it be less good?
Last time around they showed Legion very early in the draft, and I was a bit surprised that Nigma didn't make a bit of an adjustment, because they put Ember Spirit, and you know that you can't really die in that lane, especially if it's paired up with the weaker support. I mean, Enchantress is strong in the lane, but having a Dispel mechanic is always going to be great against Ember, because safe lane Embers, they do get the chains in the lane, so I wanted to see something different, something more focused in the lane. This time it's going to be Gyrocopter, but I want to see this Gyro, how to see whether he wants to use his Rocket Barrage, because we've seen different builds on Gyrocopter. There's completely skipping it, going for stats, maxing out the flag, then going back to jungle, or he wants to fight in the lane.
And this is really strong. The Sand King on top too versus Clockwork. Clock, now he doesn't have a good way to initiate versus Sand King. Burrow out. I think this is really, I think Tundra got
exactly. That's what I was saying. I pinched the bridge of my nose, because it looks like they got every single pick that they wanted so far. I'm so surprised this Shadow Demon was let through. I understand wanting this clock really badly, but if you're not going to deny pick it, I don't see why this Lone Druid ban is more valuable. I guess, like Lacoste said, there's something that we're not seeing, but so far Tundra have a 100% win rate with their Shadow Demon Invoker combination.
And their Sand King too, I think.
Their Sand King as well, very effective.
I mean, we saw at first phase ban the Sand King previous game for good reason, because we have seen 33 be so dominant on it. But at the same time, knowing that, I cannot imagine that Nigma Galaxy was not expecting that. So I am hoping that they've got a good plan against it.
I'm still I am on board with whatever you're saying though. The ban does look a little weird when you have Kunkka and you are already playing versus this strategy. You know how much Tundra loves the Shadow Demon. It's just such a natural counter in a lot of times versus the Kunkka.
So I understand placing priority on your clock, because GH has been playing it incredibly well, and it's a very good hero versus Invoker and Monkey King, right? It locks them down, it gives them that ability to just take this fight, but it's not going to do that well versus this SD and Sand King. Sure, it's good against 2 of the heroes, but bad against the other 2. It's very curious, in my opinion.
It is very scrappy lineup, though. I think a better kind of 5-man fighting lineup that Nigma Galaxy is putting together, because last one, as we were saying, Night Stalker takes some time. It's kind of this weird thing where they're forced to fight as this 5v5. Now it looks like a stronger just battle if they are going to battle against them, right? I feel like they do have ways to just take the fight versus Tundra.
Absolutely, that's what they
Tiny.
lacked
Yeah.
last game.
I just hope this is not a position for Tiny. I mean, we've seen it in the previous series where Team Secret got eliminated by picking it 2 times. It just doesn't feel strong. Like the players got better at understanding what the position for Tiny can do. I mean, they can. How does that matchup work on a mid lane? I mean, Tiny is going to get the farm against Invoker.
Yep.
And there's maybe some flexibility to it if they want to like have Gyro on the mid lane, but then you're having Tiny against the Sanking, and you're giving Sanking a free lane, which I don't like.
I think it could just be a support Gyro then maybe, right? If they're looking for ILTW playing Tiny.
Yeah, there's always the potential of a 5 clock too, for reasons that we talked about, right? It's
true.
not a bad idea at all, and if you put it with Gyro, that's just the setup he needs to just take these kills in the early game. From where I'm standing, that really does seem to be just the best approach right now.
Yeah, and you can go for the lore.
It's
you
up
have
in the
Team
air.
Rocket with Clockwork and Gyro.
That's good. Oh no.
There's an offlaner that Tundra bans out with the Beastmaster.
It's a core Tiny.
It's a core. I like the. I was going to probably recommend Lifestealer as well too, because they have the Kunkka as well as the Tiny, and also Gyrocopter. Even if Gyrocopter's too core as well too, Lifestealer is a really good core matchup versus any of those 3 that get put in.
I just love Ursa. I love Ursa against Tiny. I love Ursa against Gyrocopter as well. Maybe not the strongest lane if they pair it up with Shadow Demon, but we'll see. They ban out Tide Hunter because they have nothing against Tide right now. Very good ban, like no ability that can lock him down, so you know the Ravage is going to go off in a team fight.
And they don't want to. It looks like they don't want to move this Monkey King to a 1 position. They want to keep it on Saksa, right? So because otherwise you can put the Monkey King versus the Tide, and you can actually shut down the Tide super hard. So.
But then, yeah, Gyro and Clock are the 2 supports.
Now it looks like Gyro is actually the carry because of the Razor ban.
Okay.
And Lifestealer ban also. I mean, the same thing. It still makes sense for the Lifestealer ban as we were mentioning versus Gyrocopter.
Well, let's see. It is overall last pick for Nigma Galaxy, so they probably can flex it until the very last second when they know what they're exactly up against here for the final pick of Tundra.
They've really targeted Mind Control, though. He does not have too many options remaining for the offlane. So maybe they do still flex something. They do still move something around. Maybe move that Tiny there even. Haven't seen it, I don't think, at all in the offlane, but...
I'm just wondering what Tundra are going to pick for their... Okay.
For their carry. Okay, Shadow Demon Luna.
Right, this
old
is
school.
a very old school combination, and this is a fast-paced hero, right? If Tundra want to play the same way that they played last game, she's just going to come online early with her aura and just buff up the rest of her team. She's also going to have Alacrity, and she doesn't really have any difficulties. She does not like to get hook-shotted, though, but it's not like she's not playing with a team here. So it looks fine. It's not ideal, but it looks really fine.
The only thing I'm worried right now, like Tundra has a really good early game. I'm worried about the BKB timings, right?
Yes.
BKB Kunkka, BKB Gyro versus all this spell damage is the one thing that I do see that Tundra could falter versus, but they have a really fast-paced fighting draft that they've looked so good with the Monkey King, so...
I think that okay, so I think this Meteor Hammer OD build has been nerfed quite significantly, and like you are pretty much gonna do that here if you're playing it offlane, right? But there's just so many ways to cancel it too. You've got Cold Snap, you've got Boundless Strike, you've got Disruption, you've got Burst. I don't necessarily like it that much, but there wasn't a lot of heroes left in the pool at this point, so.
So still favoring Tundra for game 2 as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, what was Tundra's last pick again?
They picked Luna last.
Oh yeah, that's good. They have nothing against Luna once she hits the BKB timing as well, and their like 5-man is super strong. Also like the Roche taking potential, it's Luna with the Shadow Demon on top of that, and also you have like the spell mechanic possibly coming from the Shard, and also Alacrity from Invoker. I just love what Tundra has. This is the, like, against OG, they picked OD as last when Nigma played, and also seeing how Team Secret played with that's going to be OD plus Tiny as position 4, right?
I believe so, that's what
yeah, it didn't look strong,
out.
no.
Yeah.
I do think they can fight back. I think there are some timings with BKB. I still give Tundra probably a slight edge, but this time I do feel like lanes would be a lot more even.
Okay.
And I don't think Miracle is going to be, not blinking into high grounds. He's Queen of Pain, like dying over and over. I think we'll see a closer game. BKB timing is going to be crucial on both sides.
Well, a closer game is good.
I was just going to say that last game, they really couldn't pick their ins back into the game because they just didn't have the heroes to set that up. But they do have that grace this game, so it's just going to be about whether or not they can kind of skate around Tundra's early mid-game timing.
All right, well, let's see if they can do that, and let's see if we get a game number 3 in this upper bracket finals. We're heading over to Cap and No-Tail.
So we were watching that draft, and No-Tail was so certain that this last pick was going to be a Darkseer for Nigma. And when they picked OD, usually if there's some other hero, you're like, oh, okay, that also makes sense. But you seem very confused by this OD pick.
So we need to run over who plays what here. We do have MC on, Kuro's playing the Gyro. LTW is playing the Tiny, which is what I thought. I was very surprised with the OD pick. I think it's really bad here. I have no idea why they pick OD, I'll be honest. I need to be convinced. I need to see what it's for, because I think Darkseer, it was a very ideal Darkseer pick this game. You have a Sand King, that's like kind of the only hero that works well versus Darkseer. I mean, ST is not particularly good, the ulti is there. I'm really curious if it's a laning thing. It's not particularly super good with Clock. They saw them plant his ward, early game stuff. Like I think this is convenient for Tundra. This will make Tundra very happy. I'm very happy to see there's a carry Tiny, not a carry Gyrocopter. Because I do think that gives them a lot more. I think LTW has been playing probably the best Tiny of the tournament so far. They're going to get that free D ward. I think the Luna pick was really strong. I wasn't sure what they were going to go for. ST Luna, also a very classic combo. You have the Save versus the Kunkka, and ST also a hero versus Tiny that is very good, I think. I don't know which order it was now, I don't remember. But the W is very effective versus him. The ulti being nice to slow him a bit, but mostly the W in this matchup. Yeah, I'm also a bit sad that they didn't really ban the Monkey. I'm wondering what kind of an impact he will have on this lane, because I do think Monkey support is pretty good versus Gyro support. It all depends also on the carry. Tiny is one of those carries that can help a lot more than others. But on the side, Gyro is not super happy. You see this trade, it doesn't really favor him whatsoever.
This is basically twice now that Kuro has tried to address the Monkey King with some sort of range hero, and it does not seem to be working for it.
And I also want to just really quickly mention that I think it was really smart what Tundra did in the draft, first picking the Invoker, taking it from them, knowing that they had first pick, and Nigma then answered with a Gyro, Gyro Kunkka, and then they got the Monkey, so they kind of get what they want, and also denying the Invoker. And I think this will be Nine's first Invoker game this tournament. I'm not sure, but I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. So
he gets a shot at it too. Everybody seems to be having a shot at the Invoker this tournament. But yeah, I think there's a lot to learn from this game, or a lot to look at this game. I want to see how the OD does. I want to see if Kuro got the Monkey figured out. Courier. Mercy! Mercy! So many Couriers have died this tournament. It's not crazy. All right.
Down one by one.
Yeah.
All right, so I mean, this is, I always feel like Sand King laning is, he sometimes can seriously suffer, but it looks like Monkey King's already setting up pretty well.
Yep. I think when you get a good start on Sand King, it becomes so much harder to slow down. Like if you want to slow him down, you want to slow him down early. Once you get that 3-4, it's like you kill him now, or I'll be back. Your wave is dead in 1 second. You always have the potential to farm once you get that level 3-4. I mean, depending on your skill build. If you have Sandstorm and Caustic, you only need level 3. If you put a point in stun, you might need level 4 for it to be optimal. Let me think. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm concerned for Nigma just because of this OD. I'm not sure what his place will be in this game and what he will offer to the fights. Yeah, we got some action here.
LTW.
Should just be some good harass.
Yeah, Saksa. The sustain of the Jingo is.
But look at this trading. It's not fun. It's not fun. This Gyro cannot trade versus the support Monkey. And it looks like you might have needed if you wanted. Oh, again! There's so much harass damage going on. And if he gets a Jingo here, he might. No. It's a big wave. This is something to look out for.
Might pressure him under tower. GH, meanwhile, is going to be able to get a nice cog. Separates Snake King for the rest of the creep wave and pushes back Skeeter. There is, of course, that disruption, which kind of ruins Battery Assault.
And the old chat top, something good must be going on top under the tower. Yeah, I mean, this looks like they're getting really pressure from the get-go. Nigma. I don't think they have set themselves up for easy lanes. ST also historically very, very laneable versus Clock. It can even be good if you have an offensive potential. Luna not being ultimate offensive potential, but yeah, the offensive put down or defensive put down kind of ruins the battery. Let's see who gets this range creep. Range creep. Range creep. Range creep. Range creep.
Melee creeps.
Oh!
What a cold snap from 9.
Holy
Denies
smokes,
it straight
DS.
from Miracle.
Another deny as well. So he didn't just sign up for Invoker. He is ready.
No, absolutely. He's going to be getting an earn pretty soon here. 4-minute water rune.
7 denies versus Kunkka. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Oh boy, watch out.
Oh, here comes the army.
The army, they hurt. They hurt. Saksa is a really good laning support. I would say he's one of the top in the world in like understanding what
look
to
at
do in
this.
the
He's
lane.
going to rotate mid after the hard camp pull.
It's miracle time.
So he immediately jumps into the mid lane, and with that primal spring, they're looking to be able to bring down the Kunkka. He is almost dead. Oh, Saksa
gets the Jingo. Are they going to be able to turn
Jingo.
here? But the Jingo is really strong. He has 1 point in it only this time, but he can heal off the wave. Is he going to feed? He's not going to feed.
Yeah, he's okay.
Oh,
He's
but
okay.
the bounty, the rune. Okay,
That's
this
gonna be
game
Grandma
Miracle
Crow.
gets a rune. Oh, and now we have 2 supports this time from Nigma.
Yeah, so they're going to make sure Miracle isn't bullied like he was last time.
Yeah, I think this is the name of the game for them. Is like we gotta have a mid laner, not just a recovery patient. And do we have a QB on the gyro? Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Kuro once again.
And Monkey getting the sneaky wards on. It'll be very hard for Kuro to guess where it comes. No, it's a sentry. Excuse me. Thought he had the ward out. Saksa very often will have a ward. I mean, the Monkey King player should always have a ward when they play support. It's very hard to figure out exactly where the ward goes. Just Monkey things.
Blocking the easy camp. They also block the hard camp. While
Gonna
they're
go
going
for
the
some
same-
denies
all the
here.
way
Look at
around.
this. Just bully.
Ooh. It's pretty hard to out-deny a Tiny, but...
It is.
Sox is going to try anyway.
Oh,
right.
rocket. No.
We have to start running away. Can we, I kind of want to talk about the... Oh, nice. He actually does manage to cut that tree before Sox can get away. And now the
almost.
magic damage of level 3 Gyrocopter does look okay.
If he had the
against
body
Monkey.
block, he would have been dead. Tiny was connecting with the stun. Nice try. Here we
They're
go.
going to sandwich on to Snaking.
Yeah, this is always what's scary against Clockwork if you get isolated.
And he can self-disrupt, but he's still going to be kind of stuck in the same area. Ski just going to walk over here and try and help out. He's starting to lay some damage into GH. He's hoping that all of those battery assaults will hit Snaking, but he's rapidly dying, and Snaking is the one to pick up the first blood. Mind Control does manage to get that final swing, but he takes so much damage for all of this. And Skeeter's going to come off.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
MC, what do you think this is? Nothing comes for free, my friend.
He imprisons. We'll take... Sox is here!
with the rotation!
Primal Spring to slow him down, a stun, and they should have another round of Lucent Beam. They don't even need it.
What a maneuver. I mean, again, this Monkey, like, you have to come up with something or you're going to have to ban it. I think he's doing so much on it, these games. I think they're also really enabling just through the laning phase. Like, setting it up, I guess. I mean, this game is a Sanking, and Sanking is something that's almost always been banned against Tundra. They came into this tournament, got it 3 games in a row, and then ever since then it was banned, and now they have it again. And, I mean, they haven't lost yet. Sanking is 3-0 for them. Jeez. And let's see here. No. How close are we on the Meteor for OD? We only have 20 CS. We're getting there. The recipe's on the Courier. And after this wave, he could get it. And, I mean, look at this wave. Looks like Thunder are going to fight for this.
Yeah. This is Mind Control finishing up his Meteor Hammer if he's uncontested.
Okay. He gets it. Mercy. Yeah. And meanwhile, Sankey's going to be farming away top. He's impossible to stop. Tiny is also trading farm. 41 CS. Everybody's really happy in this area. Kunkka, top CS in the game now. Got 11 denies. And this is, I mean, natural that you also get these extra CS. Probably a lot of them are small camp creeps. Arcane Rune bottle, so Miracle, not recovering, not suffering, but no, he actually has a rune. He's looking at the side lanes, ready to react. Is probably also why they were so worried about bottom lane. Is like this Kunkka rotation is one of the best in the game. You can't just mindlessly dive. Like the boat in the early game is stronger than most spells, I would say. One of the strongest.
All right, so what is this? Can we talk through the OD pick a little bit? Like, what does OD provide? Oh, okay, no, you can't talk about anything, apparently. Is they're going to go on 2 different sides here. 33 with the epicenter, slows him down. Bottom lane, Snake King's going to be fine. Once again,
Meteor
disruption. But it was actually in the jungle where Miracle finds Soxus.
Okay, he must have caught his tree.
Yeah.
I think Saxa was just looking at it. But do we have Meteor Hammer? Why did nothing else come out of it? He should have had it. Okay, he must have missed it, maybe. Or he got the self-disrupt timing it. I think that's what happened. Oh!
Yeah, that might have been it. 9. This is awkward. Nice tornado, but he's still going to be pulled back into the cogs. So he's going to try and outrun it, but he's just stuck here.
All right. That's really big for Nigma. That's really big, yeah. So this SD hero, also a very big counter, I think, to the whole Meteor Hammer OD overall. I mean, if this is what you're building and this is what you're going for. But more so the Kunkka. So if we get this Kunkka threat... Oh, top! Igor!
ILTW being chased down. Saksa wants to be able to finish him up. He's almost got the Jingo stacks as well for that extra bit of damage. Gets it now. Saksa, though, trying to dodge some damage.
Tidebringer!
Tidebringer hit, finishes off 33, while Saksa was unable to finish off the Tiny. So, once again,
Miracle
come out on
owning,
top.
yeah, and helping out Miracle, getting him the rune, letting him be the player that he can be by giving him the tools. It's really paying off. And I think this ward is just outside of Century Age. Has Valve given us the liberty yet to check that? No, they haven't. Oh, they have.
There we go.
Yeah, it's outside. Okay. All right. I mean, this Kunkka really crucial for this stage of the game. And if that wouldn't have happened, like LTW would have just died top for nothing. Or died top. I don't think he died at the end of it, right? So much going on, man. I can't even keep track anymore.
Snaking is done both this now, where he's playing this 5 position and he just is able to hang out one lane and actually get a lot of farm. And he seems to be stopping mind control from pressuring that tower.
Yep. Yep. And I think now as well, the Invoker is not really sure what to do because he doesn't feel safe mid, right? Every X can turn into that bow, can turn into that kill, and if there's no openings on the side lanes, maybe he wanted to be top when they're diving, but he couldn't find his way there.
There's nobody to take the lane from him either, right? Because Monkey King doesn't want to be there and Snaking's busy bottom.
Yeah. I mean, if you leave bottom, the tower will die very quickly. Scouting the rune with the tornado just to see what it was. They don't get it. Another arcane rune for the Kunkka. Oof. Very big rune in this matchup too, in a way. Overall, is one of the best runes in the game. Let's see, MC in trouble here. Another Saksa rotation.
They're going to start TPing in on the side of Nigma to help out mind control, and Tundra actually making that read will back up.
Do we have, how close are we to hook shot? We should almost be 6 o'clock. I think you got a tome coming out. Yeah, you should have the tome coming out. Gyrocopter pretty under-leveled this game, and I think the supports on Tundra are a lot happier. Yeah, there's the tome coming for him, so Gyro is going to have to find somebody to let's see here.
Oh, Skeeter, he was just showing himself bottom lane. Now he TP's up top, try and get the trade-off of towers, it looks like.
Knowing some of the rotations happen, but I think they still have TPs on Nigma. I think they're going to look at this top play. Yeah, they're pinging. No, they're not. They're going to think the better of it. They're going to go for their own push bottom, knowing that Luna cannot connect. They're going to go crazy for this.
The missile. Saksa. He's going to be awkwardly positioned here. He's going to go deep into the trees, but they're just going to go for snaking instead. And no way out for the captain of Tundra.
Oof, the timing. Juicy timing. All right. Well, Skeeter is going to be a happy Luna. He opens up the top lane. He's going to farm this wave. He's going to farm some jungle creeps. He's going to farm the next wave. Inches are going to be stacked. He's going to farm the next wave again. Is basically staring down, I would estimate, 2,000 gold in the next couple of minutes, like 3 minutes. He's going to have an incredible amount of GPM if everything is done right. Meanwhile, mid, there's a hook shot.
Hook shot.
Oh boy.
Yeah, ILTW, he can get a couple swings in, but Snaking quickly puts a stop to that with a disruption. GH still trying to run down 9 here. He realized with the dust, he's not going to be able to escape. Oh,
he missed.
A rate drop. He saves it with the rate drop, and Snaking is now, oh dear, he's saved. Nice 33, you jump in there with the Burrow Strike, 2-man stun. Oh, Miracle, he's spotted. Nine, you got away from that. And he walks back in, gets hit by the Tidebringer, he falls. ILTW just a couple hits shy of falling here. They tried to get close enough to loosen beam, not good enough. Saksa still hunting, but ILTW ran back to the safety of the mid tower.
Whew, that looked ugly for Nigma for a moment. I thought LTW was going to die, and we missed a boat on the SD, but yeah, the Tidebringer helping out Miracle really did a lot for them this game, huh? This Kunkka has really done everything, I think, to keep Nigma in a good shape. And yeah, what's he buying on Kunkka? He's going for he's going straight BKB, no armlet. Here's the Wukong, oh boy.
With the Cold Snap as well as the Urn, he's going to be slowed down quite a bit, but he pops the Invis Rune, 33, still hits him with a Burrow Strike, and they manage to finish him off. Hook shot in from the side, 9 is, well, he should be okay. He's got all of his teammates here, and the rest of Nigma is like, sorry, GH, we can't follow in that initiation. Once again, Tundra, 5-man at 13 minutes in the mid lane.
Blink on tanking, right?
Yeah.
It is a very early blink, and there's a double banner, oh, single banner, that was the word. Yeah, Miracle praising him, and then he kind of negates or like neglects the Invoker respawn, and obviously Sanking Dagger is also something to always keep in mind. We went for the double null on Sanking. I don't think I've seen this one before. Again, people, watch and learn. I think this guy has great ideas, and this might mean that you never have mana issues. This is also still spell amp, right?
No, they took that away for the mana. So
okay, so simple mana cost reduction. So it's a mana thing for him. He will probably never have to go back to base, never have to buy the mana boost. Oh, this ward is golden.
Is great ward.
That's probably Monkey to thank for.
Soxa is gonna break that smoke
and break the smoke. Look, he's
Very
doing so
nice.
much for them. He is doing so much for them. Are they gonna cut a tree? Oh, they are cutting trees. Oh, you just have to stay calm. Stay calm.
Shh. Breathe. Don't make any sounds.
He's not breathing.
No, you gotta die.
Nigma, they're like a T-Rex. They sense movements. You gotta stay still, Soxa.
Oh, maybe he gave away a scent. Maybe he farted. Like a little monkey fart.
He gave one of those nervous farts. He's just sweating up on stage. Mid tower's gonna fall due to the meteor hammer from mind control.
They're all here. They're setting up for the epi, right? The epi is the way to kind of fight, but the rocket vision makes it hard. They don't want to go any deeper.
GH has been very good about just constantly using these rocket flares. I remember he was just spamming the bottom lane quite a bit.
Yeah, that's also what good Clockwork players are going to do with their rocket flares. The guys who still rocket creep waves in 2022, you guys have issues, man. Like the rocket flare is all about the vision, it's all about info, it's all about seeing what the enemy is up to and what they want to do, and of course setting up your own hook shot. Here comes the smoke. Kuro's going to tank it.
Okay, Earl, he walks into it.
Yeah,
He's like, I accept my fate. And the rest of the
MC run! They're still chasing MC here. They instantly, like, this is what's really, really good about pro teams, right? You have people who know that people are dead, and you have the Senki already connecting. MC, are you crazy? What?
I guess he saw that some people were still going after his captain, so he tried to turn around, and he does
get the return kill. Okay.
So.
I think he had a chance to get away if he just kept running, because the monkey, I believe, had already used the stun. I don't know if he used the stun, but I think he was close enough to the tower to kind of make it into a safe space, but hey, he gets the return kill. If he was dead, then he had a better read than me.
Hook shot missed.
Hook shot missed. Unconventional, but you know, you miss all the shots you don't take. And you miss some that you do take.
Yeah. So I guess it just misses all around.
Miss all everywhere. Alright, stun has already been used, and Sanking was connecting. He was going to be able to blink stun him just before tower range potentially, but it would have been a very awkward go, I think, for Tundra.
Yeah, especially if like ILTW jumps down.
You don't see him. The Kunkka could TP with both. So maybe a bit greedy? I don't know.
8 to 10.
DD, Miracle, give Miracle all the runes.
Oh, yeah. Double damage BKB. I feel like Nigma's ready to fight with a Blink Dagger on ILTW now. This is go time, right?
Yep. The Blink on Tiny, very big timing. Next will be Shard. I think he got a... Okay, he's not going Shard right away.
Nope.
No, he is going Upgraded Magic Wand. And then BKB. I might pick up the Shard before. I imagine he will. Okay, let's see. Is it going to be enough damage with OD?
Okay, he's out.
Nothing more comes of it. They're going to be a two-man smoked up. They got the hook.
Immediately breaks once again.
This time you got... Shh.
You smell that? You smell that, No-Tail?
Oh! I'm so stressed out, man.
Run! He's got the hook shot. Is he going to cut down the right tree? Oh, he's already jumped over to the right-hand side.
So annoying. So annoying. And meanwhile, bottom lane, 3-3 never left the lane.
Nope.
You cut the next wave. And Nigma are like scratching their head, like, how can we get them? How can we catch them? Skitter going back to a couple of stacks here.
Yeah, because otherwise the Luna should be staying ahead of the Tiny, right? When you're just...
Kind of, I guess, but I think, at this point their farm rate is about the same, and maybe he runs a bit faster, but that's about it. Like, I think they're able to keep up with each other's farm. Maybe without the Shard on Tiny, he will farm slightly faster, especially after Manta Style.
Definitely
that's
seems
what
like
he goes for.
ILTW went for a more aggressive build in that regard. Right?
Yeah, like going for the dagger and not going for the Shard. And yeah, he is going for the BKB right away. It's a fighting mindset. It's like we want to go. We want to have the 5v5. We don't want to Roche. We don't want to necessarily go for the tier 2 play. And Evoker also getting the early BKB. Kuroki, I'm curious, what did the Gyrocopter go for this game to kind of help his team? Is it drums? He hasn't picked up a utility item yet. I'm curious what he'll go for. We're going drums on the Clockwork. It's quite common as well right now. I think it's probably one of the better items, maybe even better than Medallion nowadays on most heroes.
Yeah.
Especially the position 4s.
BKB next for mind control.
MC also. Brown, Boots, Meteor, BKB. I'm still very curious. What is the purpose of this OD invites?
Yeah.
Because you can save from the Epi, especially with BKB, you can kind of hold off, and saving from Epi or Eclipse is very big.
Yeah.
Saving from some Invoker spells, sometimes you're going to have to, but ideally, yeah, it's an Epi for an Astral. But other than that, I mean, I think it's going to be really hard, and he also has to get really close. Let's see here.
This is a big
but we have SD.
BKB.
We have SD here.
He does. Both the SD and the BKB are available.
Epi?
Nigma actually gonna back away 33. He thought Nigma was still around. There weren't.
That's the game of info right there. Like if they had the info on Tundra, if they had a ward, if they had the Luna Night Vision going for them, obviously the Senki can play better. He wouldn't Epi like that if he saw something. And that's also that's what Nigma is. They're also playing with the lack of info. Where's Senking? What's he doing? Is he Epiing us? If we run in here, it's not going to look good, right? And they read it correctly. I think if they run in there, it's a horrible fight.
Yeah, considering their heavy magic damage approach right now, that BKB of Luna combined with Disruption.
Yeah, can we see the Luna items right now? Like he has Deepak Casual Yasha first. No, he has the BKB mob.
Dragonlance break apart.
And Dragonlance, yeah. I see. Rebuying the Dragonlance, yeah. So are they forcing the Roche here? It looks like they might be. It's a very awkward Roche when you don't have the Shard on Tiny. And you don't even have Medallion, I think.
Yeah.
So instead, somebody sniffs it, they put one Child Poison out there. Oh! Staying around, they're almost walking into each other. Oh!
There he is! ILTW pounces instantly. GH with a follow-up hook shot. He was just going to lay out the cogs to make sure Shattered Demon can't go anywhere.
Yeah, where do you go from here, though? I think all the lanes are pushed in. I still think Tundra don't really care. And it's like the Roche is really awkward. Like the only thing Nigma can really do is try to catch more heroes, but it's very obvious. So if Tundra get caught, it's monkey in the trees, man. There's not often you see people have the tools or even have the will to chase this monkey around. And Saxa also playing in the enemy's face, popping the smokes, getting the deep wards.
I find it so interesting, this change of pace that Tundra put in from game 1 to game 2, right?
Yeah.
It almost felt like Nigma was like, we're going to go early team fight items. I'm sure a repeat. They are going to be able to catch Mind Control here. Does Mind Control have his BKB yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No, he's dead.
He's dead. I love when the Wukong hits like,
Tornado for more. Tornado for more. 2 supports. They're actually going to charge into this one. They are trying to go on the Saxa farther up, but the epicenter is going to be committed here. He wants the support. Blinks in. Bro Strike hits 2 to be able to help save their Invokers. Just a sliver of HP, but 9
Tiny.
The Deafening Blast.
Tiny clipped.
Oh no, Tiny wasn't able to blink in like he wanted to, and now he's just getting nailed by Glaives and bouncing off of Nine's dead body, or Miracle's dead body rather. 4 dead on the side of Nigma, and Tundra gotta be feeling great about this. 33 back at it in the bottom lane.
Oof, and he is gonna be so big on Senking with this item build. And all the creep wave. I mean, he has to shard, he has to travel. It's like, you see this, you walk around, you sandstorm, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, no, I'm quite. Oh
no! He disrupted the Luna to get some illusions out. ILTW tries to pounce on him, but his damage just isn't there yet.
I was gonna say this was gonna be good for Nigma, but at the moment I think it's looking pretty hard. Even though they have net worth on some of their cores, it's more like the way the SD is gonna function and the fact that Luna is so far ahead, it's like he's gonna be able to do Roche before Nigma. He's gonna be able to force some of these fights for his team. And when they get forced into fights, they might end up looking like this. And I don't even think the OD BKB changes anything. Yeah. I even think SD, if he was in better position here, nobody dies from Tundra.
Sure.
Saxa getting caught. This is what Nigma, I think, are hoping for the most part. They're smoking around with the clock. They're doing these 2-man smokes. They're hoping to pick one guy off, and that will set off a potential avalanche if they can catch another hero. But that's kind of the problem, is if they had the shard on Tiny, I think they could force the Roche, even though it's not the fastest Roche in the world. But with this Blink build, Blink BKB, they get this kill, and all they can really do is kill waves and try to kill more heroes. And they almost lost the tier 2 top. I think once this happens and Luna has his next item, they're just going to go straight for Roche, and that's going to be a decision time for Nigma, whether or not they want to address it, because they don't have BKB Tiny, they have BKB Invoker. I mean, they could even go right now. Yep, they don't even have to wait the shard with the Crystallis. I mean, the Roche is theirs if they want it. Is how I read the game. There's another 3-man move by Nigma, or they're running around the enemy jungle. They're gonna back off now. You see Tundra, they're living here. They're gonna push in this top wave, and this means if they don't react, the top tower will die. Shadowblade, Arcane Rune again. I mean, I feel like Miracle has had almost every rune this game, and he has been the biggest factor for Nigma so far. So wherever he goes, I think his team should follow, and whatever he decides to do. There's the smoke. I wanna say they should go Roche with the smoke and just make them come to us.
Yeah.
If they can start the fight first, if they can get a put down on the Kunkka into SD ulti, I think he might die before the TP goes out. If he tries to BKB TP. They have the hook shot anyway, so he can't. Yeah, I mean, anything they catch should die, but honestly, I think they can just go straight Roche. Starting with the top wave, it's gonna... This is probably gonna kill the tower, which makes the Roche a lot harder to defend. Let's see. Champion. Nope.
33. He's got it.
He's got it.
All right,
Yeah.
so now they can take the outpost, which
that's
gives
a
them...
convenient rune as well, because this
yeah.
usually makes someone have to show, and if they don't, it's so much info, it's waves dying, even more info. And farm for Luna, of course, very convenient. It could have also been a tool to tank the Roche. But yeah, they're pinging it. They should be going for it. Shard on Luna, still alive, even though it got some nerfs a couple patches ago.
So we know now what Tundra, they're doing what you wanted them to do. What should Nigma be doing here?
I mean, you can go for the Hallelujah fight. What they should do, I think, is take the fight. I don't think the game gets easier if you let them have this. So let's see if they get here in time.
Oh, he managed to get the back line. A nice two-man hook shot. They catch the Sand King first, but he will be able to burrow strike to the side. Mind control with his BKB is looking for targets, but Nine, he's slowing down this ILTW. And now he's going to be caught inside of the Eclipse with the epicenter on top of that with the carry gone. Nigma are falling apart now. They do manage to hit mind control after his BKB wears out. They hit him with the Lucent Beam follow-up. Here comes Soxa as well, slowing him down, instantly jumping away to the trees. Sunstrike, oh, just barely off the mark. But you know Soxa doesn't want to let this go. He watches mind control. And Tundra,
he's gonna go for it, he's gonna go for it.
Oh, the force stab! Stun, jumps into the trees, and just the vision is good enough to get the kill.
Force stab on Monkey, I didn't even see it. They're catching more?
Yeah, with that really nice ice wall, they slow down GH quite a bit. Tundra, though, they can chill out and just focus on the... Oh, no, chilling out.
BKB finish.
Has a BKB. So he goes in, finds the one on Kuro. Unfortunately, everybody else from NGX has already backed away. So now let's finish up that Roche.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what Nigma had to do, and I think it was a great first target. If they could have managed to keep the Sand King in control after the jump and like blow him up, like the Tiny gets on top of him, Kunkka somehow gets the spells on him, then I see a way where they actually take the fight. If Sand King doesn't have buyback, or maybe even if he does, they manage to kill heroes before he gets there. But the fact that he gets out, gets the epi on the Tiny and the OD.
Keep this going. The Cogs pushing back the Luna. He immediately pops that BKB to deal with the boat that was incoming.
What would Dota be without BKB, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of heroes would be hella broken.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, now the game is a little trickier. I mean, going for these plays, what Nigma is doing, I think is really good. Like, you kind of try to punish them if they get too confident, if they spread out too much, and the SD is not there behind the Luna, you blow him up once. These are things that can quickly put you back in an advantageous position. But yeah, now it's like I think they really want more items, and they want to find a way to get it. Part of it probably means running around the map and killing heroes. But look at this Monkey; he already sees them coming. They D-ward one ward, he places up another one, and keeps Nigma guessing on like, are we being watched? Is there someone in this tree? Is there someone in that tree? Soxa doing. Oh, they didn't get the ward actually. I thought they found it. Nigma have their own deep wards, not seeing anything. They must know where part of Tundra squad is.
Yeah, they got to be somewhere in that top jungle area, and they're gonna cut into the mid lane, catch Kuro, freebie.
Yeah, that's the risk of showing up on some of these waves. Now you show up mid. Oi!
Okay. Maybe, but also maybe not. The rest of Tundra is here. ILTW is going to be able to finish up that kill on Soxa, but GH, he's not getting out, and ILTW is going to be caught by 33, who's setting up mind control, sitting in the back, but he wasn't sure what to do. This purge on ILTW makes him feel so bad, he's just going to have to TP away. But now mind control may not be able to have a way out either. No, he's got a very long BKB, actually.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to wait for much longer. He waited for the Daedalus build on Luna, and I love this. I think... I was going to say, he went for this Daedalus build. When you have the Daedalus shard, it really is a different hero. A lot of people, they tend to go for the shard build, and they go some Scotty, or they even go for the butter. But with Daedalus, you're another animal. Like, and now you also talk about alacrity.
Alacrity with this, it's scary, and it also allows you to push. Butterfly will also allow you to push really well, but it allows you to push and fight. And I think this BKB now from Tiny and Odie, it's completely negated. Like you actually cannot stay in the fight if this guy's hitting you, even with your BKB going. Especially for the OD. The OD is in big trouble.
So you're saying it's next level because he puts an intense amount of physical damage that threatens heroes.
Some Lunas really like it, some Lunas don't, but there's no better build versus BKB than this.
Sure.
There's no better build. Ah!
Gotta get out. Gotta get out. Uh-oh. Saxa, he needs help. 33 to the rescue. He's gonna be able to slow down Miracle here. And meanwhile, oh, Skeeter, he's going to town here. He's already killed Kuro. My control's going to be falling as well, and he still is kind of dangerous. Back over to Saxa. He does eventually die to Miracle. Oh, going to be able to take the Aegis away, and he blinks out. Nice play from my LTW.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting back. They're trying. I think now we're really going to see this Odie. He is nothing more but an Astral for his allies.
Yeah.
He's going for Blink, and I think he really wants Ag, so I don't know how he's going to get it. But once he gets those two items, he can do more saving and he can do more for the fights. Other than that, I really don't know. Like, he's not going to be allowed to right-click, and his ulti isn't really a spell. I mean, it doesn't do much. And now we have the Tidebringer Cleave. Let's see. It's going to have to do some work. I'm very curious what Miracle's going to buy next. Because I think we have to watch for this Kunkka to do more. LTW also can do a lot in this game, and he is going for his own Daedalus. He has a shard now. I think it's a cool approach, like just to go for the Daedalus straight up right now, and you're gonna blow up. You've got to blow up this SD. You really want to blow up this Invoker and Sand King. I think these are like the 3 most important heroes to kill first. Just let Saxa be a monkey in the fight. It doesn't do too much for the fights, other than the vision it's giving. But you have to play around it. You're gonna have to find the heroes that you can kill. Sure, if you can kill the Luna and control the SD at the same time, that's gonna be really good. Offensive smoke.
Saxa. He's running around his courier right now.
Yeah. Always scouting, always scouting. Oh, look at this though. Look at this. Invoker!
Oh! Catches 9. A big kill if they can get it, but BKB goes up as he goes down. Purge on the LTW. 33 nails the backline. 2-man Burrow into Skeeter. He's taking a lot of damage from LTW, but he will manage to finish it up and gets a decent heal up. Alacrity, it's just too much damage coming out from Skeeter. Nobody can fight him. 33, pops BKB. Tears Kuro apart, no problem. Chasing for more. GH, he's trying to hide. Mind Control going for the Blind Meteor. He knows that Saxa was chasing after him, and Saxa, he's just playing games with Mind Control right now, saying, where you going, son? You're not going anywhere. You're going to be caught stuck in these trees. That's going to be your grave, and it's going to be GH right alongside you, bud.
Wow, notice the Luna items before that fight. He had just disassembled his Mask of Madness for Satanic.
Yeah,
and that's how he healed up fully. I don't even know if it would have made the difference, but it definitely sealed the deal for Nigma there. Very hard to fight. I mean, this is what I was worried about, the Luna taking off, and with the Alacrity and with the SD behind him, it's like, this guy's going to kill your whole team, and what you're going to do about it, you know?
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult position for Nigma.
The Tiny doesn't have that same kind of like big damage amplifiers. Plus, he went sort of an early aggressive build.
Yeah, he has an OD.
Yeah.
I think this Darkseer could have made a difference. I do think Darkseer, if they going back to the draft, but that's not the hindsight right now, because Skeeter might be dead here.
Yeah, Skeeter! Oh, no, he didn't have EKB. He couldn't get off that last hit with the Satanic, and okay. Miracle's like,
everybody was just relaxing. I guess they thought they won, and now look at that. It's like GG end, and then he went to hit base, and it
now he's got an AC. You said the Kunkka's going to have to do a lot of carrying.
What a throw!
Oh, dear.
What a throw. I mean, they're still in the game. They're still in full control of the game, but this gives Nigma a chance. Look at this, they're catching more. Ooh,
really
half
nice
HP.
Hit, and he's got 9. He's going to force him to use his BKB to get out.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be another thing.
Spider legs on Kunkka. He keeps going, man. Drums, run back. Yeah, they were smelling blood, and a good read by Tundra that, you don't want to give away more kills.
They can keep it up, too. There's a double damage top lane.
Yeah. I mean, you could give that to Tiny if you really want it, but I mean, I think this Kunkka, he's worthy of the DD.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. I've seen this so many times in my pubs. Like, my Luna is the strongest hero, want to fight, and like, I'm going to push. And his whole team wasn't there. I mean, if SD was there, this was a disaster for Nigma.
Yeah.
But since, they just, it's Dota for you. You take your opportunities. Saxa? No, wait. Don't tell me he lives.
Long jumping away.
Oh, wait. They have hook, right? Oh, they don't have hook. Okay.
They cut down the right tree.
That's why you buy QB versus Monkey.
Good work.
Keep it throughout the game. Yeah. So you got the shard on Gyro. It helps a lot on the damage. It helps a lot. Let's see. Miracle. Aggressive position.
Can he blow him up? Can he blow him up fast enough? Oh, he's on him.
Okay. He was waiting for his team. He was waiting to figure out if his team was going to connect or not. Radiant did the scan. They saw a Clockwork connecting on the scan. Look at this. Look at it. SD. Oh, SD had just used the disrupt. Correct. Yeah. Oh, and you had to respect. You had to respect what was left. And probably thinking, is Kunkka really gonna waste his time camping top? You know?
Yeah.
Is he gonna go for something like this? Oh, I love this. We should do this every replay. Get the player camp together with it. Oh, I saw the tear in his eye. Oof, that was rough.
Flawless game taken away from Skeeter. Still a chance to be able to get the 2-0 though against Nigma. They're feeling pretty good.
Good chance.
7K lead, 24-19. It's
yeah, it's more like I do think this Luna is a monster right now, but hey, I think this time that was just bought with the Luna death I think it's given Tiny a Daedalus. It gave Kunkka almost 25, and now he's also going to have a Satanic coming up. Like the 25 Kunkka is also no joke. But more so, the Daedalus, we're still a bit far from Daedalus. He got a Paladin Sword right now with Morbid Mass, so he got something going on if he actually gets to right-click as well for his own HP gain. But with the Daedalus, that's gonna be crazy.
And you're leading into that physical damage being enough to potentially blow up the Luna, or at least threaten her.
It changes the game. It's not so much about the Luna. The Daedalus on Tiny is like, when you're Sanking, when you're SD, when you're Invoker, like you saw the Invoker to the cleave of Kunkka alone, like one tree toss on top of that cleave, and it crits, you're actually dead. So it changes the fight. Like all of a sudden you went from, oh, I can tank a few hits to, I didn't even see my HP bar, you know? It disappeared.
So pretty much everybody else is going to have to play real careful in their positioning.
Well, basically, like the fights are way more explosive.
Yeah.
It's part of why Dota is a better game than League. It's because heroes are strong. Heroes actually get like so strong as well.
Oh, look at that. Nine's going to go AC on his Invoker rather than like a Shiva's.
Yeah, that's curious. Not quite often you see that. But Shivas also has that HP effect, which normally you wouldn't think, oh, versus Nigma, this is not so good. But because Tiny has that Paladin Sword Satanic, I would say Shivas is also very valuable. Obviously, AC is a more offensive choice. It's also better for Luna. But yeah, I mean, my boy likes to right-click maybe.
How do you decide when your carry needs like a secondary carry to put in physical damage, and when do you just give him more utility?
Oof, I usually check his MMR. But it also goes to like how you have to think about the fight. It's like, and what are you trying to do? Because if you're trying to blow people up, more damage the better, right? And if you say that, okay, my guy has enough damage, then you can start looking at other stuff. But in a game like this with the Luna and the SD, and the Satanic on Luna, it's like, I really like...
Ooh, this is a really nice pickup. ILTW is going to be at half health before he can even pop his BKB, and they certainly, I don't think he can do anything to save Kuro. No, he's gone.
I was going to say, I mean, at least for Nigma Galaxy's perspective, having these two heroes that deal the damage makes the game infinitely harder for the SD Invoker and Sanking to play, whereas if Kunkka had gone some weird utility build with Aghanims and stuff like, you'd only have to keep check of Tiny in the fight. This makes Kunkka way more of a threat, I feel like. I don't know if the AC is going to have the same effect for the Invoker. I feel like it's more so for the aura. Not so much about his own right clicks. It's more about the aura for his Luna. But we almost got 25 Luna. We got the 25 on Kunkka.
Look at this, Tundra. They're not letting Nigma set up on a Roshan fight. They're actively going to go out and find the kills first. GH, nice Tornado's going to be able to catch mind control as well, force into using that BKB, the Wukong's command being thrown out there, and Nigma Galaxy are full retreat right now. Blind Burrow Strike, 33, not finding it, but he does have the epicenter. ILTW, he's going to be kind of slowed down here, forced down to the ground, and he does turn some damage onto Soxa, but it's not going to feel great as Skeeter is entirely uncontested with a triple kill, and he's probably going to be Ultra once he's done with Kuro, once he's done with Miracle. Miracle does have the double damage with the BKB, so he managed to get the one kill on the Shadow. He made it buyback. Burrow into a potential both. They do have the Tiny coming in. Trying to pick off Nine. The Cleave hit. He gets it. Double kill for Miracle. Now turning the two of them. Trying to pick up Skeeter. Skeeter returning the damage. They're healing up. The Burrow Strike comes through. Slowing down Miracle as he's hoping to get more swings in with the double damage, but no. He tries to run away, but you cannot hide from Skeeter. ILTW is going to be stuck in here as well as the Avalanche. He needs more help, but he's not going to get it. Everybody from Nigma Galaxy is dead or doesn't have buyback, or in Kuro's place, about to die.
Oh no. I thought Nigma had it for a second there. It really looked like it with the cleave. Cleave coming through, the Satanic, the homing rocket on Sanking, not allowing him to get the two-man impale for a while, but Tiny needed a bit more. Tiny needed the Daedalus. I don't think he has it yet. No, he doesn't. With that Daedalus crits, maybe this fight could have gone their way. Maybe I didn't see Kunkka crit, but they needed that extra Ooh, trouble.
Yeah, trying to get mind control. Oh god, that Luna is hitting so hard.
Oh.
The BKB is not an offense against this carry.
Satanic, baby.
And now Miracle trying to get back. He's not gonna make it. Oh, missed hook shot too on top of everything.
All right, they need to force him into fountain here. That's the only way.
Yeah. Who's gonna do it? Oh no, they're gonna die.
Force him out of fountain. Force him out.
Ultra kill for Skeeter, and that is gonna be GG called. Well played, Tundra. You know, we heard that interview. He said he had a little nerves coming into this series. Skeeter playing up against a storied opponent in Nigma, especially on land, but they proved themselves in this upper bracket final, and they are going to the grand finals.
Yeah, 9. He plays Invoker too, huh?
He really does. He looked great doing it too. I can't help but think about when you were talking about the Tiny just not having enough physical damage. What you were saying in the item build a long time ago about the shard pickup at 15 minutes, and which would be more a farm-oriented approach, Nigma Galaxy just seemed to run out of damage.
It did. I still would boil it down to they didn't really have a position 3 this game. Like,
yeah, seriously.
The OD didn't have any impact. If the save hero or a type of save hero could have come through something else and still had more to contribute to fights, then this Tiny probably wouldn't have felt like needing this dagger, could have gone to shard, or even with the dagger they could have won more fights, giving more money, giving more map. But buying this dagger, Lunar just buying these items, you know, pooping out like the money, and then you have the SD behind them. It's like, it's hard. I don't think it's on Tiny. I think it's mostly on this OD pick, if I had to say, that made this game extra hard. They did have opportunity. I think Miracle played out of his mind. I think LTW played really well. I think the gyro with the shard eventually did a lot for the fights too. And GH hitting most of the hooks. I mean, he's a legendary Clockwork, and in this game he hit some really good hooks, but fights were hard, man. Like this OD pick, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, well, ultimately that's something to learn, right? Because we are in the upper bracket. Nigma Galaxy, they'll drop down and perhaps be an even stronger team there. Meanwhile, though, Tundra, big congratulations to them going to the grand finals. It just seems like the hits keep on coming for this team as they have been rocking the European world, and looking forward to the rest of their season, the rest of this tournament. In fact, we're going to go ahead and check in our panel with a nice clean 2-0 for Tundra over Nigma Galaxy.
Thank you very much, Cap. And Noto, indeed, Tundra victorious. Tundra is your first grand finalist here at Gamers Galaxy. And this second game, though, started a lot more even than game 1. It actually looked like Nigma Galaxy had a little bit of a chance here. But it didn't last, that feeling didn't last that long, right, Fogged?
No, we did see a couple of these like BKB timing fights that were pretty good and all that, but I just was watching, honestly, like Sox and Snaking. The two supports on the side of Tundra were unbelievable. Like the ILTW walks into a fight every single time, just gets instantly soul captured, instantly demonic purged. He's half HP and slowed, can't move and fight properly. That was thanks to Snaking on the Shadow Demon. And Soxa, I mean, you don't even need to say all the things that he did on the Monkey King.
You play against Soxa, you don't ban Monkey King because you think you can counter it. Soxa picks Monkey King, and you know the result is going to be what we expected. Great performance by him, and I think they could have swapped things around a little bit. This also OD last pick during the cast. They talked, you know, it needs to be something that is like gotcha. We really had you with this pick. Never felt it, especially because you're playing against the Monkey King, and the Monkey is probably the best hero that can stop the meteor channel, especially early on, sitting on the trees. It's very easy to bait OD into a tough situation where he uses Astral, so that means he has no defensive capabilities anymore, and then stop the meteor, and after that he's dead.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights that looked really good for Nigma. This is probably one of them, and it really looked like they had a chance to get back into this game, but outside of how it felt like the OD had no impact, it really just felt like this Luna Invoker was scaling so well. Even though Nigma did win some fights, they were still topping the net worth, right? And you are playing with a Tiny who didn't go for the shard, so he didn't have some kind of flash farming mechanism. I think Kunkka played a great game. I think this one looked a lot better than the last one, for sure, for Nigma. So it's more so about just like tweaking a couple of hero picks here and there for their next series. But I think Tundra played an excellent series. I think Soxa really proved to the fans why he was such a valuable pickup, why they were willing to restructure their entire team for this one player. He has such an incredible game sense. In the early game, it feels like every rotation is so clean and so on point. So, hats off to him.
this was probably my favorite fight actually to see, because they lost the Silver Edge on Miracle before the fight starts too, and it just was perfect control from everybody from Tundra. Like you saw LTW is like instantly gets purged, instant soul captured. He's dead before the fight even began.
And that's what we talked about, the atomization on Soxa before they started, the force staff to be able to close the gap and grab a kill. And what you mentioned, there we go. Demonic Purge on Tiny, he stands his ground, and just half HP. Gone pretty much. Use BKB, dispels it, but still in the end, Luna was just a bit too farmed at that point.
That Alacrity Luna did so much damage too. That was pretty nuts. And just like Tundra got everything they wanted out of that draft. It was just really interesting because it felt like they were in a more difficult situation where they had to pick a little bit more unconventional. But then
nerves kicking in
moment.
here.
Yeah. this was a
slight moment of uh-oh.
Yeah, they snap picked their SD and then their Sand King, and they're like, hey, we got our heroes.
Yeah.
Cool.
It seems like they have such a big arsenal of like these two picks. It feels like that works so well. Like the Death Prophet Monkey King combo that we saw. Then we see like the Shadow Demon Sand King. Even though they weren't laning together, you feel like these kind of combo synergies that they have with them.
I must say though, in a lot of those combos that we've seen over the last 2 series that Tundra has played on this main stage, it was the Saxa Monkey King, and it's interesting to see that Nigma Galaxy they banned out the other side of the pairing in both of the games with the Death Prophet and the Sand King.
Yeah.
The Monkey King gets less through though.
Still 33. It was insane on the Sand King. One of the
Yes.
reasons why this hero just got straight up buffs over the couple of patches, and the instant initiation that you get from it, plus the damage, it's just so good.
Holy, look at these damage numbers. I think 53k. Did he almost did more? I mean, not almost more than the entirety of Nigma Galaxy, but it's pretty crazy when you see the damage numbers. 53 and 32 on him and 33. It's quite insane.
I like 33 on a hero that buys a Blink Dagger because his positioning is always top tier pretty much. I mean, he also plays the micro heroes, which he excels at, but he has a variety of heroes that he plays, but Sanking this game, amazing performance. Only 2 deaths.
Like it's that poverty gaming by Snake.
Well, I think it's bugged. I think because I don't think it shows Boots of the Bearing, right?
Okay.
But I think that's the icon for Boots of the
Yeah,
Bearing.
yeah, probably. But then still, he has 3 empty slots.
Because he bought Shard as well, so let's
looking.
incorporate Shard there too.
Yeah.
Don't flame the poor supports. Come on, no bullying.
But the EV pickup by 33 was really excellent too. It just felt like it fit into that game so nicely.
It really did. I mean, yeah.
I think it's a cool pickup now that it's changed as well, that it's now based off the enemy's primary stats. You see Kunkka and Tiny. These 2 heroes are extremely high strength gain heroes, so as the later game progresses, the E-Blade actually becomes more and more valuable on the Sand King, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and this is the second time today where we saw an OD on the offlane. And we heard our casters mention it as well, and it has nothing to do with the player, but this hero, it seems like the teams that pick it up, there must be something there in scrims that we have not seen.
No, it's because he's been really good in the last patch, right? And then he's still a good save hero. He's still a good like high pressure offlaner with the Meteor Hammer build. But if you're picking offlane OD, you're gonna go that build. But you're also playing against 5 heroes who can cancel you. You're playing against Disruption. You're playing against Lucent Beam. You're playing against Boundless Strike. You're playing against Cold Snap. Counterpicked yourself. Like you don't pick offlane OD to do anything but that build. It's not like you're going to become some Midas right-click.
Yeah, it's too one-dimensional, and also the Meteor Hammer got nerfed, and with the Shadow Demon pickup, he can easily, either disrupt or with the new Shard remove that damage. So I'm not feeling it. Maybe we're missing something out, but
I mean, not in this game.
Not in this game. But it can look good. Like it has kind of transitioned better than I thought after all the nerfs. We've seen it look decent in a couple of games.
Yeah, just not this game. We did see Luna look pretty decent this game. Skeeter knocked it out of the park, and he's on stage right now with Kyle.
Indeed, I am here with Skeeter, the carry of Team Tundra, 2-0 victory over the hometown heroes. And if I'm not mistaken, you said you were incredibly nervous backstage pregame. How do you feel now?
I'm still nervous because I'm doing an interview, right? But I was just trying to be relatable to the fans. I wasn't actually nervous.
So you're saying you were incredibly confident and that was just all a facade?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't really know if I believe you, but okay. Curious, in your first game, you had the LC and the Gyrocopter. Second game, you had the Invoker, Luna, Shadow Demon. Is this, basically buffing your hero? Is that a core part of the strategy? And is it your idea or the team actually agreed to it?
Well, I don't want to get much into the details because we still have finals to play, but it wasn't really that big of a plan. We just wanted to have like a very strong lanes against Nigma, Team Nigma, and it worked out in both of the games. And then we have the combination of like a team fight, you know, strong stance and, you know, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. And I'm also a little curious. I was talking to your team. You know, a lot of athletes have these pre-game rituals, like LeBron throwing the chalk up in the air. They said that yours is you have some sort of spray that you make sure to get everywhere, and that it helps you focus.
No, it helps you breathe. It's like, yeah, that's what it does.
What is it?
I don't know the English word for it, so.
Okay, interesting. Now, is it okay if I like ask a question that may come off as an insult?
Sure.
Your teammates said you are the dumbest one on the team.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, I cannot get into the details, but you just know it's true.
Okay, cool. Anything else to say to the fans?
I like your support. We obviously, you know, appreciate all the support and the fact that you guys are still watching. And that's pretty much it. Hope you will cheer for us in the future as well.
Well, I'm sure they will. And we'll see you tomorrow in the grand finals. Congrats, man. We'll throw it back to Sheaves.
I thought that was a really good interview. Thank you very much, Skeeter. Thank you very much, Kyle. Nothing to be nervous about being on stage and playing some Dota 2.
Didn't sound so nervous.
Didn't sound so nervous. Nah, it was fine. He played amazing as well. I mean, only that one moment on the top lane. That was also, I mean, Snaking disrupted him right in front of the so it wasn't entirely him.
I feel like I've been on the, I mean, a lot of us have been. I've been on the Skeeter hype train for over a year and a half now. Like every game, it's like, it looks like an improvement. Some of the games when he was playing like Void, when no one was really playing it, it's like, oh my goodness, 5-man chronos, like no deaths. He's playing really consistent. And it's really good to see. He's moved on a lot.
I've been following him since Penta days. That was like back in 2015, 16 pretty much. And yeah, he improved so much.
And seeing him here on stage, because it's one thing to play well from your bedroom or from boot camp or from your hotel room, Effie, but here on stage, he does it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had the ponytail. Once you have the ponytail, that means you're trying.
It's business.
You're
means
focused.
business.
Yeah, he didn't have the crazy headset hair that we saw through at DPC. He was playing to win, man.
Playing the win. I mean, it worked out. Team Tundra will make it to the grand finals. We could take a look at the brackets because they start to fill out nicely here. We, of course, did say goodbye to a team earlier today. We had Team Secret playing their final match as Boom was able to knock them out. And we can see what else is coming our way as well, as the brackets should be coming up very soon. There you go. So we just had our upper bracket finals. We have our first grand finalist ready. Clean 2-0 for Tundra, and they will be waiting for their opponent. Nigma Galaxy not out just yet, waiting for their opponents for tomorrow morning, the lower bracket finals. But the first round of the lower bracket, we saw OG and Team Secret get eliminated, and that means that Team Spirit and Boom Esports will go head-to-head to decide who gets the honor of playing tomorrow in those lower bracket finals against Nigma Galaxy. And is this a bracket looking the way you thought it was going to be, Lacoste?
It's hard to say. It's LAN, so very hard to predict. I expected Boom to do well because the team really gelled up nicely together in the DPC, and they did amazing in the regional finals on top of that. A bit surprised, with the Team Secret. You always have high expectations for the team, how they're gonna do. You always think, maybe this is the tournament, because throughout the DPC they didn't do so well. But yeah, I believe it was Sumail in the interview said, they have no expectations coming into this, and I think it's a good mental thing to not put too much pressure on yourself and just see how it's gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, I did think Tundra was very good, but I also didn't have, I didn't know where to put them yet because of the change.
Yeah.
So I didn't have them at this point, of course not. So that's probably the biggest surprise for me, how well they look with Soxa.
I think a lot of people, if you were expecting that either is going to go really well or is going to go really bad.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the unknown factor of replacing Fada, it's more so that during new patches, the start of new patches, this is when Tundra just does better than everybody else. They've always historically done so. I think they're the team most willing to just sit down and theory craft, and they have all of these ideas and all this versatility. And my concern was I just didn't know how Soxa's hero pool would fit into it. I don't know. They don't seem as flex as they were a few months ago, where they were just flexing all 5 of their heroes. But it's working out for them in a way that might even be better. Just
looking from here, right? So
yeah,
that's
like
really
that.
cool.
I actually really like that point. I think that's something that I think maybe a lot of people do look at, right? We have 33, very brain player, Owie, brain coach,
Yeah.
and then like snaking and stuff, like very brain players. Like these guys like to theory craft. It's actually what they like to do maybe more than even playing, especially Curtis.
That's why he's a coach now. Works
every
out.
time, seriously, every time there's a new patch, they just have some weird ideas, right? They brought us the mid coddle at the start of the last patch. They brought us some mid Earth Spirit back into the meta that nobody's touched for 2 years.
Mid Wyvern.
And that's why they call
Mid-Wyvern,
Skeeter what they call him, you know, because the rest of the team,
Yeah, rest of
their
the
genius, he only needs to click the buttons, apparently. Doesn't need to think about the draft or anything.
Hey, it works out. And hey, every team needs a grunt, too. I cannot underestimate them. It works out for Tundra, and you know he's apparently embracing that role of him. But I mean, so far Tundra looks like a well-oiled machine, and they are your first grand finalists. Now we only need 3 teams tomorrow because obviously we need 2 in the grand finals, and we need 1 extra there in the lower bracket finals facing up against Nigma Galaxy, and we still have 4 teams. So it means 1 has to go home, and that's what we're gonna do next because our final lower bracket match, apart for today rather. Is coming your way. We're going to have Boom Esports taking on Team Spirit on the stage behind me in just a little bit. Again, we have set start times this tournament for the playoffs, and I'm just looking at my clock real sneakily. We're going to have about a 30 to 40 minute break, but when we're back, it is time for elimination. It's either Boom or Team Spirit. Who's going to be? Better stay tuned.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
to figure. Give up the chase. Gonna get it on. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. No second place. Gonna get it on. Throw a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on. Going on. Going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. What kind of metal are you made of? Titanium. 'Cause you feel so strong. Nothing compares. You're upper echelon. Walking on there. Gotta get it on. Throw a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on. Going on. Going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. All go and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Dubai Dota fans, we are here at the Gamers Galaxy Invitational Series 2022. Only one match remaining this evening. The winner goes on to play Team Nigma. We're going to get the teams on stage right away, and we're going to start with the TI champs, Team Spirit.
Welcome on stage, Team Spirit.
Spirit are ready, but we need to get their opponents out here. They have taken out Secret already today. They'll need to take down one more team if they want to make it to Championship Sunday. Bring out Boom.
Welcome on stage, Boom Rivals.
All right, guys, get to your booths. Let's get the match underway. Who will it be? Team Spirit, TI-10 champions, or Yapaj God, FBZ CEO, and the last hope of Southeast Asia? We're going to find out in just a moment. Let's send it to Sheev.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Looking forward to this one indeed. Also, gotta say, keep getting better and better at this stage hosting stuff, and definitely set the scene for this best of 3, because only one of these 2 teams makes it to Championship Sunday. We got ourselves Team Spirit, we got ourselves Boom, and we got ourselves also 3 top-tier analysts, Effie, Rezo, Lacoste. Good evening. I want to pick it up where Kyle left off. Like, who's going to take it? I want to know straight off the bat. Who we got a favorite? Oh, you want Rezo to go first?
Yeah, he has some spicy words.
Oh.
I mean, I think Boom is gonna take them down.
All right.
They're like so hungry right now, and Team Spirit, whatever they say, they still kind of like a bit lazy after the TI championship. To me.
Okay.
I mean, however you can say about it, but it's a smaller tournament compared to the TI, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So Boom, their first LAN event, like they're ready for it. They're hungry.
I mean, I don't agree completely, but I think a big boost of confidence that Boost received is beating Team Secret on LAN. You know, just to name Team Secret and now standing in front of the TI winners. I think they're really hungry. They are hungry for this win, and the way they played throughout the DPC, the way they showed up so far in this tournament has been amazing.
I mean, I think we do have to acknowledge that Spirit is playing with a stand-in, right? They don't have their 4-player. We don't know how much this tournament actually means to them, whereas Boom have to be excited, right? It's their first LAN. They're on this stage. Sure, there's no crowd, but this is a really
We are the crowd.
great experience. We are the crowd.
Yes.
We cheer them on. But this is a really good experience for them. So they're everybody's surprise team.
Yeah.
This team came out of nowhere. Literally out of nowhere, straight from Division 2 to winning Division 1. They have so much potential. It's kind of scary.
It is scary. They're looking good on LAN. We had a winner's interview on stage after their series against Team Secret earlier today, where you could see FBZ. He was already excited. It's like, oh, now we get to face Team Spirit on LAN, on stage here. This is the biggest international stage that this team has seen, and some teams just take it to that next level on stages, and Boom seems to be one of those teams. And I want to talk about some of the heroes that we have seen them do it with, because this is a team that has played a little bit unconventional heroes, but mostly it's a lot of the heroes that a lot of other people are playing as well. They're just doing it better.
Exactly. I mean, they also ran this position 5 Dead Prophet that looked amazing against the Team Secret. Dead Prophet that had the 2000 HP, like 12, 15 minutes in, scouting things out and soaking up all the damage, providing vision for the team. It's the stuff that I want to see, you know, someone thinking about the game differently than the others. And also, like, we can see that they are also shifting things around a little bit, staying away from their, like, Bane Kunkka opener, even though Yopaj plays a sick Kunkka. Like, there's some stuff that they decided to change a little bit. It's not just, you know, we have this one strategy, we're good with 10 heroes. I've been really impressed by FBZ on the off lane, the way he plays. Like, he's been, I don't think they prioritize him because they know that he's going to deliver later on. Like, no matter what situation you put him in, he's going to play really good, especially on that Pango. It's insane what he does once he gets these, like, all core items. So Shard, the Blink Dagger, and the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, you can make a case for anybody to be an MVP for this squad, isn't that right, Effie?
I would say that they all play incredibly well. I think Yopaj has been the standout, right, ever since the DPC. It's like, Rezo yesterday in the green room, he asked me, he's like, when did Yopaj become the best mid player in the world? It's like, how? Where? How did he get so good? No, but he's been great to watch. I'm just really excited to see more of his gameplay, but also Jackie played a really great PA today, and I think a lot of C fans maybe have a question mark about him because they did replace their former carry recently with him, but I think so far he's shown us that he can definitely compete, that he is an upgrade. So a lot to watch out for here.
I also want to add, like, we can kind of see how the meta develops in this tournament, and I'm looking at the Boom heroes, and they like started this meta on this tournament. Like, all of the heroes that are right now being picked by multiple teams, they, along with Tundra, they started all of this meta heroes, like Bane, the DP first, like we saw from them, the Kunkka, they were picked all the time. It's just like they came here prepared for to take everybody's down, actually. And
can we address that they are also playing Mirana? They are centering so much of their drafts around Mirana and her potential, and I'm really glad to see it being put to use, because this hero was so off the radar for so long, and
Yeah, and the way they play with Mirana is they always have some kind of setup, whether it's Kunkka, whether it's Bane, Ember Spirit, so they know like these Mirana rotations are going to be on point. Like against Team Secret, Tim's 2 times after X Mark, he TP his mid, and one arrow was failed, but the second one hits, and like you can expect these kind of rotations early on. Mirana is still in the pool, and they're not going to change anything.
No, they're going to go for the Kunkka again, and we are focusing a lot of our attention on Boom at the moment. But that's because everybody knows about Team Spirit. They're the TI champs, and they have done really well. I also want to bring attention before we talk in depth about this draft. Yesterday, we saw probably the most exciting game played on stage here so far between Team Spirit and OG, the second game of the series. If you haven't watched it, you probably should. It was incredible, but it also maybe gave Boom a couple of ideas about how to beat Team Spirit, because they lost all their 3 lanes in that game in particular, and I would like to see Boom try to recreate that feel of the game, as we have an Enchantress picked up for Roger most likely.
I mean, they do need to focus on the strong lanes, especially against Team Spirit. They're like the beasts on lanes, and the way to address it, I mean, Kunkka is his first pick is just like no matter what, he's gonna have a good lane, and I'm surprised. I'm actually not surprised. Like the Ember and Ench is like actually the top tier heroes on this tournament for sure.
Mirana's
and Walker is
available.
not touched, but it's just a different route for them, I guess.
Against the Enchantress, it makes a lot of sense, and a lot of these spirits, like even mobile heroes like Queen of Pain Puck, they do struggle against X marks the spot, but they don't go for it. They go for Weaver. Weaver has been played on, I'd say, mostly position 5 so far in this tournament, at least from the games that I've seen. After the nerfs, so it's not as strong in the lane anymore. You got to be careful about Shikuchi putting yourself in a tough spot, because the 3 extra added seconds on level 1 is very difficult, so you can't be as aggressive. But still, as a position 5, like you have invisibility, you shove out the waves quickly, you unlock the Roshan as well with the bugs.
And I do love the bend from the Boom as well. Collapse on the Magnus, like he showed multiple times. It is so hard to end the game when Team Spirit has a Magnus. I also kind of surprised that they didn't go for Mirana, especially against Enchantress, and with the setup already on Kunkka. I do think that Team Spirit is going to ban Mirana this time.
Yeah, I agree. It just feels like Mirana is a logical extension of heroes that are currently popular, right? If Kunkka is good, if Shadow Demon is good, if Bane is good, if these setup heroes are good, it should make sense that Mirana does have a place in the meta. But so far, Boom seems to be the only ones prioritizing it to such a degree. And I agree with Reza completely. If you're playing in Sench, you just pick Mirana, you arrow her creep, you can just follow her around to whichever lane she goes to. So I do expect to either see that banned or picked here.
I'm also surprised about this Necrophos ban.
Yeah, we haven't seen that at all, right?
Yeah,
No,
I think they have some kind of inside information.
They
probably screamed them and they get owned by Necro. I don't know.
For sure. I mean, Necro has always been a counter to this Ember Spirit in the lane, but you also have Kunkka, so I don't think they like want to lane this Necro. There's probably something else that's happening, but we just don't have the information. I thought we are gonna see more Necro being picked up after reading the changes. Maybe I just wanted to see him. It's kind of tricky, you know. You want to see heroes like, okay, we want to see Venomancer, Viper, Necro, but not for the long duration. We want to see them, you know, a couple of games, then they disappear and reappear in a month or two.
And Necro got so many nice changes this patch, and in theory, he's good against every single one of Collapse's heroes, right? They're all mostly strength cores, so it does make sense to an extent. I actually don't know if the teams have been scrimming each other that often, because they just got here, but I wouldn't put it like above them if they just went back and were like, hey, do you guys want to play? That really could be something that we see, but it could also just be potential that they saw in Boom. Maybe they go through their Dota buffs, maybe they look at what Yopaj has been playing, and maybe that's the hero that he's been trying to push, so it's pretty cool to cover their bases here.
For sure. I mean, they do have a 18th pick on the Team Spirit, so they would know if the Necro would be like picked for the off lane or mid lane. They would know that to put Ember mid or safe lane in that sense. But I don't know, just like the bans from Team Spirit are not very convincing to me right now, but probably there is some idea behind this PA ban as well.
Well,
maybe they're looking for the IO.
Boom did play PA today on Jackie, and it looked incredible, right? And I mean, on paper, like once PA gets that BKB Deso, she can shred through the Ember, she can 3-shot that Enchantress. She has that added attack speed from Phantom Strike, so it makes sense. It's potentially not the best thing because you can always play around a PA, right? You can always draft around her, you can always punish her. But just the fact that it looked so effective today, with the minus armor from Weaver, maybe it's just something they didn't want to deal with, right?
A game from the other day, they had really struggled. Tundra, PA, one of the ones that was like, it was 20-minute Battle Fury. She was forced out of the lane 6 or 7 minutes, and it was a rough one. But yeah, Jackie did have a great performance against Team Secret, so like you do not want to give him the same hero that he last played, you know, just have that little bit of an extra bit of a touch to the game because he just played it and boosted the confidence for sure.
It also kind of implies that Team Spirit is thinking this game is gonna, or would give PA time to get online, meaning they're not playing as fast as we may come to expect from the teams that we've seen on stage so far. So curious to see what they will pick up. They will go for an IO already. And IO Ember, of course, is a combination, but I think you want something else there too, Rezo?
I mean, for sure, you want to have some hero like LC or Slardar even for Team Spirit to pair it in the lane. And this is actually makes a perfect sense that they banned PA because PA is one of the better heroes against IO lineups, for sure.
I'm just not a big fan of IO and Enchantress as a support duo. If things don't go well after the laning stage, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. I think it's very similar to Enchantress Shadow Demon, where you can't like make aggressive moves. But if, as you said, pair it up with something that has a low cooldown stun, you mentioned the Slardar. I'm a big fan of that, but they still don't know the matchup, so they might need to pick it blindly, and then Boom will respawn with something ranged. But we'll have to see. I just want to see some kind of a follow-up stun, some instant stun coming out from the Team Spirit on this pick.
I mean, right now the Legion commander makes even more sense against the Mirana to remove the arrow, to have a strong lane with Aya. And it just means like these two supports without any disables, it means that you need to have on your cores some sort of disable. Like you want to have some Sven, you want to have some LC, you want to have a Slardar, some heroes that have a, catch.
One thing that I really like that Team Spirit did so far is pairing up IO with Ursa, because it, especially on the Radiant, because Roshan goes down very quickly, and it's just a great steroid for Ursa. I'm not saying it's a great Ursa game, because you're playing against Weaver and also Mirana, so you don't have like two targets that you can lock on. So in those terms, it's not really great, but we'll now maybe with the Tidehunter, now it just got a little bit better.
Potential that I want to talk about. They did play some IO Monkey King Ember the other day. It also just gives them that disable they need. It's a good hero versus Tide. It's a good hero versus Kunkka. There's a potential there. I don't know if they're going to pick it here or just save it, but I feel like if they want to fit this Monkey King into their lineup, it has to be now.
Right now I see very limited damage on Boom. Because of their lineup for heroes, and this is like such a great game for Ursa if they want to go for it. Even LC is pretty good, and I don't know, it's just like with the IO, if you don't burst the hero and IO heals it, like what do you do?
Yeah, if they use the combo and don't get any kills, if they heavily commit, get something, I don't know, if they don't get anything out of the Ravage, I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble, because their team fight right now is use Ravage, use both, and then try to delete one, maybe even two heroes with it, and then re-engage.
There's your Monkey King, Effie, good call.
Yeah, I mean, they have to pick it here, it just gets found out, right?
Yeah.
But the issue with that is they probably do see it coming, but right now on Boom, so they are going to X, they are going to Arrow, and they do have Swarm, but who's going to do the damage to kill through all of the sustain? Because you are going to have these Nature's Attendants too, and we see how tanky an Ench can get later on in the game, so the carry that they pick here has to be super bursty. I'm thinking something like a Terrorblade even for Boom. You need something to correct this.
Yeah, I agree. Like their carry needs to do a lot of work this game for sure. It needs to be a huge damage output.
I know there's nothing to buff this hero up at the moment, but a tiny, we've seen it time and time again. It wasn't the greatest hero for Jackie that we saw yesterday, but would that hero do what you want it to be doing? Would that be enough, or is that just not enough damage yet?
There will be a lot of damage coming out of Tiny, but maybe not at the stage in the game that they need it the most, right? Which is when they're running around together trying to take these heroes down. But honestly, it's entirely going to depend on Yubhaj, because Kunkka can do a lot of damage if he gets off to a good start. The issues this hero encounters is if he kind of equalizes and the other team gets a net worth advantage, and then it's like, where's my damage, bro? But I mean, we'll see how it goes. I like this Night Stalker and Slider ban. Make a lot of sense. We called out the Slider earlier.
I think there's also an option that they play like carry Weaver. There's like no real lockdown, especially the two supports are very vulnerable. Or if they want to get, I just love Ursa. I don't know why. I feel like it could be a really good pickup also for Boom. It's not a tower damage, but against Monkey King, against all of these heroes, you don't really care too much. There is a Dispel on the overpower, but Ursa is one of the few heroes that can stand inside the ring and just fight Monkey King and kill him, actually.
And it's also good against all of the heroes that Collapse has left.
This is a cool Batrider ban, because they're actually acknowledging that maybe we just put this Kunkka on the safe lane and get our damage from our mid laner. It doesn't necessarily have to be the mid Kunkka. So it's a cool move by Spirit to cover their bases, because on paper it would have been a great bad game, good against all of their heroes. So yeah, nicely seen there by Spirit.
And the Ricky there as the last man coming out from Team Spirit. His Boom is going to have to reveal what they want to do, where the Kunkka is going to go, and where their damage is going to come from.
Maybe even Troll is a good pick for them. I'm looking at Troll and Ursa for the Boom, and LC for the Team Spirit.
Yeah, because I think that's a good suggestion, because they need something that Tidehunter is going to be afraid of, and against these four heroes, he doesn't care. Like, you know that he's going to get the Ravage off. If they had different supports, I would say Doombringer as well, but it just, I don't think it works. You need something with the lockdown.
The
Are they going to pick Mars for Spirit?
No,
Mars is banned.
banned.
Okay, I was blind. I was like, wait, what is that hero from here? Okay, what does that leave for Collapse's hero pool?
I mean,
if someone says Centaur, I
No, Centaur's so bad. Please, no more Centaur. No more Centaur. No more.
I don't think anyone wants to see that hero show up, but who knows, really. Mentioned, of course, Legion Commander, you guys already mentioned, so that one's still in the pool.
They might even think for the tri-lane aggressively against the Razor.
There's also potential for Axe. They did play it before, and it does kind of give them the much-needed initiation.
Yep. Oh, Axe is a good
It's
idea
a good.
too,
You can creep skip, and you can also have a lockdown for Tidehunter.
And Axe got a lot of cool changes. There's minus armor on like the side of Boom, and Axe got a lot of armor. So
Infinite scaling!
Infinite scaling.
Love it.
Infinite armor.
Infinite armor. You gotta kill people, though.
I don't know why I can never see the first ban from here.
Spirit is in a tough spot. Like they need to figure out how to counter Razor and also have something with the low cooldown stun to control them.
And they're taking all their time. They only got 10 seconds left, and as you can see, they're still discussing it. So they made their minds up. It's a Darkseer. We have not seen Darkseer other than the hands of Mind Control, I want to say. Did we see it once before by someone else?
I think 33 played it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, correct.
So he does have two really cool Ion Shell targets in Monkey King and in Ember, and they can, in theory, play really fast after his timings. He doesn't really have the best wall illusions coming out of Boom, so it's more so not going to be playing around the wall, just playing to buff his teammates and getting auras and just fighting. So it's a cool concept for sure, and it does give them team fight, right? Even if it's not the best wall game, wall is a great setup for a fight. So I like it. It makes sense.
I'm not feeling this team lineup. I gotta agree. Like I've said once, this looks good when they had no stuns, and I'm not doing it again. I feel like they needed something else as the last pick. We've seen in the previous series when OD was picked, and it didn't really feel good for a reason. In the end, it ended up being not so good, and I feel like this Darkseer is gonna do the same thing. Also, is there a combo? I'll vacuum into what?
No, I mean to stun of Monkey. Yeah.
It's more so just playing around your allies, right? That's kind of the idea that they're going for. I think that Boom have played a really fast style of Dota since the beginning of this tournament, and they seem to be the kind of team that can just run at someone like Yatoro when he's doing his little farm game. So I feel like if they can interrupt his timings, they can actually just have a really great shot of completely snowballing. But I think if Yatoro gets his timings here, they can do their Team Spirit macro gameplay and find their ins back into the game.
Okay, final words for you, Rezo?
I mean, I think like this game is very similar to the previous one with OG that they played, but except like right now they don't have the good initiation stun from the collapse, and they cannot outplay the enemies as easily as they did in the last game. So I'm pretty sure Boom is gonna take this one.
All right, it was game 1 of a best of 3 coming your way here in Elimination Series, and we're gonna listen to the wonderful sounds of Lyrical and Fogged.
Oh my goodness!
Look at that!
And now it's back to Sheev.
Maybe he's gonna cast the game. Who knows? There's a chance, dude.
That'd be hype.
Spirit versus Boom. It's all happening right now. Darkseer, I always love that hero. It's so great to me. But like the panel was talking about, there's some issues right there. Is there anything that really stood out to you in this draft that you wanted to highlight at all?
It just looks like there's, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fighting, obviously, as we've seen Boom doing very often. And now we see a very low cooldown pace draft that I see Spirit going for. I don't think, like, what's the longest cooldown? It's like your Wall and your Wukongs, but those aren't really, like, you're going to be playing without those. You're going to be looking to make a lot of action. I think on the side of Spirit, it's a bit more, like, it's a little bit slower just because of the Tidehunter. In a lot of situations, you're going to need Ravage to take a fight, and I'm curious to see how these lanes are really going to play out, because we did see Spirit pick 3 of these heroes last night, and they decimated the game. The IO Monkey King completely took over, and the Ember Spirit Toronto Tokyo had a full free game.
Well, it's going to be something to watch for, and like you talked about, just sort of completely taking advantage of that regen that they had, and well, they see FBZ walking up the hill, and everybody is just going to back away from there. No need to get in their face.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what these lane setups are going to be. Are they going to look to dodge, or are they just going to send the Tidehunter versus this IO and Monkey King? Because I think if he's up there, he's going to really struggle. I think it's going to set him. It's going to put him just really on the back foot, and I think Darkseer overall is going to have a better time, really. Like, he is versus a bit of an annoying lane, but I still think he's going to be able to get a lot down there because he's going to have the Enchantress creeps, an Ion Shelled Enchantress creep. These new creeps, like, if he gets one of those, I don't even know what the hell they're called, the ones that shoot the seed. That's the only one I don't know. It's like the Thornling, or I don't even know what it's called anymore, but either way, the one that shoots the seed.
The Pine Cone.
The Pine Cone thing seems super powerful. If they get one of those with like an Ion Shell on it, like I can see some really good potential for it. But let's see how it all goes down, because this is a very comfortable draft from Boom. They've got the Kunkka, they've got the Mirana, pretty much 2 big specialties.
And even just having like that lane control that you can sometimes get, and if they manage to like sort of have an Ion Shell in the Darkseer and maybe just run it down with the Ench, you can even use just Enchant to sort of slow him down enough that you can run him down with the Ion Shells. So
yeah, maybe some cool vacuum combos onto like a Centaur as well too that the Enchantress has. But let's see, because it is double range. So that could be a bit problematic for Collapse just because the Ion Shell isn't going to be as effective. They're going to zone him off the first wave as best as possible.
Yeah, and already Sakuchin through, trying to do what they can on Skem.
They can't take too much time on him, because you have to make sure that you don't let the wave go under your tower, because then what happens is it pushes back out, and then the Darkseer gets experience. So yeah, really emphasizing on pushing him out level 1.
And Collapse there, taking a couple more punches. Yeah, this is the danger, is of course, if you do get zoned out constantly, Razor is just going to have a completely free time for himself, and already denied right in their face.
All 4 denies. Really nicely done, Jack.
Yeah, this is potentially going to go really poorly if they're not careful. So they'll keep their eyes on that one, see how it goes. And of course, back towards mid now, it's going to be the consistent matchup that we've seen, Kunkka versus Ember.
Yeah. Yopaj so comfortable with this one, tends to win the matchup, but not like the Ember Spirit falls too far behind. However, do we see the camps blocked at the moment? We do see a sentry placed from Boom blocking that small camp, so that will allow Yopaj to pull decently ahead, because Tokyo's not going to be able to walk over to the opposite side and farm the Kunkka's camp, because you just can't versus a Kunkka.
Right, and in fact, Kunkka's probably going to be the one that can go on in there and take it himself if they want to.
Absolutely.
Oh, the Ghost. So annoying, but about to wear off anyways, but still getting some good damage there onto Skem.
I mean, this Shikuchi nerf is really significant. I'm seeing it all the time. They just get like, look, in the other one, he would have not taken like 160 damage or something there if he had the 3-second cooldown reduction, which he had in the last patch, of course. See top?
Good stuff. Garo taking a lot of damage there from Tims. The punches, super annoying.
And they got a side pull off. That's always huge. The camp was actually left open. Bit surprising to see that. We see that Tempest, of course, that tornado coming out from the Wild Wing. But yeah, camp was open. They're playing versus Mirana, so I feel like Boom, very happy that camp is open, be able to pull it back. Tidehunter are doing quite well, 9-3, and you see Darkseer is suffering a lot more than FBZ is at the moment because of getting that lane positioning pulled back.
Right, and right now Roger's kind of just like jungling at the moment, actually.
Yeah.
So not really going to change all that much. Does get the big creeps. This is going to be some solid damage going for right clicks, and Collapse just going to get the regen back up. Level 2 on him, already taking a point in the Surge.
Well, these lanes are already looking pretty rough. 17-6, 9-2 on the Ember. Yopaj is crushing it in the mid lane right now. And he is, I didn't see, did he get the stack on his small, he did not stack his small camp yet. but just focusing more on that actual laning right now and doing a great job.
Really impressive. Yeah, across all of the lanes. And this is something that we've seen happen to Spirit a couple of different times, where they lose the lanes really bad and then can manage to pull it back through like solid mid-game fights. The question, of course, is can they do that against Boom? This team, they look like to play fast. So we'll have to watch for that. In terms of like the way that you see this going, as Team Spirit, can you afford to just keep everything static? Is there anything you can even really do to change the situation right now? Because they're kind of just getting stomped out all of these.
No, I don't think right now they can actually change the lanes up. I think it takes time. Darkseer always has a rough start, so I don't know about this rough of a start. He tends to have a rough one though. It's gonna start getting a bit better once he gets some levels, but yeah, this is painful. I mean, 9 denies on the Razor. Look at just the denies from the side of Boom. They have 24 denies between their 3 lanes, while on the other side they only have 4 denies, so that's pretty massive.
Yeah, that is a serious problem. I mean, they're like, all right, well, we don't really have an offlaner, so we're just going to get some jungle, and actually, yeah, some solid damage there.
He's got good regen, but yeah, it takes a bit of a beating, and he knows he can chase around the Enchantress. This is similar to what we were seeing the Monkey King doing from Saksa, just really disrupting Kuroki when he was playing it, and then it's just a 1v1 in the bottom lane a bit, so Collapse. Now he's getting a little bit of pressure onto Jag.
Ooh, yeah, and the level 2 Ion Shell, he's going to throw that one out there and going to miss a couple of creeps here.
Yeah, it's low on mana too.
Yeah, has to back away. And actually, he's going to TP all the way back home after pushing the wave under tower.
Roger. And Roger's just farming jungle. He's like, I can't help you, man. Like, you just got to take care of yourself. Tokyo.
X. He does have 2 points in the slight. Tries to dodge it, but
he baited him.
Pulled back in. Opaj hits there. A couple more punches. Won't be enough.
But the denies, look at this.
Yeah.
He's even cliffing the wave so he can walk in and now threaten Tokyo's life, too. This is... It's a big play.
Yeah, sleight of fist, but then hits him afterwards. And again, this whole wave, I mean...
He's owning him off a whole wave. He's going to hit 6 here. He's going to have over a full level advantage over the Ember Spirit now. Holy moly, Yopaj.
Dude, we need to make a compilation of just like all of the laning that Yopaj has done, because it feels like he hasn't lost one yet.
I mean, they just sent 2 of their core heroes back to base. Like, that is... I mean, that's pretty huge that Boom's able to do that so early on.
Jeez. Yeah, this is a problem for the old Spirit right here. Oh, okay, Ion Shell.
There it is. The Ion Shell creep. Not really doing the most at the moment, but...
Vacuum back afterwards. It's still not going to be enough damage. Needs that level 5.
He's still burning. Like, the Razor's still burning down.
Yeah, it's true, actually.
It might not kill...
Ooh, it's pretty fast. Oh, he didn't chase it through. Oh, a little unfortunate there. And...
he's going to give the life of it, perhaps, too. One more hit.
Oh, back towards mid.
The arrow.
Got him. That is not enough. And first blood actually drawn by Tims. Able to get the kill, but right now, Boom, just everywhere.
And a big rotation, 5-minute, 40-second. Rune going to be coming up in 10. We see Spirit setting up to double check it to at least deny it away from Yopaj, but yeah, what a start for the side of Boom. This Kunkka is going to be massive, and look at the stacks he's got prepared to make him even bigger.
Yeah, that one, it does look like they were able to get a block out on that hard camp.
Yep.
Sentry down and much needed.
Yeah, that's a big ancient stack though. Tims has already been snatching, of course, those big creeps, so it's not really much at all because it hasn't blocked too, but yeah, like a triple or quad stacked ancient already for the Kunkka.
And you can see Tims moves on in, takes that bounty rune away, and she's been consistently getting hers at the very least on the other side of the map.
And even with Tims moving away from top lane, Tidehunter is actually ahead of the Monkey King somehow. So everything looking to be going really well for the side of Boom, even as Phase Boots finished up already on the Tide.
Another Ion Shell with the creep, but this one not going to last too long. What can they do?
It's a level 3 Ion Shell, though.
Yeah, Hoof Stomp afterwards, but can't get his real hero on it either. So that does at least force them off the side here, and this is going to allow Collapse to get a whole wave. But tough times in each of these lanes, and Weaver actually gets up going down. The Hoof Stomp again.
And
this one could be big.
Yopaj is rotating. He had a haste rune. Immediately sprinting down. It's spotted.
Play.
Jackie is not going to die.
Yeah, they won't be able to get him. And Collapse now going to get found again. Yopaj pulls him back in and gets the kill. Just everywhere right now on this Kunkka.
Just another day at work. Making it look real easy. 1,200, 1,300 against his counterpart ahead. And all the little things, as we mentioned always, you know, blocking the small camp, just playing aggressive, pushing him off the wave, having Tims rotate around that first rune.
Boom, just
really
look unstoppable right now.
Yeah.
Well, a 2,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. Phase boots done for Yopaj. Collapse going to head back out. Triple null talisman. No boots. Going straight into the Aghanim Scepter.
And what do we have Miposhka doing in the jungle? Because I've been seeing the Monkey King alone. I assume he's just got some stacks going to be able to amplify the Ember Spirit up since he's already had that tough game. But as you see, pointed out, of course, Tims, he already has the ward down. It's going to get taken out, but it's still just to scout it out, so they will have all that information if they'd like to contest. And they're going to be able to contest because of how ahead they are.
Arrow pulls him back in, but Miposhka is going to make sure that they can't do anything else to Toronto Tokyo right there.
He's just going to go farm him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to see the ward too, so they're going to get that extra bit as well. And yeah, they're going to contest.
I mean, it looks like Tims at least wants to stick around and soak experience if possible, but they're not actually going to go for any extra contest there.
Okay.
Collapse. Surges, runs away. TP rotation, though. They got him. X is there, and Collapse going to fall. Oh, back up there. Okay, maybe not. Well, the vote's still going to come out, but for the moment, this is Yopaj. He TP'd in for this.
He's going to be stuck up there for a while.
And the wall's going to punch him. I mean, slowly
what does he do?
Steadily.
He's going to slowly tick down, yeah. He has to just let the illusion hit him. I think that's the best bet. Don't kill the illusion.
Well, it's going to keep coming back again, too, but... Oh, Yopaj, he's chilling.
Oh, it's spawned on low ground. It's actually probably better.
Yep.
He's just continuing to farm it. He's very calm too.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Roger goes down.
Well, he's going to hang out for a little bit.
Oh, he tried to push himself down.
Yeah. Stop it. Yopaj, he's just hanging out. Oh my God. This is what happens.
Honestly, that's pretty big. Now Ember Spirit's they can't
have a TP.
They can't go contest the stacks. So Ember Spirit's going to be able to farm these stacks up and
dude.
Yeah. Are they going to plant another?
How is this a thing?
What are they trying to? Are they like trying to plant another tree or something to push him down?
Oh no, Yopaj.
Well,
this is his game now.
Yep.
Dude, how does a start like that get just thrown this far off the mark?
It's just big plays. Huge plays, really. For Collapses. Yeah, he just got to... I mean, we're going to keep... He's laughing. He's like, yep.
This poor guy.
It happens. How long's he got left on the TP? It's flying out right now. Should be back up in a moment.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, it's back up now.
Back up. He's grown attached. Okay, yeah, he's going to go now.
But he has to go back to base because he wants to refill as well. So lot of time gained. I mean, just a small vacuum play from Collapse does wonders, really.
I mean, that's worth for like the gold of his death.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Look at the Ember. Like Ember was about, what was I saying, like 1,200, 1,300 gold behind the Kunkka. 400 gold behind now, just because of all that time bought from a vacuum onto a cliff. Yeah, huge. Big brain.
What an absolutely enormous play.
Yeah. What an absolutely enormous brain, I thought you were going to say. But yeah, that too.
Well, and the thing that's crazy about that, too, is, like, imagine if they accidentally get the Weaver instead of the Kunkka up there.
Yep.
Right? They only had one spot, and he took it. In the meantime, though, Collapse going to try and get active again on bottom for Tims. Probably just going to cut the wave afterwards.
Collapse is also level 8. So, like, looking at the Razor level 9, Collapse level 8, like, it's all kind of worked out for them. I would say after such a rough start, at least in the lanes, they've recovered really nicely. But now, Boom, of course, with these stacks, going to pull back up ahead to over 2k advantage. And the Kunkka is still like level 10. Ember, though, level 9. So huge recovery, as we keep mentioning. Yeah, really cool stuff.
And that clearing does end up building a nice little chunk of gold into the favor of Boom again. And these heroes still incredibly strong at this point. But it does feel like a lot of the bleeding has stopped.
Yeah, they got a lot of time. They got a lot of time to just farm when a Kunkka was not a menace anymore, killing the lanes constantly. So big play, Scam. Gonna peek, he's gonna scout. He's like, all right, they scout. They farmed all their stacks, of course, as we most likely expected. And they are gonna Moonlight Shadow to look for something. Some TP's down. Here comes Yopaj again.
They find him. X is there. Do they have any follow-up? The arrow already connects, but they're bringing in the Pine Cone. That's a big boat afterwards. Do they have enough for the kill? Collapse.
He's still alive.
Well, Ring Around the Rosie actually gets out of there for the moment. Wall back down.
It's everybody.
Manages to live to get the wall down, but I don't know if it's going to end up being enough. Miposhka's there. Yadaro's over to the side. Yopaj turned upon, found again. Going to get pummeled down by the Monkey King as well as Toronto Tokyo.
And they'll get him this time.
Yeah, they'll find that kill. FBZ, I mean, he's also here. Gets a courier kill, but
Yatoro is really strong. Damage. With the IO behind him, like they need to kill Miposhka to be able to go for Yatoro. They're pinging out.
The Pine Cone still hanging out there. Arrow goes out, is going to connect. Tons of damage out. Yadaro trying to survive through this one. Couple more punches. Incredibly
He's just getting healed. Like the salve is going on the IO. They have to get Miposhka if they want to go for Yatoro.
On the other side, Toronto Tokyo's still living, chasing down Tims, finds him, Sleight of Fist dead.
And he
TP
gets
out, and there is nothing to cancel this.
Big play for Spirit. Somehow the gold lead actually went up for Boom during that. I don't know how.
What is happening? What, there's just
Spirit's just heroes bringing everybody
running at them.
Oh my
God!
God!
Your shenanigans, we're killing y'all.
A big win there for Spirit. I honestly, I saw the gold lead somehow shift toward Boom during that whole dive, but that was definitely a big play for Spirit. I guess, yeah, mid tower was taken out, but look at these plays. Spirit like continuing to chase, getting another kill.
It's 5. All right, they're tired of losing lanes. They want to start winning these ones and taking down those fights early. So
yeah, wow.
A really cool pluff. And I guess, again, like you're going Shadowblade on Yopaj, sometimes we've been seeing like the BKBs early on. I don't know, how do you feel about the state of the game right now? Is either team like significantly happier with the way this is going?
I think Spirit's happy with the way they've recovered such painful lanes, honestly. I think this item build also, like the BKB, like some of the games you see a particular way for you to just get burst down, like this Mars, the Mars combo that then +1 or something. This game, it's not like he's going to get chain stunned to death. Right. He's going to be able to play around. There's like a chain and a boundless that he really has to be worried about. But this is huge. Look at these rallies, of course, as tower gets taken out quickly, and Spirit completely back in the game. Halfway to Aghanims on the Darkseer too. So we were mentioning they've got this really fast-paced run-at-you lineup that is very not cooldown-based at all on Spirit. Once they get that Ags on the Darkseer, throwing that onto the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit, that's going to be really strong versus Boom.
It's just an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah.
When you have 3 Ion Shells running potentially on top of 1 target, they're going to die. And
yeah.
Of course, that's where Boom is probably going to need to get into those BKBs later.
And that's where it could hurt Yopaj that he is going to be going for this Shadowblade. We'll see if it does pay off for him.
So, still a 2,000 gold lead. Boom. They have looked quite good so far, and, well, not going to go in for that chase down there. They have a lot of heroes back towards mid. Yopaj.
Razor's low mana. They have Ravage, though, and Yopaj is looking.
Yeah, he has a Blink Dagger here.
Oh!
Look out, FBZ if they get vision.
And the Tumbler toy to dodge the X arrow. I can't believe that actually worked.
I mean, that's a good thing. Scam.
Oh! That is...
Oh, down low and from downtown. Ends up going down. Poor Scam.
Big plays. Full Maelstrom now finished up for the Ember. They find the IO.
Yeah, that's nice. Toronto Tokyo finds the backline, though. Tims is there. And the Remnant out after. Again, FBZ playing with this Blink Dagger is always threatening Team Spirit if they get a little bit too grouped together. And already the Monkey King done with the Battle Fury, 15 minutes.
So the greed will start to pay off. As we do see BKB on Razor, of course, finished up. Pretty traditional starting items. The Falcon Blade into BKB on Razor, so he's going to be really strong versus the majority of Team Spirit's heroes. But Monkey King's just going to play a bit of a farm game for now until he feels ready to fight, and he's queued up the Diffusal next. Honestly, this item on Monkey King is insane now. The buff on, the change on it just feels really nice to feel how cheap it is. As collapse. Oh
my God, they don't see him.
Pass the trees.
Yeah, just out of range, and now we'll get caught. Boat is there, and the big old chuck down. Purple-headed man is gone. So another solid move by Boom as they managed to pick off that offlaner. Where do they want to go next? Tidehunter also queuing up. Looked like an Aghanims there for a second.
I think he had Yules and then Ags queued up. Maybe he's now just going straight for the Aghanims, it feels like, as Him's dead in one slide.
That's all it takes. This hero does so much damage.
With the IO behind you, with the spell lamp whenever you're tethered up is absurd, especially once you got your Maelstrom too. So, what do we have any shards picked up? No, not just yet. Just taking a look at that. Since we have it that 16-minute mark, not really the craziest of shards this game until later on. Well, they will start building up, but yeah, compared to like the usual that we've been seeing, a lot of teams like prioritizing early ones. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, the Darkseer one he'll get, but he needs his Aghanims. He probably wants the Blink before he gets the Shard too. Yeah. So we'll see all those come out eventually.
Well, and that is the weird one too, where it's like against BKBs doesn't do anything, so
yeah,
kind of annoying. But we'll see how it goes. And again, Boom sitting pretty, not really trying to push the tempo that much. Seems like they're very content just keeping on farming up, but I do have to wonder, like, is this Monkey King keeps on growing in net worth, and you want like BKB first on Razor? Are there going to be any issues there? We'll have to see.
I think Boom wants to try to force some issue here. They've got Ravage, they've got their ults at the ready. The BKB, like you said, on Razor, they want to try to take some fight. They don't want this Battle Fury Monkey King to just start getting all the space in the world, because you're just playing into their hands of the greed.
Oh, they push out the top lane again. Collapse, backs away.
This is nice though. Boom, taking the enemy jungle away, not letting them farm over here. Yopaj may find a catch.
Roger gets the heal out. He's going to be fairly tanky. Do they have enough to get the kill? Yes, they will. So they bring it down Roger while down bottom, pressuring out that tower. TP, or rather just jump away for Yadro. But,
2 heroes come down. There's still a ward to scout, but they're invisible.
Yeah, and this is just going to be Miposhka giving up his life for this one. So they get the kill onto the IO now as they pull him back on in.
Ooh,
wait a minute.
It's going to make him work for it.
Yeah, they got him. And on the other side, Root catches Tim's.
Oh, it spawned and he jumped. His reactions were too quick for himself, honestly.
Exactly.
There, his
game.
instincts. He's like, oh god, wait, it's not. It already spawned right after. Oh god. All right, still very close. 3K lead for Boom. Still keeping that consistent and hanging on to Ravage. Getting pretty close to an Aghanims on this tie too. That is very impressive.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, if he's going to scale, then things start to look pretty good there because, you know, at least for now, Darkseer's definitely behind the tide.
Yeah. But I think the Darkseer it's different kind of hero because he's so ready to fight now too, right? Like Aghanims is ready, he's level 11, he's good to go. He's just going to start getting those ion shells out onto his cores. And they could look to fight back, for sure. Even though they are playing into these big Ravages and all that, they have such an overwhelming amount of damage that comes out from this Ember Spirit.
Double Ion Shell on that wave, but then immediately pops Eye of the Storm to clear it out. So they will have a creep wave up there if they want it. But at least for now, hanging out together, Roger will run into Tim's, and Toronto Tokyo jumps away from the rest of Boom. So again, they continue to gain net worth on the side of Boom. 4,000 gold lead now, and Courier not quite going to go down there.
They're not like forcing super hard is the thing I'm noticing. Like everyone's just chilling back, kind of farming. Like Skem's doing neutral creeps. You see the Tiderunners like farming mid. They're all really split up. Actually, like both teams just very split up trying to deal with these lanes. And that's where the Darkseer I feel like starts to push the edge of lane push.
Ravage.
But the combo
got him right at the start. Arrow afterwards. This is a big kill. They take down Toronto. It felt like that could have happened at any point if he just was a bit too far out. But Boom taking this moment now to come in and invade the triangle and assert some dominance, but now maybe in some trouble. Tim's trying to run away from that. But Io keeping him up alive, just taking so much damage out of living through it. He's able to get
reload.
but they pull him right back in.
Oh, Yopaj, what a play.
Yeah, Kunkka still pretty good against Io. And Roger going to be slowed down there again for a second, but it's kind of strange decision to jump in. I guess they thought they were more separated.
There's Miposhka as well. I think he thought he had the backup of his teammates. I think he thought he had the Darkseer there too, because Ravage was used. They want to try to play around those cooldowns, but unable to find it, because it was both Ravage and Boat that was used before to kill that Ember Spirit. So I guess he really thought that he was going to be able to just stun and get the Wukongs, but not the case, and the Torrent connects perfectly.
Yeah, a little interesting that he went for the hits onto Tim's before popping the Wukongs right there, but regardless, it's what ended up happening, and now a more substantial lead for Boom. 6,000 gold in their favor.
And no way for Team Spirit to really take advantage of those cooldowns that were used either. Boat's back up, Ravage is going to be back up shortly.
Game looking a little bit tough for Team Spirit, and Boom, very, very comfortable with it.
Yep, super comfortable draft for them. This is something that they've played a million times before, of course, with that Kunkka. You've seen him scale so much, Yopaj. And I think that might be the Ags on Tide. Already done. So, Kunkka cleave, Ags Tide, the minus armor. Some of these squishier heroes are gonna look even squishier. Io in particular, if he gets hit by... There's a Gush, there's Weaver Bugs, and then the cleave. Like, this is tons of damage that is going to be coming out from Spirit in the next fight, too.
Well, and it's like, I mean, even Ench, right? Like, she survives sort of by virtue of, like, you know, being able to heal and you can't punch her, but Cleave,
you can't do anything about it, yeah. And almost a refresher done for the Razor, too.
This is strong timing.
This is looking... This next fight could be really hard for Team Spirit, because they're not going to have the BKBs for this Ravage, and Boom's just still hunting.
Paj looking around. Yadro, ooh, FBZ. I mean, they are right on top of him. Don't move on, but they get the vision. And now in some trouble. Collapse moving in, has back.
Reload.
Not going to drop it. The reload gets him out. So no X afterwards, but they will be able to find the IO on the other side of this one.
Yopaj wants a secondary. He has a DD, so damage.
Oh, Hayden trying to get him out of vision, and just going to be able to connect on it. Oh, and Miposhka goes down there, but Collapse in some trouble. Tries to tumble his toy to get away. Not quite going to happen, but the close command drops down afterwards. Collapse can't get away. They cleave off of Yadro, and now he's out of the Wukongs. Oh, this has been an absolute disaster right here for Team Spirit as they just get ran at. Triple kill for Yopaj.
Boom is playing the map just so cleanly. They're like, The important thing is that they've been keeping all their lanes kind of pushed out, so they're putting Spirit in these weird situations where they have to deal with lanes constantly, and it's causing them to get caught in those spots. Of course, the ward there, the front thing that initially catches the Monkey King, but they just have so much information to go on because they keep pushing these lanes in, and every single fight they have, it feels like they always have one of those big spells available, either Boat or the Ravage as we see coming in right here.
Yeah, and again, one of those instances where one leads to the next, to the next, to the next, and I mean, Spirit, they're just not altogether ready for the fight, and I'm wondering if they're going to be now.
Roche just got killed, and they're already playing into BKB Refresher Razor. Like, these items are starting to come out too big, too fast for Spirit to handle. They haven't been able to find a fight themselves at all. As Collapse looking for something, but it's a double BKB Razor.
Your Surge is gonna run out. You're just dead. And Scam, ooh, not quite there with the gush. Give him a high five at least. No, left behind.
Boom is looking out of control this game already. Immediate smoke, looking to swing down. Lane's in a good position, so looking to catch somebody that's pushing. Tokyo does have BKB, so has a way to cover himself now.
You would hate to have to use it right here, and yeah, he's wisely going to hold on to that one. Maposhka going to be found. Yopaj pulls him in. A couple more punches, gets the kill. Again, you're not really having anything on the side of Team Spirit to deal with this.
And the thing is, too, is like they have this Enchantress that, ideally, whenever you pick the Enchantress, is to do a lot early game. It's like Roger's been very quiet. He hasn't been able to do anything. 24 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he does even for the rest of the game. Like, what do you do as an Ench? Just like stand near somebody and heal him?
No, I mean, there is nothing. Look at the build he's going for. He's like, I kind of have to go for some like weird carry, weird stuff, because I don't know what else to do in this game anymore at this point. Boom. Likely with a massive advantage in this game now, like probably 90% win chance or something like that, because it just feels like they've got absolute map control.
87. Well, it's going up. Maybe we're getting towards that pretty quickly here. Yeah. Things don't change soon.
I mean, look, another item is almost finished up for the Razor. Silver Edge already finished for Yopaj, so he's got a way to deal with the Monkey King if he's hitting him straight forward with that to break him.
Collapse, hit by the Torrent, and now they move in with more. They've got the bugs, and on the other side, they find it. Ravage there. Yadaro in some trouble. They blow up Collapse, kill Maposhka, and now Yadaro also in some trouble, although he actually turns to fight and doing a lot of damage there to FBZ. They take off the Jingo, and well, Roger's also caught. Everybody's dying all over the freaking map. And Spirit just can't do anything about it.
Are we going to see Spirit even able to take an actual fight head-on without just dying everybody all over the place? Because it feels like the game might end without them ever being able to take a 5-on fight from the way that Boom is moving.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this one. Now, 2.5 minutes left of Aegis. Maybe after that point you can start to go for some type of a play, but
I think they might just be too far behind at this point. Like, I don't even know what they got Aghanims. What? It feels like it's been like 10 minutes now or something on the Darkseer, but they haven't been able to utilize it at all. And now it doesn't feel like it's going to do much of anything. Boom. Playing relentless.
They're really having an amazing time, and yeah, Refresher coming out for Time Hunter. Like, you got Refresher BKBs on like several different cores. You got Aghanims. Like, how are you going to deal with this? Honestly, I don't know if it's going to happen. This is looking incredibly difficult. So 22-8.
I think at this point, yeah, it's one of those where you're looking for them to make mistakes. Right? They're getting some space. Look at like Roger's the one pushing the top lane with creeps and stuff, but if you want to see something pretty sad, it's when you bring up the vision of Team Spirit at this point in the game, because top is pushed out nicely, but the map is dark.
Yeah, maybe they can play around some high grounds again, try and get some cliff action going on.
They're gonna have to hope for some type of overextension from Boom. That feels like it's the only hope back in the game for them. A big high ground defense with the Wukongs, and Boom just super overcommitting somehow into it.
All right. Well, normally this would be the point where we'd say, well, as these heroes get stronger, so too does the illusions coming from the wall, but like...
They're not really those heroes.
No, it's like a Refresher Razor, right? Like,
yeah.
That feels bad.
No real stats on any of them. And it's time for high ground.
Okay. Boom. A minute left. Pressuring at mid.
I think the Ags is coming out on the Razor in a second, too. Yeah, he's going to have it done. So, speaking of that high ground, with the Refresher.
God. All right, well, they've got Blink Dagger on Darkseer. They've got BKB on Ember.
Okay, BKB on the Monkey King too, so
they need this.
They need to try to take, so yeah, like you said, I guess, wait for that Aegis to go down and just try to take a big fight with your double BKBs and catch him off guard. But it's not going to be an easy one by any means.
No, it's quite difficult. And, I mean, you
That's
kind
the
of
eggs.
like you want to hit this timing of getting a fight with the BKBs, but likewise, you're still so far behind.
You are.
Like, you're another whole item behind. It needs to be perfect, and if it's not perfect, it's not going to work.
Oh, Jesus, this Razor.
Yeah, I know.
Like, just the Eye of the Storms in the fights are going to end up killing heroes. Like the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit getting on top of him, it's... Oof. And look at Yopaj already, he's getting ready for, just in case of anything, building a Hex next, just to catch the Ember Spirit, catch the split push. I think they have a very good read on the game right now, that they have such firm grasp on all control.
Right, and of course, the main thing that they're going to need to do is just not overextend in a bad way, probably wait for that next Roach. And you can see Team Spirit, like this would normally be the time when, okay, a couple BKBs, we're going to go for a smoke play, and that does look like what they're trying to do now, but I'm not sure if they're going to find anybody. Toronto Tokyo, it's running out.
It really feels like a 5-man Darkseer wall into a Boundless Strike. Still might not even do enough, honestly, like unless they, I don't know.
They need Ion Shells on all their heroes. They
Everything
need
has to be perfect. Yeah,
afterwards.
honestly, it really feels like every little thing has to be lined up perfect because these heroes, they're gonna get.
It might not happen.
Exactly. Even then, they might not get burst, and then BKB gets popped, Rum gets popped. Like, I have all the craziness kicks off. So, yep. Onto high ground. There's the first ult.
Nags. Ready to go. So they pop the glyph now, trying to slow down this game. They will, on Team Spirit, be able to take a tier 2 tower. So buying as much time as possible, but this is the time that Boom want to end this game. Not sure if Spirit are going to have what it takes to be able to deal with this pressure that's coming on in. As they throw it out. Ooh, arrow almost able to connect there. Tower dead. And Boom, they're going to back out, head towards mid now. See if they can find Roger.
That's all I've seen Roger been doing like all game. Like, just impetusing lane creeps. Hey, at least I got a buff, so it does more damage on lane creeps, right? But
this was the strat. All along, they had the answer.
I hope that wasn't the strat for the end, because it is rough. Yeah, there's just it really feels like they've got no way to take the fight unless it's like directly on their high ground. So yeah, keep trying to push the lanes out, probably get any type of farm, but Boom just getting way more.
And I like this too. They saw the Ember head down bottom.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, and they just walk right in.
Don't even have to worry about it. Maposhka gonna get found right at the start. Can he get the tether away? No. Arrow is out there and dead. And they go back in and get the racks. This is really good stuff from Boom here.
The wave though, they're probably gonna get the melee before the wave. Before that backdoor kicks in, let's say. It's going to be close. Mid, it's going to meet. Okay. I saw Darkseer, I saw Collapse going to it, but Yopaj made sure that he was in the area.
Very nicely done. So yeah, they throw out a couple impetus shots, but it is only going to tickle there onto the Razor. And now they have Collapse with the X. Okay, not going to chase in. Dude, they're just playing so like
they're playing so careful. Yeah, this is very methodical by Boom. Not looking to make that mistake of going high ground by accident and getting killed somehow. They're playing it really smart.
These are TI champs after all. Like you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So not giving them anything. Boom, clearing out the jungle.
I mean, that's like you said, they're just pumping out items so much faster. It's a full item, another one on top. It seems like for the Razor very soon. What is our Kunkka, I believe, almost has the Hex finished up that we were looking at him from before. Yep, almost done. However, on the side of Team Spirit, I believe they're going, I think I saw them going double Scotty. I think the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit were going Ive Scotty, if I saw that correctly.
Well, whoever gets it first is the right one, right?
Yeah, which one was it? Did he go Scotty or Lincoln's?
Yeah.
He went Scotty, so we've got double Scotty online for, or we'll have double Scotty at some point.
Well, they're going to be hit with Scotty, okay?
Yeah.
That's just for sure. We know this.
That's true. Refresher untied. Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Get away, Team Spirit. Don't be here anymore. They're running out of the spider legs. Get away.
They double smoke to get back onto their high ground. They do not want to fight outside the base. They know they have to get, like we said, a absolute perfect team fight. And even then,
wait a minute.
Might not be enough.
Is this the fight that they want? No, it's not. They're going to continue to run away.
I thought they were looking to fight around the cliff.
They could here, though. Ooh. There's the punch, the pullback, vacuum wall onto only one. And Yopaj pops the BKB.
He goes down.
Let's go down. Now afterwards, running into the Wukong's command.
Jackie
still draining all that damage.
FBZ
again. There's the Ravage, round one. Do they have round number two afterwards? Yadro getting in and away. And actually, Collapse is going to fall now. So a 1-for-1 exchange. If they can get out here, it would be clean, but I don't know if that's going to happen. No. Ravage number two takes down Toronto Tokyo. I mean, it literally could have been worse.
It could have been way worse, for sure. Is Roger?
I don't know if this is going to end the way you think it is.
He's going down.
Yeah, there's just not a chance for that one. So Roger pops the heel, but Jackie comes on in, cleans up.
Toro going back in.
Okay, wants to get a couple more. Why not? If this works out, this could be huge. Jackie getting slowed down, but the Atos there, and it catches. Oh, the buyback coming from the aisle, but it's all too late as they take him down. No buybacks, and they might just run it on in.
Yeah. It was a pretty damn good attempt killing Yopaj before he kind of got anything off. He gets the BKB in the boat off, but it's after he dies. But the rest of them, as we said, just it's way too much farm on these cores. And a great pickup there. We saw the Atos even coming into play. Perhaps Jackie would have died if it wasn't there from Skem. And boom. Unbelievably clean game. Pretty much no mistakes. It's 28-10. It feels like they just played this one more methodical than I think I've seen them play at this entire tournament, actually.
Well, and this is the thing, right? Like, this Team Spirit, so many of their wins have been from comebacks, and it feels like, in a way, it's maybe a bit of a bad matchup for them, and Boom absolutely wrecking, understanding what the strength of their draft is, their play style, and taking full advantage now. Mega creeps at 33. Team Spirit can't even get the normal punch out. Jackie BKBs just TPs out of there.
Mega creeps. Yeah, no real comeback here for Spirit. Like I said, impeccable performance from Boom. Every single one of their core is just playing great.
GG,
they're just calling it. There's no way they can fight through Ancients with through these megas with their heroes. So, wow, honestly, Boom. Whew, what a game.
I mean, yeah, it took a second for everybody to realize, oh, the game is over.
Yeah,
that's what happened right there. And yeah, going to take a second for themselves to reconvene and figure out what they want to do next. But definitely needing to go back to the drawing tables for Team Spirit as Boom take that victory, and they did it exactly the way they've been doing it consistently.
Yeah, super early aggression, dominating really like the mid lane, and it's just the preparation things too, like blocking small camp. They know how to set up Yopaj for this big success. It's all these little like, oh, Darkseer's bottom, we have double range, catch him before it hits the creeps, make sure we zone him off from level 1. They did all the little things right, and you could see how big of an advantage they gained off of it. Even though we had some cute like vacuum on high ground and it bought Spirit some time to catch up, but that felt like it was the highlight for Spirit actually in that game.
Well, maybe we'll get to see it again during the replays. But for now, at least, they're going to take it 1-0 for Boom. We'll see if they can continue that, or Spirit going to pull it back for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Fogged. And indeed, Boom take this first game of the best of 3 series. Fairly convincingly indeed at the start. All the little things done right let them have a lead. And then from that point onward, Team Spirit, they do the same thing. They just try to make a comeback. And we see them almost succeed yesterday. This time around, they did not have the tools to really stage a comeback like that. I'm here with Effie, Rezo, and Lacoste. And Lacoste, this game, it was Boom all the way.
It was. I think it's easy to say in a lot of the games, you know, this one is on the draft, but I feel like this one is like 100% on the draft, because it's very hard to play Dota with the heroes that they got. And once again, we see a last pick hero that like doesn't do that much, like in terms of like a gotcha effect, where he can't make good illusions out of the Razor and
look at him, he's on the cliff though.
Oh yeah, Arturo would be very proud of this.
And he was there for a while too, you're just sitting there.
And after that he needed to TP back to the base because he was like half HP, no mana whatsoever. And I feel, you know, this one, Team Spirit, they need to say, you know, screw it, we need to like think how we're gonna approach the next draft. Also a little bit surprised they gave Tim's Mirana, they gave Yopaj Kunkka. They need to split up the combo in the next one. They also like had Enchantress against Mirana. So a lot of the stuff that, you know, it's just like Dota counters that Boom had against the Team Spirit. That's all I can say.
Yeah, they also picked an eye into the Kunkka as well.
Yes.
We saw multiple times that he just exited the hero that was relocated out of the fight. And Team Spirit had their moment of shine was like on the bottom tower, tier 1.
Yes.
That's like the same that they had in previous game. I believe it was against OG. It's just like teams keep falling into the trap of defending their tier 1 tower instead. Like they could just give it away and you know, focus on the other things. But that was like basically the one moment that Team Spirit actually took some sort of a lead, but not even the lead. They just came back a little bit, like a few thousand on net worth. But after that, it was like completely into the Boom's favor, the game.
They definitely counterpicked themselves, also picking Darkseer into Kunkka, into X-Mark, so you like the Surge is always going to be countered pretty much.
And with Darkseer, you do want to have like at least one support that you can play with. Like you need to have some sort of hero like Earth Spirit or Clockwork.
Oh, they had it.
Or
Centaur
Tusker.
Conqueror, the new neutral creep. I mean, all the new neutral creeps, and that was it.
I mean,
I have to say though, it was really cool to see Boom give that much respect to Team Spirit, and that like they did not rush pushing high ground. They really acknowledged that yeah, this team won a TI, and we're not going to give them any kind of room to re-enter this game. And Team Spirit were trying to play them up. They were trying to play what they're good at. Team Spirit are a macro team. They look for misplays by the enemy. They like to play split push. They like to have this little bit of a greedy style in the earlier game where they recover and then they just kind of run people down. They exploit the things that Reza was talking about when they one by one defend towers, things like that. But Boom did not let them. Boom just completely stomped, basically.
Yeah, they read their movements as well. I mean, the Hail Mary smokes, right? You gotta try something. But Boom read that too, and they made sure that, I mean, okay, Yopaj got a little caught out there, but they know. Boom knows that they're strong enough, Reza. There's no comeback.
I mean, yeah, it's just like the whole game, it was in their favor. Like, I don't know what else Team Spirit could have done better, actually, this game. So they need to focus on the draft, firstly, in the next matches. I mean, I hope there's going to be two.
Matches,
yeah.
I hope there's going to be 2 games for sure, like, because these teams is so fun to watch. Either one is like they're super aggressive, they know like what they're doing, and you know, they have the meta figured out for this tournament at least.
And also they're riding the momentum. You know, they had a little bit of a break, but beating Team Secret and now taking the first game against the Team Spirit, against the TI champions, like it's a lot of boost in terms of like confidence. And like we see them on camera, they don't look shaky. They don't look like they're sweating at all. They're like super chill.
But also their playstyle on Boom seems to really be effective against Team Spirit, because Team Spirit are not a team that dominates lanes. I don't really consider them a dominant laning team. They're just better in every way when it comes to movements, when it comes to exploitations, when it comes to picking their fights, when it comes to playing together. They use their superior experience, but Boom just pick the winning lanes and then they just kind of run non-stop. They don't give them that recovery period after laning that lets Yasuo play his recovery that he always does. So I actually think that Boom's playstyle is going to be really difficult for Spirit to deal with in the next game, even if they don't try to just counter-pick them core to core, right? That could be the easiest way for Spirit to approach next game, I think.
I also think that they need to address the supports. Like obviously the Mirana pick was kind of obvious to us, so they need to also address that. And Yopaj is like, he's doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
For the team.
But I mean, they pick his Kunkka first, and they already ban out FBZ's Pango. They already ban out Skem's Death Prophet. Like, who are you gonna ban instead? Which one of those two are you gonna let through?
I think second phase bans was a little bit shaky. Like the PA ban was not necessary. Who was the other hero that I was mentioning?
Spirit, Necro, and Sand
Necro.
But Necro in this case.
Sand King, of course, like it's really solid hero. It does a lot. But the Necrophos is kind of like unsure to me as well. So maybe instead of those two, like you ban Mirana and just play out from there.
And this was the first phase Kunkka.
Yes, it was.
And they did not have the answer. Like, they put the Ember Spirit, which is Kunkka's favorite matchup, but he completely dominated him. Like, he managed to get a kill, of course, with the rotation coming out from the Tims, but the CS, it was rough. It was really rough. If there was no vacuum on that cliff, you know, this game might have ended a couple of minutes earlier.
I was going to say that too. Like, if that vacuum hadn't happened, then Team Spirit would not have found that good fight near the tier 1, because they'd have just been out net worth there and they would have just died. So that was really the saving grace of the game, but it just couldn't take it far enough.
Well, back to the drawing board for Team Spirit, or back to the drawing tables, in the words of Lyrical, as there's a little bit of break, of course, between Game 1 and Game 2, and during breaks, Kyle likes to catch up with players.
Hey Stream, we're here with Team Boom, the last remaining non-European team in this tournament. Now I know you guys are used to carrying the hopes of SEA on your shoulders, but right now it's the entire world. Are you going to take down Secret?
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Spoiler, Boom did beat Secret. We're going to go talk to Tims. Hey bro.
Yes?
Can I bother you for a moment?
Yeah.
So, you said you weren't going to beat Secret. What happened?
My teammates beat Secret.
What? Really?
Yeah.
You had nothing to do with it?
Yeah, nothing.
You played a really good hoodwink.
No. They control my hero also.
I don't believe you.
You should.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good luck in this match. How do you feel going up against the TI champions?
I'm really nervous right now. Feel like I cannot play my game.
I think he's lying to me. Okay, thanks, bro.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Skim. What's up, bro?
What's up?
Chilling, man. How do you feel? You know, is this first time captaining? You're supposed to be Division 2. Suddenly, you're the best team in Southeast Asia. Now you're here about to play the TI champions. Like, this had to happen a lot faster than you thought it would.
Yeah, we didn't expect it coming because all the time and until now we are just learning. Like we just looking for it on TI. We are just our mindset is long term. Like we learn from this first, second, third major, and we prepare for TI. Like in game and outside, in the mindset.
Got you. And when it comes to developing the strategies, is that mostly you, like taking info, or is it you who tells everyone what you want to play, how you want to have it played?
After we make a team, we discuss how we gonna play, like how's our play style, like that. Then we just keep improving on it, our play style.
Gotcha. And when it came to the team's formation, who started? Because it always starts with 2 or 3, and then you pick up a couple players. What was the core of the team?
At first, yeah, Boom talk about Boom get me. Then he asked who I wanna play with. Then I say Japoy and Teams. Then Busy is good offlaner also. Then he's in Boom already. Then we just look for one player. Then it's Jackie.
Nice. You think you made good decisions?
For the results now, yeah, I think it's good because of our attitude and mindset also. Everyone is wanna win and wanna learn.
Gotcha. And I guess final question, what do you guys do for fun?
Nothing, just watch replay, talk about Dota.
Respect. That's probably why you're winning. Well, good luck against the TI champs, my man.
Yeah,
Best.
thank you.
Have fun. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Well, Boom was definitely having fun on that stage in game number 1. We're going to find out if they can repeat their result in game number 2 or if Team Spirit will have a little bit of a better showing and force out that third game of the series. Of course, there's elimination on the line. Only one team will make it through to the final day, where already in the grand finals, Team Tundra is waiting. Nigma is actually also waiting, but they're waiting in the lower bracket finals tomorrow, and they're waiting for their opponents. It's going to be the winner of this series. I do like hearing Skem talk about his team and about, how they're all on the same page, because that's incredibly important. But also, as we heard earlier today as well, Rezo, this is practice. Long term is the plan. TI, eyes on the horizon, right?
For sure it is, but for them, I think this is tournament is also super important to give that boost of confidence moving on from when they get back to their region. It's just to continue doing the same thing they're doing and completely owning their region. They need this confidence on the international level as well.
Yes, just being able to get some LAN experience. Not necessarily in their own region, but international LAN experience is going to do great. Because once you play on the big stage, once you play at TI, which they definitely look like they're going to do it, you need to be chill.
You really need to be chill, no nerves. I mean, we heard Tim say that he felt nervous.
Because Kyle was there,
yeah. But then he chuckled after, and he didn't look nervous. To be honest, we didn't see him be nervous on the camera either, Effie. And he played his Mirana. I mean, that's the most comfort zone you can get.
Yeah, he said I didn't win, my teammates won for me, which I thought was very sweet. But I think that they really clearly love this Mirana, and they're going to play around it, especially if they get a new setup hero. So this Mirana really does elevate their early and mid-game kill potential. I wonder why I feel like just take it out, man. Take it out in second phase.
And at the moment, I mean, you're speaking about taking it out. Team Spirit took a fairly long time to decide which hero they were going to ban, because in the previous game, we saw them ban out Sand King at this point. But they take a while, and then... we saw them ban out Death Prophet at this point. They take a while, and they end up removing Yopage's Kunkka from the pool instead. Team Spirit does have first pick, so they could take that Death Prophet for themselves if they really want to. They go for Enchantress.
Yeah, I have to... Okay, I have criticisms about this hero. I do think that Enchantress, she definitely got buffed, right? Her impetus got stronger on lane, and also all of the new neutral creeps in the jungle and her laning presence being stronger. She still suffers from the same problems that she always has. After the laning phase, if they don't have a lead and they're not snowballing, she just kind of dies and doesn't really do that much, right? She just provides vision, maybe tanks a few spells, but that's all that she does. So I don't know how valuable it is as a first phase, especially if something like Mirana counters it. So they better not give away the Mirana again if they're going to pick this Enchantress.
I also don't think this is a good first pick because I don't think Boom is actually values that hero as much to even like get in the two picks after that. Then they clearly show that they have answers. Like their favorite hero is Weaver. This tournament first phase as well. So I don't know. It's just I think it's just a little bit early for the Ench pick. Even if you want it, you can pick at 8th, right?
But guys, I do have to ask. Is it Yopaj or Yapoi? Is that what he said in the interview?
That is what Skem said.
Yapoi?
But I feel like all I ever hear people is a
We
Yopaj.
have been, scammed. The way
to be honest, if I was Skem, I would also just Yapoi. Yes, name him Yapoi instead.
If the Boom Esports Twitter guy could please add us and let us know what the correct pronunciation is, that would be.
Yeah, we need a
nice.
YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone that has a clear voice saying either Yapoi or Yopaj.
But anyway,
or Yopai.
Yopai. No, anyway, I think the Tidehunter actually looked really good last game. The minus armor with the Weaver was really nice too, and it just gave them some easy team fight to play around. Picking it in the first phase though is a bit more complicated because now you can just counterpick it.
I mean, I'm worried for Team Spirit for this game because this is pick 2. They only have 35 seconds left in their bonus time. Yeah. And it makes me wonder,
Let me
what
just
did they
check.
talk
Let me just check if
Are
they're
they
at
still
their
there?
PCs. They're there.
still
Yeah,
there?
they're there. It's all good.
What did they talk about during the break? That's what they talked about during the
I
break.
was about to mention the TA, but they do think they do seem like they're not sure what they're going for, and like the first 2 bans, as you mentioned, Shiver, like it took a long time to decide like whether they want to ban the Death Prophet or Kunkka. And I like this TA pick. It actually like it's really good for them. It's here that they can put both mid lane and safe lane for Yator as well, and it does do well against like Weaver and Tidehunter.
Now they're just going to cover the TA with the 3 bans here. Just going to ban maybe the Death Prophet now, ban the Bat Rider out, potentially ban Ember Spirit.
I would just suggest to Team Spirit to just get more stuns because I don't know. It just
Great suggestion. Love it.
it just feels like they know what they're doing, and when you have like a lineup with an IO, Darkseer, and Enchantress, it's really hard to deal anything like in the game.
Yeah, if heroes can roam around freely in a team fight, and like you use a boundless strike, because those was mainly their source of stun on a one target, it just doesn't feel good, and they can always run away from the Wukongs. One thing I like about Boom Esports is they have Weaver Tide, so there's a ton of minus armor, and like even if they are playing against Templar Assassin, like they can also sneak in and try to steal Roche with these two. Maybe they win a fight around the Roche as well, so very easy to turn it. And we've seen so many times throughout this tournament when Templar Assassin does not get hands on that Aegis, at least the first one, she falls off.
Yeah. I think also Boom gave Team Spirit a little bit of breathing room by using quite a bit of their bonus time themselves for that ban. They end up removing the Invoker themselves. So, of course, keeping the option open that the TA could be flexible and not wanting to have the Invoker for themselves. I'm curious to see what Yopaj will play. If that is a TA going mid by Toronto Tokyo, curious to see what Yopaj will play against it, as the Razor just got removed on the side of Team Spirit.
I do think that they might go for the Death Prophet as well as the Queen of Pain for Yopaj this game, and for Team Spirit I would be looking for something like Disruptor to give to Miposhka.
Sure, it's always been, CIS classic. I want to see something that can lock down the Tidehunter. You cannot allow Tidehunter to be freely in a team fight and get the Ravage off, which was also a huge issue in the previous fight.
Yeah, or something like Ursa to deal with him on lane at least.
I like this Magnus fan a lot because I would have given Team Spirit a lot of what they needed. What do they lack right now, right? They lack team fight. They lack some kind of strong offlaner that can initiate for them. And they take out Collapse's signature hero, just like they did last game. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to make these plays if they do lose their lanes and come back. You can't come back with a Darkseer the same way that you can with something like a Magnus in their fountain in the late game, like Collapse has shown us so many times.
Removed. I think also the Sand is quite fine for the Team Spirit.
It is.
Ember is still in the pool as well, so they opted to ban the Razor and the Death Prophet instead of Ember and the Death Prophet. So that's potential for Boom Esports to take it.
Boom always pairs up Mirana with something, some kind of a setup. Bane is gone, there is no Kunkka, but if they want to grab the Ember Spirit and then go for Mirana once again, I think that'd be also fine. But their last pick then needs to be some kind of tower damage, because they are very limited how they can push for even like tier 2 towers with these 4 heroes that I mentioned.
Mirana with the next, Sand King was removed. Mirana was the next Ember pick. No, yeah. They decided to pick Ember right now and maybe to add Mirana on top of that later on.
Yeah.
They can also go for something else, but give me that Tidehunter counter right now. Like I want to see something, whether that's Legion Commander, whether that's Disruptor, maybe even Doom, but then your position 4 needs to have some kind of stun, anything.
I like all of these examples that you mentioned.
So they did get their refraction counter in Ember. They also got a hero that can take advantage of all the minus armor from Weaver and Tidehunter. The only thing Ember really is afraid of is some kind of instant way to disable him. Okay, if No-Tail were here, he'd be screaming about how much he hates Disruptor.
Yes.
But I think this is a pretty good Disruptor game because Static Storm is an excellent tool, not just in catching
Why is he standing
Ember
still?
Spirit,
Oh, there you
but Tidehunter.
Looks funny, sorry.
So Static Storm has just always, Disruptor has always been a counter to Tidehunter. You just drop the Static Storm, he can never crack and shell, and you can kill him before he gets his Ravages off, right? So even though someone would be screaming about this hero, I do think it has its merits, right? Instant disable.
It's a good pickup here for sure. They
decided
go
to
with
take both.
they actually take both. But whenever you have Doom, you need to have a good chase potential. Traps will provide it with vision, also for the glimpse. So like you need to use Doom and be able to like lock them down. I like the approach from the Team Spirit so far, but there's still no stuns. There's still like no way for them to just like blink initiate until like Doom gets it. He also needs to find the creep, but that's pretty easy. But I want to see what they decide to go for here. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Mirana, to be honest.
Also,
I think it's Mirana too. I also like Doom with a Disruptor because it's always a problem to get a lockdown on the hero, and like you can always gleam the Doom target. So that's pretty nice.
Also, Doom benefits a lot from all the neutral creep changes. There are so many options for him to take in that jungle, and he's not as weak of a laner as he used to be. He can actually run down heroes like Weaver later on. If you pair him with something like an Enchantress, like this could actually be a very potent lane. You're gonna have like double creep abilities on the lane chasing your carry away. So the potential threat is there. My only issue with Doom is sometimes he does feel like a bit of a slower hero who does need to sit back and farm his own items. But Team Spirit never mind slowing the game down. It just feels like Boom are relentless though. They don't really let them play that farm game ever.
Ooh, new hero joins the fray.
Yeah, I mean, against Doom, it's always been a great counter, and then, like, you know that you're not gonna get doomed in a team fight, taking away from yourself. But yeah, looks good. Gives them that tower damage. Also, Roche taking potential is also there, so looks fine and dandy.
That's actually quite interesting because they decided to pick Wraith King this early and not like on the last pick, because they do still have a last pick, and it's probably gonna be what, position 4 last pick, or is it like tied position 4 with a position 3 something else like range Necrophos, but you don't want to play Necrophos into Doom.
Yeah, you're also playing into Enchantress, so there's a dispel mechanic.
Yeah, that's quite interesting that they decided to go with the Wraith King right here and now.
Over the Mirana?
Over the Mirana, yeah.
I guess they assumed that potentially it could be on Spirit's radar because it is the classic counter to Doom, and this is the first Doom that we've seen. So it would make sense by extension that we would see the first Wraith King afterwards.
Yeah, but don't you find another hero that is also going to be good if the Wraith King is going to get banned? I'm pretty sure there's like on the last pick for the carry, there's a lot, but right now they're given the opportunity to Team Spirit to get a decent matchup against 3 of their cores for their carry.
Dazzle.
And I do think that Team Spirit is in need right now for Yatora to have a really active hero that's gonna, you know, or not Toronto, for Toronto, yeah. Some really active hero that's gonna make up for these both greedy cores on the side lanes.
Extra little bit of information that a lot of people already know is Yapoi.
Yapoi?
That was his previous name, and then he turned it around. It's the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vengeful Spirit, potentially, for Boom Esports.
That actually makes sense. Yep.
They've got that added minus armor. Oh. What did you say?
It's Yapoi is his name backwards, and he changed his name by turning it backwards a while back. But if you're reading Yapoi is my idol,
so
that's why.
Anything elusive is going to be good. Storm Spirit, I think for Spirit it's fine because you have tower damage coming out from Templar Assassin. They go with the Dragon Knight. High armor, but they also like the damage output from Boom Esports early on is not going to be that great. Dragon Knight, one of the heroes that he doesn't care about slight, especially early on, so that makes him like super tanky, and it also like gives him a bit of flexibility because Dragon Knight can be played on the safe lane. Also, this can be offlane Dragon Knight and mid Doom.
Viper.
There you go. The offlane Viper with position 4 Tidehunter, as I mentioned.
Interesting. So I actually do like relegating this Tide to position 4 just because he did get countered by the Disruptor. And then once they hit the BKB timings on Boom, this Disruptor is going to be a little bit more useless than usual. But no, it's interesting for sure. That I like this swap up a lot, but I do like that we're seeing this Doom finally come out. This hero has so much potential to be a late game monster. They got the instant stun for Ember Spirit out of Dragon Knight, so that's going to be their way to catch him and then maybe follow up with a Doom. So both of these drafts look pretty good.
It's also Southeast Asia, so this might be core Tidehunter. They might swap things around because we don't see it right now, but there's a possibility that they play Viper as a position 5. I don't think they want to save that for the last pick, but do you think Tidehunter is too countered by Doom and Disruptor, so they decided to swap
I think it
up?
is. I think it's position 4 Tidehunter, and I'm a big fan of this Viper pick because TA is gonna have like a really bad game, especially if like they come out of the lanes ahead and they can continue to follow the TA into the jungle, which they have a big potential to do.
Yeah, also they don't really have the best supports to get on top of a Viper, which is typically how you punish him later on. You just get on top of him and kill him, and it seems like he can play a great game. But I think that both teams really do have merit to their draft, and it's going to be a lot more even than it looked last
I
time.
hope so. I hope it's going to be a lot more even because we like even games here, and we'll also like third games this series. But we're going to find out if we're going to have on or if Boom will punch our tickets to Final Sunday right here and right now. We're listening to the voices of Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And yes, Fogged, we're hoping for a game number 3. Now, if that's actually going to happen, I don't know, this Viper looks a little spooky.
It's a good Viper pick. He's versus TA and DK, breaking the DK, also versus the TA in lane throughout the whole game, actually, too, as well. It could be pretty frustrating, so I'm looking forward to see what Spirit's going to be able to do with this one. It looks hard.
Yeah, and I think that, like, again, just the sort of meta context of how this game is going. Boom comes, punches you early. I like some of the stuff that Spirit have. The Disruptor pick at the very beginning, we're kind of going back and forth about it, but it is Maposhka's most played hero. So that's something at the very least. They've got better team fight potential, but the ENG is still there. And that's kind of one of those ones where we did see what happens when it fell off and wasn't able to get that early game impact. Roger, going to need to make that happen.
Yeah, and let's see if they... I mean, it's a little weird to say this, but let's see where they put the Disruptor, because I don't know if I really want the Disruptor versus the Viper. I think you want to have the Enchantress. The creeps are really effective versus Viper, so maybe you even want to put the Disruptor top, which is like super not traditional, but I think that's just the way you might have to do it, because Disruptor versus the Viper isn't going to... I don't know how much he's going to be able to help, so we'll see if they want to do that.
By the way, that'd be awesome.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
Right?
It actually looks pretty sweet. But
it's here in the arena, too. Yeah. That AR stuff, it lives. Yeah, now
there we go. We're zooming in. All right. So I see 6 tangos. I mean, that kind of looks like offlane items to me, that he's going to be playing in the offlane. My push, he's running into 5. He's dead. Okay.
But look, he got that Thunder Strike off, okay?
At least it's value, even though it got nerfed. One of the abilities, of course, that's why we've been seeing even less Disruptor than before. Glimpse got buffed, but his actual nuke got nerfed, and that was one thing that people were really playing around inside the laning phase. And yeah, let's see. Let's see how they do set up. It does look like they are putting the edge bottom. That's what I kind of thought.
already off to the races now.
Who got the first blood? Sorry, really quickly.
Check.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, that one hurts.
So he'll have a bottle after the first wave. And let's see, the runes, they're going to get 3 as well.
Well, that's the start that Boom wanted, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And as we might point out, Enchantress is bottom. I think the TA, is he melded in the lane already? Just waiting to get the meld strike onto the Viper?
Yeah, looks like
he's waiting. So he wants to get the double meld, look at the positioning he's in already. So perhaps they can maybe just go for a quick instant kill, but I see 3 heroes down here.
Yeah.
So maybe they catch him off guard.
Tims has Gush ready to go, but FBZ right at the start.
I mean, are they really going to be able to just get Yatoro with this? No, oh my god, this is...
Oh my god, oh no.
Oh, Roger's actually the one who's tanking the poison attack, so Yatoro will survive. Okay.
So, I mean, how much regen? They don't have any salves in this lane.
No, they do not. So, I mean, really clever. I've seen Boom do this a couple times now where they start as this aggro and then just either get the first blood and then swap or just immediately swap. So, really cool stuff. Does mean that top, the Doom, does get the whole first wave.
Collapse happy about that at the very least, but Team Spirit, this is not the way that you necessarily want it to start. Granted, you know,
He lived. He did survive, so that's one big thing. But
well, and it's also TA, right? You can play some catch-up stuff if you need to as the game goes later on. Maybe get some stacks built up. Yeah,
but you're into, like we said, tough game. Ember Spirit Flame Guard is already going to be hard, even though, you know, on the lane versus Roger is...
Oh, no.
Like, going down.
Yeah, the slow, steady burn down there. Will it quite be enough? No.
Tango was running. Even though I think he had all 5 stacks on him, too.
Yeah.
Able to survive. But yeah, Yatoro, every time he steps up, it's just, he's laning versus a Viper. He might even have to jungle pretty early on at some point in this game.
Well,
we'll see.
It's not what he wants to have happen for sure, but you know, it's what's going on. And right now, lane's going quite well on the other sides at the very least. You've got Doom 7-2. You've got DK having a decent time as well. Granted, Opaj starting with that early bottle getting finished off.
Does he block the hard camp on bottom? Yes, he does. Tims, he just keeps walking into it, body blocking, so there's not going to be that big creep for Roger. He does get an Alpha Wolf, so we'll be able to poke a little back toward that Viper, but not going to be able to zone the Viper by any means.
No, Viper's going to have a good time in that lane.
Yeah.
And Viper having a good time is just sad for everybody because that hero is so annoying to deal with, particularly when you're playing as the TA.
Yep. Or like DK as well, too, right? Like. Ooh.
So the heroes they have.
Yeah, the heroes that they have. You know, honestly, the heroes that they do have. It was a great last pick, and just it was a tricky one too. That's not expected because the switch up of the tide. But as you mentioned, yep, DK 12-6 to the 7-3 of Ember. Tokyo having an excellent one.
Do you see the creep there that the Doom got though? He got the broken one, the super duper broken one, the Mind Stealer.
Oh, he did. Yeah, that's the new OP kind of one in a way. Everyone has infinite mana in the lane, and you're also playing against no mana in the opposing lane because you just keep burning it. I think that's actually like one of the best level 1 creeps you can get now as a Doom.
Yeah, and with Maposhka just able to... I wonder if he takes a second point in the queue just to spam it out then, since he's got the creep on it.
They left... The Tide keeps walking away from the Viper down here. You can't actually leave him so much. I think this is kind of good, actually, for Spirit. They're able to get a pretty decent amount of farm on the TA. Viper's getting pushed away because the Tidern is not staying with him. It's pretty big.
Yeah, it does have a creep wave that's coming in now afterwards, so that's going to get it a little bit better for FBZ. But like you said, you know, even anything that you can get here for TA is very nice, since she's probably eventually going to have to head off back to the jungle.
Yeah, eventually she will still get pushed out, and they do actually get the kill on Roger as he steps up too far, and also Miposhka.
Ooh, a couple more punches, but is it going to be enough? Not quite.
Not quite.
Yeah, lives through that one, although the creeps could take care of it. Actually, he's ended up dying. He's brought down low, and he ends up dying to the
Wraith King, though. Wraith King might also die. Doom is chasing him.
Looking for it, trying to find it. Does he get enough? The mana burn from downtown.
Not quite.
Rough
but
stuff.
The mana burn is, look at this. Doom can't do anything. Or, sorry, Wraith King can't do anything. He can't summon skeletons. He can't stun. Constantly just getting burned down. That is frustrating to play against.
Yeah, the skeletons did manage to kill Maposhka there, still showing the strength that they have.
Yep.
But he comes back in, throws out the Thunderstrike. Scam immediately has to run away.
This is kind of broken, actually. Yeah, Jackie just cannot lane. This Doom is going to get free farm. DK looks like he's getting free farm, so even though TA is getting shut down, it's 2 lanes going very well for Spirit.
And again, like, the fact that 1, the camp wasn't blocked, but 2, they also were able to get that creep spawning, right?
Oh, Miposhka, he's going to go down. The Mango popped onto the Wraith King just enough. 1 or 2 more taps.
Salve? No, not going to do it.
Burned his mana, too, just so he couldn't Shikuchi, but yeah, touch up the hill.
Well, 5-minute mark coming up now. Roger killing couriers because he's out farming this jungle over here.
He has to play just not in the lane. He's just playing his own farm game because look where TA is. Viper is a full free lane and TA has to completely jungle as we kind of, it's expected to happen.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious if Roger's going to make a move with this. You've got the 5-minute mark catapult coming out. He's got the creeps.
He does have the creep for the pushing.
The rally could be kind of interesting. Yeah, he's running mid. I really like this play if Roger can make it work.
This is hype.
This would be super cool.
Because you can even get a secondary. You can think about getting a secondary control for him.
Yeah, Toronto.
So you can get the net after the stun.
And they're going to make this move on over. Yopaj.
Oh, he's level 5.
Yeah, they take off that flame guard and pop it. The stun. Look at the creeps. They're going to do so much damage to him. Yopaj gets torn apart.
And Tower's going to die in no time, too.
Yeah, they actually are in a ton of trouble. They want to make sure that they get the rally on the catapult, though, here. And as all of the skeletons are going to start to get that damage on, they move in range, and all these creeps are going to get a huge boost up in damage. Like, look at everything. Stacking up that damage, hitting on
Scam, he's going to die as well.
There afterwards. They're bringing everybody. They have to stop this because that tower is dropping so quickly to this catapult. And yeah, eventually they move on in, but look at how much damage that was.
And Scam actually survives, gets the tango. He was ticking down to the DK poison. Roger will go down, but yeah, tower nearly dies. They show back bottom. Pushka's here as well.
FBZ pushing that one out, and Yadaro, but able to make a life for himself. Like you talked about, that Tide leaving, having to head towards the mid lane, that sets up the TA to have a little bit of a better time. TP rotation coming in now.
This could be enough to go for the kill, as also Collapse is pressuring top.
Level 6. Doom?
Doom's Collapse is...
Oh, he's
2v1, look at him go.
He's not that afraid. Although does need to watch out for the dive that's coming. Looks for it.
Yeah,
can't quite.
Collapse gets that big swing.
Gets the final touch and finish and walks away afterwards.
Loses his courier, but gets his item before it does die.
All right, Roger's doing a lot better here on this edge this game around, at least. Feels like he's been able to make some solid plays.
Oh, almost to get the courier again. Yeah, the collapse on mid was perfectly timed. As the DK's hitting 6, Ember was still only 5. Catapult was coming in. Yeah, picture perfect. Is now Roger gonna make them work for this one. They're gonna have to chase. Yeah, Yopaj is like, nah, that's not worth it.
No, and in fact, there's just 3 heroes around him. Roger chased down, does have a TP, but not gonna opt. Oh, doesn't have TP. Excuse me, those Skems.
Still dies way too quickly anyway to all that minus armor. Still quite fragile. Tokyo though. Ults back up, time to knock on the tower, and yeah, very likely to get it put in deny range or just take it out completely.
Very nice, 7 minutes in. Skem, Tim's, hang out mid, and don't give it to him for free.
Roger just got another courier with his creep.
What? That's crazy.
What, is that 2 or 3? I think he's got 2 for now, I believe. He almost got the 3rd, if I wasn't mistaken, but quite a bit of couriers.
A much better start to this game than I might have anticipated as they make the TP rotation. Toronto-Tokyo.
This mana.
This
mana burn has really caused problems for Jackie. Like infinite mana Doom just continuing running at him, just putting down to 0. Yeah, this is Mother Tower just getting knocked on. And Miposhka, he's actually been the one who's taken the bottom lane completely. He's going to have a very early level 6 on this Disruptor.
Scam, mana burns. Can't get out of there. Can't Sakuchi, he's dead. Collapse, trying to survive through this one. Will they have enough damage to finish him off? No. And Roger takes off the bug, but will eventually get finished off.
Miposhka, 5.5. Bottom Jackie set up to push. Skeleton summon.
Yeah, they took that mid tower now as well.
Oh yeah, didn't even get denied, huh?
No. So bottom, they lose mid for bottom. And Miposhka still trying to soak up experience down bottom here to get towards that level 6 ulti. 9 minutes.
I mean, Collapse smoked out a base. Look at that. He really wants to just get down here. Maybe he has a Doom. He can go for the kill on the Viper.
Yeah, and there it is. Immediately out. Got him caught. And Jackie's just going to leave him to the Wolves. So they find another kill. Collapse having a very good game on this Doom. And Weaver also dies.
Well, oh my god, they're getting so much on the map. He tried to invade into Triangle, I guess. All right. Yeah, this Doom is a problem. There is a reason why we did see that Tidehunter move to the 4 position, because they did start picking too many counters versus the Disruptor, the Doom. That's why we saw Boom move it to that 4. But yeah, this Doom is really problematic. Look how tanky he is too. Like just phase boots plus Devour. Look at his armor. Since Devour, of course, people who don't know, Devour hasn't changed. It does provide you that armor now.
It's kind of crazy how strong that stuff is.
Yeah.
And again, like just seeing the power, like the Wraith King's probably going to have to go into potentially a shard in this game if they keep this. I mean, eventually Collapse is going to want the stomp, but it's a problem. His mana just keeps on getting burned like that.
Yeah, it's frustrating. A lane that he thought was probably going to go a bit better, but Doom got more than full free farm, even getting some kills. And towers, 2 of them taken out for the side of Spirit already, so good injection of gold. And yeah, feeling comfortable, especially because now they can feel a little bit more relaxed where the TA is able to farm some ancient stacks, and that's where the TA fully catches up.
Well, their backs up against the wall. Team Spirit needing to get a win here to keep their hopes of staying in this tournament alive. And so far, so good for the TI champs. Boom, up on the high ground, waiting for Miposhka to step too far forward. He's being a little bit of a barrier between the team and his Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I think it's huge. Like, I think Spirit came out a lot further ahead in the lanes than I thought they would have, just because of that Viper versus TA matchup. The way that they did it was perfect. This is the TA not really playing the lane. He's now ahead of the Viper, so that tells the whole tale of how well they did play around it.
Armlet coming up soon for Jackie. I mean, that is the other answer that they've got eventually. Like, yeah, annoying to deal with the mana burn in the laning stage, but still a good answer for the Doom. A very strong hero nowadays.
Yeah, but this Doom is likely to get what? His BKB super early, his BKB and his Blink Dagger. He's just going to be able to run it and pick and choose his targets. And likely, like, he's just going to Doom the Ember Spear and the Viper most of the time in these fights. The Disruptor's going to have the job of going for the Static Storm on Tide and Ember.
Oh, and the smoke breaks there.
Oh,
and
the trap slow.
That was really good.
Slows him before he gets the Remnant out, so the Remnant's really slow.
And they have Static Storm now, if they want to go for this.
3K lead.
A great start for Team Spirit, and Yadro can just sit there mid and doesn't have to worry about anything. Jackie's getting mana burn, they're getting farm on the Doom. Like, yeah, you can do what you want, but pull him back in. The Static Storm, he's done. Wants to walk in and get a Ravage off, or just go for the Anchor Smash and realize he can't get anything done afterwards. So, 3,000 gold lead, popping Dragon form now. Everything going the way of Team Spirit, and boom, don't really have an answer. Walk in, stun, comes out a second too late.
Oh.
Actually, Remnant's through.
He has a haste rune. He's going to be forced to use it.
Oh, wait, the enchant.
Can he get the dispel? It's too far.
They
the
pull
glimpse.
back. And
nice play.
Oh, really well done.
Just with the slight, he dodged it. That was beautiful.
Ember's crazy. How is this hero balanced? Like, what,
I mean, there's so many little tricks and stuff too with the hero. Like, there's one really crazy one that he can only, while you're remnanting, you can only slight to the right.
Oh, yeah?
There's like, if you do the slight while you're mid-remnant, you can only do it facing right. You can't do it facing left. Just doesn't allow you to cast it. There's so many little nitpicky tricks that a lot of these players do know. As we saw there, of course, the slight really nice is Tokyo. A few seconds left on his ult, but it's the Wraith King.
Yeah,
not the target he wanted.
They're not going to go for it. Yeah, Yopaj, I mean, this has been his hero for so long. Takes a big chant hit there. But I remember a couple of his, like, remnanting through and getting Aegis steals, all the stuff. He's always been really good on it. Miposhka, no Static Storm for 10 seconds. Collapse hanging out nearby him. Maybe going to take that bug off. They chased in with all those heroes and can't catch on the little Miposhka.
Wow. Not wanting to expend the Ravage. Now Disruptor, though. Once you overchase and then you don't get the kill, you can get glimpsed back. Gotta be careful.
And look at all these heroes. Like, the mini-map down there, it's everybody from Boom on the bottom side, and the entire map is being farmed out by Team Spirit. Just immaculate play.
Do you see which creep the Doom actually took? He took the Purge creep, so Flame Guard, he can just dispel it inside of the fights. Roger will go down, but yeah, this Purge creep is, I think, something that has always been one of the more broken creeps. Just how much you can actually do it. It is expensive, so one thing we do have to, of course, talk about, but...
Jump in, stun. The smoke was heading up to the top side, but they caught him on the other angle, and BKB already out for Collapse and Silence. FBZ in trouble, going to fall most likely to this Doom. Slow and steady, they burn him down. Still have that ulti if they want to use it. Miposhka getting chased in. Does he manage to get out of there? Yopaj chase and slowed and hides off to the side, but it wasn't quite going to be enough. Now Collapse still hanging on to that Doom, and they won't chase him any further, it looks like.
Tokyo going out with just a sliver of HP as well, too. Things continue to go in Spirit's favor. All 3 cores, top of the net worth. Even their Enchantress having a pretty decent time in a Ravage that only ends up getting a Disruptor. And
oh my god, this guy's crazy. Yopaj loses his mind and walks right into a heck of a big Doom, but going for a deny possibly there. Can they get it in time? Not gonna happen. Scam wanted it to happen, and a collapse might end up paying the price. Can they get the final touch onto him? Bugs go out, not quite going to be there.
Doesn't hit him.
They dodge away the heal coming from Roger the whole time through, and now Scam going to try and get out of there. Tims has an angle on the gush, but they won't be able to go for it.
And the glimpse?
They pull him back again. Why not? Tims is going to get chased down. The weirdest fight ever. I don't know why Yopaj went in right there, but regardless, Team Spirit take a huge victory.
I think he just didn't know that they were there. He was just jumping back to his Remnant and just lands right on top of him. That disarm creep actually almost got the Doom killed. It disarmed the Enchantress for 3 seconds, and he couldn't impetus, so he was beating on the tide. That was actually really close for a second, but these small creeps, oh, how frustrating. Has another one, yeah, 4K lead, continuing to have perfectly effective Dooms, every single one.
It feels like it's almost been off cooldown. Like every time it's up, they're making a play happen.
Yeah. Double, they have a Blink Dagger on Token. Did he just ult a creep?
You know.
He ulted a creep.
That's how it happens sometimes. Although it might still be enough damage. They're doing so much
They
here.
still got him. Scam.
Woo! And Roger also going to go down. All right, Boom have had enough of their shenanigans. Going in for this mid-tier 1 tower.
I was like, where the hell did the ult go? Like, did he dodge it? I was like, wait, what? He can't dodge it. That was a little weird. But anyway, yeah, they got the kill. We see that break coming into play too. High magic damage, and now perhaps able to turn it into a full tower. Don't know if Spirit can react. They did use a lot before to get the kill, but Collapse just continues to find these grabs.
They go in, and yeah, he found an opening there. Tims chasing forward. The Kraken Shell takes it off. Well, Yadro is still just farming on the other side, chased down by FBZ, but slowed down on the other side of it.
Level 13 on Yato already with the Deso. Dragon, he's pretty damn huge. They could look to force a Roche pretty soon. I think now is the moments where Boom has to be a bit cautious how they use their ults. Just because if they make one mistake with the ults,
that creep, he never saw it coming.
He died. He got that farm. Actually, does he even get the last hit on the creep? No. Oh, Yopaj stole it!
Stole the creep.
Look at that.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
All for Yopaj.
But yeah, big moves, and I'm gonna keep eyes on Ravage. I think if they expend a Ravage in a bad spot, immediately when Team Spirit, if they do die or whenever they do respawn right afterwards, it's gonna be a straight run to Roche. They could even sneak it. That's the thing too, is Enchantress plus TA could actually just duo it as well too. So I think Boom has to play around this area, keep looking for kills onto TA.
Yadro, he sees him coming, but the jump forward is there. Can they do anything to stop this? It's hard. Scam, he ends up falling right there, very low, but the time lapse gets him away, and yeah, they take him down 1 by 1. So 2 dead.
That's exactly what that's the way you can use the Ravage to get the TA. Now you can still play around this area. You still need to keep tabs around that Roshan for when they do respawn, but a big hit. They're pretty much fully back in the game. The Doom is enormous, but now they're getting their Wraith King into a nice and comfortable spot with his Blink Dagger and Armlet. They can keep looking for aggressive plays. Doom is back up, Collapse.
He just is so free to do what he wants in this game, but has he gone too far? Finally, Bugs are out. BKB.
Oh, he got baited!
He got it, no! Dude, Yopaj on one right there. And Collapse, yeah, that's the face of somebody that just went for the Doom on the illusion as they managed to find themselves another pickoff. Maposhka goes down.
Oh, what a bait by Yopaj. Just throws the illusion in front of him.
This guy's pretty good.
And now no Doom. Now it's like, okay, now we can't actually go for that Roche because they have the area control, and they're gonna have their Ravage back up. That's a big one. Having Doom used there, the next fight they're gonna have Ravage up. When Doom comes up, they're gonna be able to take the fight head on anyway.
Really solid stuff. Yeah, it feels like they're gonna need to find the Static Storm maybe and use the Doom on the Ember. But yeah, knew it was coming, waited for it, and well, got the immediate Doom out there onto the illusion. Felt real sheepish about it.
Yeah, Collapse knows as soon as the first tick of the Infernal Blade.
Scam still playing aggro. Boom, maybe looking for a fight. I mean, this is all under vision.
They're broken.
They have everything. They
They're
see
both
it
broken.
all. Tim's moving in afterwards. They're going to try and TP out, and they do manage to escape, but that ward catching everybody. Poshka, Yadro will manage to back out, but look at the last couple of minutes, how much the gold lead has changed.
It's been really good team movement. Really, the macro game from Boom has been perfect. Viper gets the double break as well there too onto the DK and the Enchantress, so both almost get taken out. Miposhka, he's trying to salvage like the vision area. Like Boom is just moving too fast, controlling these areas.
Collapse, they run into him again, 50 seconds still. Doom is up, does get the Hoof Stomp afterwards onto Schem. Tims, do they want to play aggro? Schem brought down again. Infernal Blade, slowed. Miposhka gets all the vision in the world, and Collapse down low. They don't have enough.
Wow, they're playing so well.
They are
playing so well around everything here.
I mean,
Now,
it's got blink round.
blink on the a blink on the 4-position tide at not too bad of a time, pre-20 minutes. And he does have a Philosopher's Stone, definitely helped a tiny bit, but it's only been there for like 2 minutes, so not too much. But Hyperstone finished up on Jackie. He's fully recovered, level 14. Yeah, they're 3 level 14 cores. It's pretty much similar on Team Spirit, but look at the scores of the 2 supports on Team Spirit. They have 13 deaths between the 2.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, 13 of the 16. So that's actually quite a good thing, I guess you could say, because it's not the cores who are eating all those deaths, but those kills do start to add up, of course.
Right. Well, and the other thing is you've got this really interesting, like, 3 scaling type cores going on. Did you see the build that Viper's been going for? Dragonlance, Sanjin, Yasha.
Yeah.
Like, he is going to have some damage.
I was going to say, once he gets, if he's able to ever get like a Scotty, that's where the game just feels like it's absolutely impossible. TA and DK, you cannot even play the game if this Viper gets that big. So I actually really like that he's going for scaling build rather than going for any type of, like, you know, your Greaves, or I mean, you don't go Atos, I guess, yeah, the Gleipnir kind of stuff. That could have actually worked, but I like that he's doing this, especially into like Doom. He's going to be so damn tanky.
Oh, they're going to move out again, try and scout things, and this has felt like the big differential is, the vision that Boom is playing around. Yadaro tries to get out of there. The bugs spot him, and Boom, they're still hunting. They're ready for a fight right now if they want to.
They're the ones who want to be the aggressors, because once you start playing defensively, as we've talked about a lot versus Disruptor, that's where he thrives, right? You start getting these catches, but if they're the aggressors, they keep just chasing in. Spirit doesn't really have anything to halt them. They're starting to get a bit far behind on the DK in particular.
Yeah, he needs to keep that momentum going for Toronto Tokyo.
Really
trying to get to BKB.
Yeah, he needs the BKB or he's just food. Like the Ember Spirit and the Viper, they do way too much magic damage. They shred him in no time.
And they're getting close to that. That will be a big timing. But, you know, TA not being able to get the Aegis and that Lincoln Sphere, that is really good.
Yeah, already picked up on the Ember Spirit. Another great pickup. They're preparing themselves. Like, they're going to have a really good window here.
And it hasn't been revealed yet. Jackie, if I'm a Pushka, done. So they still don't know about this Lincoln's yet. Blink out. Now they're going to see it. Yopaj catches them to the side. Beautiful performance in Toronto, Tokyo. The BKB is going to take a little longer to get over there.
They have such easy ways to catch. Just Slight Chains, Blink Tide now, Blink Wraith King. On the sides of Spirit, it's just starting to feel like they don't have the same forms of catch and control. Always getting ran at, always under. It always just feels like they're the ones under the vision. Even though Spirit's actually the one with TA, it feels like it's just Boom all over the place with that vision game.
A really impressive showing here.
Yep.
And this team, I mean, you look at sort of how they've grown and playing around, just an immaculate performance so far from Yopaj and everybody else. FBZ, they've all had standout games. We'll have to see what the answer is for Team Spirit here.
They're getting a gem. That looks like it's an attempt at an answer from Miposhka. I think they're starting to be like, how do they know where we are? How do they know all of our movements?
Yeah.
How are they always getting these perfect jumps on us? So yeah, gem picked up from Miposhka. Gonna take out this ward, but it's done its damage.
Yeah, over there on the other side as well.
He's scared to actually make the way down. They don't have much information on the map at the moment.
No. Over there as well, they place down some more wards around where the Roche fight is likely going to take place, but they find him again. Collapse off in the jungle, farming away. Slow down, BKB TP out, and that should get him out of there. My God, that was scary though.
The bugs, his armor.
Yeah, that's a dangerous one.
If he was not digesting the creep pit there at that moment, he would have been dead. But you usually are just digesting.
Yeah. So very close amongst all of the cores. You look at the differential in net worth, and it's only about 3,000 between the top and the bottom of the cores.
But you're really feeling that power from Boom, right? I think they have the AC finished up on the Wraith King, so this Desolator on the TA is not going to be as effective as we've seen, and they're looking for a kill before they go for the Roche.
Dude, how did they keep on having all this vision? They got a gem on Team Spirit, but they haven't been able to clean everything out yet. They just haven't had an opportunity. That part scouts it.
He's ready to go. Like, as soon as they see it.
Dude,
oh my God.
The Ravage, it catches on to both. Just like that, they didn't stand a chance. The BKB from Yadaro, but will it be enough? Tim's drops down, and that's a good separation. On the other side, though, they look for more. The gem is on the ground, and Collapse also, he's under the ground.
This game is just completely gotten out of control, and now they lose the gem, so the TA traps, everything gonna be taken out. Boom has blown this game wide open, have just complete control of the game.
This is so impressive. I mean, again, like this team, they come on in, they absolutely wreck here. They went perfect in the group stages, got one little hit down to knock them to the lower bracket, and haven't looked back once.
Yeah, and the thing is too is like it's not like Spirit has the the lineup that outscales them either by any means, especially with the way that they're building. The Viper, as you mentioned earlier, going for this full kind of carry build too. Wraith King's got all he needs. I mean, they're all queuing up Scotty now too. Like Wraith King even too. He's like, I'm playing versus DKTA. Yeah. I reduced the healing from the DK. I slowed through BKB. Playing versus TA, it's double effectiveness pretty much versus those ranged heroes. So if he wants to go for it, it makes sense.
Can they do this here though?
Can they go for this?
I don't know.
Boom's already here.
I don't know. This is not going to work. And well, Static Storm down. Yadro tries to turn. Wants to get some kills. The Psyblade action that's coming in play. They burn through one life, but can they do any more afterwards? Collapse, he's caught to the side now too. Wants to run away, but boom, there is nothing to run away from. They're all there. They're surrounded him. Collapse is going to drop also. Just immaculate performance.
Good God.
From Boom.
These guys are good. These guys just, they're reading the map just, I don't know how they're reading it so well. They're making the moves before even Spirit sets up the moves to go for these gank plays. They already had the numbers there. And how many kills and just successful moves in a row does it feel like it's been? I don't know, 15 or something like that, where it doesn't even feel like Spirit's gotten a rebuttal.
Yeah, and like that's a Sentry Ward, right? Like that's
this game's over.
It's completely over.
There's nothing that Team Spirit can do anymore.
Well, Boom, they came on in. They took game number 1, and it did not look that hard, and it is not looking that much different in game number 2 here. As Team Spirit, they just weren't ready for the pace at which they're playing. Like you talked about, the vision that they had and the reading of the map. Just on another level. Literally on another level.
They break the Lincolns. They get the glimpse.
Okay, Yopaj
He's got the
stun. Not going to happen. One little impetus hit is all they can put on to Yopaj.
And now, yeah, it's the game of where it's the mistakes, right? Game of mistakes. It's up to Boom to throw, and I don't even know how many high ground dives it would take, because their lineup, it scales so well. They have so many ways to cover each other too, and yeah, Spirit's just, their damage is lackluster.
It's really impressive, because this is about the same time last game when the similar stuff happened. And Boom, once they hit that switch, it's all aggression, it's all outgoing, and they have the heroes that they can maybe even try and like keep this pressure on, start taking down the rest of the towers.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, just keep going. They have nothing to worry about in this game. They have the gem, so they have full map control. We can bring up that vision if you want of the Radiant, so you can see how sad Spirit's map looks. They can't see anything. They have no traps really on. They have like 4 traps on the map, which is actually not too bad because now they're playing at the gem. But Boom is just completely controlling the map, completely controlling everything, and it's all about objectives now at this point for them.
Yeah, tier 2 tower down in the mid. They see everything as Boom are going to also pressure up top. Still 2 minutes left on this Aegis for Yopaj. And at the moment, at the very least, Spirit need to deal with some more skeletons, knocking on their high ground, propping the drums. FBZ hit from the low ground. What are you going to do? There's nothing. They finally show back up with Miposhka. Collapse, looking for maybe a wraparound or something, or just going to cut the creep wave. Not sure.
No, he needs to go back.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 sets of racks is going to be too much for them to deal with anyway. Let's see how they do if they try to take a fight.
Jumps in, stun is there. What's the follow-up? They need something, and they need a whole lot more. He's down to about a quarter HP. Jackie will fall once. Can they do it again now? Collapse, they jump in with the Emperor, trying to find a kill there. Yadro, they doom actually onto that Wraith King for a second life, but they don't have any follow-up.
He just walks away.
Oh, that one hurts. And Boom, they can just wait this out. Now with no doom, they can come back for round 2.
He can just wait. Oh, look, a DD top. He's got to heal up off these creeps, though, in the meantime. And they can reset. 40 seconds, go reset, and then go for it again. And he did actually pick up the Scotty, as we were talking about on the Wraith King as well. If he wants to also on the Viper, I'm fine with it. As we said, amazing item this game versus the 2 cores, even all 3 cores of the side of Spirit.
Boom, smoke up, and there it is. Ready to run in.
Yep.
What is the answer for Team Spirit? They've got to know that more aggression is coming their way.
How long on that Wraith King ult? That's probably what they're waiting. Just slightly on. 15 seconds. Yeah, they're good to go.
Cowards.
Oh, it's Miposhka. He just bought back.
Oh, no, Miposhka.
60 seconds. He just walked out. He just was like, let me get a ward out here. Oh, no.
Yeah, and that's going to be a second lane of racks.
Oh, man. Wow, Boom.
What an absolutely stellar performance from these guys. They got a butterfly now done on the Viper. This is completely a spanking. It's just gone on the entire game, it feels like. And it was looking fairly okay for Team Spirit, but now, Boom, there is one hero from Team Spirit in their base, and it's just Roger. The poor old Enchantress saying, yeah, I'll stop him, don't worry.
They're just watching.
Tier 4s go down.
They're just ending. They're, really, okay, you don't want to GG out? You know, we'll make you.
Go on
There it
in.
is.
CG called, and Team Spirit, without even a chance to get a fight, they're going to be brought down by Boom. One celebratory Ravage as Boom are going to be playing on the final day.
Damn. All right.
Oh, look at that face. He knows. He's ready.
That was super impressive. Again, after we saw Collapse have what, 3 or 4 perfect dooms, it felt like. Then he gets like 1 doom on illusion and the whole game explodes open. They just find like a million picks. They get every single objective perfectly, and gotta just say, macro game from Boom is on another level. These first 20 minutes, or first 25 minutes, it's almost flawless.
Yeah, you've got to be careful for those guys. You look at how well they've played this one, and we're going to see probably some research done on how they were able to do it. I would love to hear some stuff from the interview about Kyle about how well they're able to read the map, because it was honestly just really impressive to watch. So many times it felt like they were able to catch heroes as they were just out farming that one extra camp. And yeah.
And I think I have to give credit, of course, to the drafting. I think there's always like really clever stuff when you have Tidehunter, you see Disruptor, you see Doom, you're like, not the best Tide core game, so let's just swap it. Oh my god, it's an amazing Viper game. They picked this Viper TAS to jungle, which isn't really the best kind of situation. And it's not even just about the lane. The whole game, you're a TA versus a Viper, so it's really tough to just do anything.
Oh, big kids coming on out here for Boom. And of course, credit to our 4th place as well. Team Spirit put on a really good performance throughout this tournament. I think they struggled a little bit at the start, but then started to look really good.
And with a stand-in, right?
Yes.
Too, we have to keep on saying that they had Roger, who had some pretty good performances throughout this tournament, but definitely you can see how they're missing Mira. And yeah, looking forward to see the full squad again soon. But Boom, continuing to impress, honestly. Like, these guys, awesome to watch. Yopaj is always a treat. FBZ as well. They always seem to just do some really cool stuff in their games. So
they got some charisma too. I want to see some more of their interviews. They're cute little guys. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break this down as we finish off the penultimate day here.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, guys. Boom, taking it to 0, making it to the final day. I also want to hear more from the guys, and we probably will in a little bit when Kyle joins them on stage. But let's first hear something from our panelists, because we got Effie, Resolution, and Lacoste here. And I must say, Lacoste, it looked like Team Spirit was going to do it. They were getting a little bit ahead on the net worth. It looked like it was a lot more even. And then it wasn't.
I mean, they talked about, Fog pointed it out in the end, like that one Doom on the illusion, and also the way they're reading the map, and they can predict the movement where Team Spirit is going to be, is just incredible. Like throughout this whole tournament, they've been really impressive by the way they move and how aggressive they can be after like the laning stage is done. Like, you can see all these little pieces coming together, and man, the more I see, the more I like this team.
And also, like, the brilliance of the last pick, the Viper, it actually made so much difference in the way they play and the way they could apply pressure to this TA as well. And I would say this game around, like, the drafts were even to me, like maybe slightly in the favor of Boom, but like the performance for Collapse definitely like made the Team Spirit look very solid in this game and like take a good lead. Like at some point they had 4 or 5k lead. But just like the way Boom playing around the map, the way they move together, the way they fight is just like, I don't know, it's just another level.
What are your thoughts on like support duo, like Enchantress, Disruptor, Shadow Demon, Enchantress, like IO plus Treant?
I mean, this lineup is just well balanced to me. They have a decent balance between greed, between all the moves, like between the pressure early on, but it's just Boom didn't allow them to play their own game. It's just like from one certain point, I don't know, it's like 12 or 15 minutes into the game, it's like all the moves were completely from Boom, and Team Spirit couldn't make a single one.
I know you're not a big fan of Enchantress, Effie.
No, I just think this hero's mega overrated. It's so overrated. Like, they've prioritized it in the first pick, and unless you're snowballing out of your lanes and this hero gets a good start and gets some net worth, she just doesn't do anything later. Sure, there's a lot of new creeps, but I mean, it's not going to salvage the problems that she still has in the mid to late game, right? But I just want to shout out Boom, because they are so good and they are so confident, because they were playing together. They were making these macro movements when they had a net worth disadvantage. They were choking out Team Spirit when Team Spirit had the lead in terms of gold, right? Just to be able to do something like that versus the TI winners as a brand new team, your first ever LAN event, that takes confidence more than anything.
Yeah, I believe this is from the previous game that we saw, but I think I mean the result was the same. It was Boom all the way. Some moments of light for Team Spirit, of course, but at the same time, the macro game, we talk about it a lot because Boom just seems to be on another level when it comes to that. And on another level as well, on a platform over there is Kyle, together with Skem, I believe.
Hey, how you doing, viewers at home? I'm here with the captain of Boom Esports, who are on an absolute roll. Skem, have you ever made it this far in a tournament?
Not really. My best place in the tournament is 6th place, I think, in the major, Singapore major.
Gotcha. That was the best place I ever had to. I understand. You're already miles ahead of me. You're just getting started. What is like the secret ingredient? Because this is the first team that I believe you've captained. Was that a big change for you, shifting into the leader's shoes?
It's a long time ago already that I want to be a 5 and a captain. But for this team, we really don't have like a real captain. It's just like in-game, me and teams command early and mid and maybe the course late game. Then Mushi do the draft. Yeah.
Got you. So does he ask you guys questions, or is he more of like, is he 95% of the draft, a little bit of insight? Is it like 70-30?
Yeah, he asks us about what we want heroes, but he is still the last person to choose what we're gonna play.
Gotcha. So does it also include giving you information on how you want to play the game? Because especially in that game too, you guys are really fast. You're constantly making moves around the map. Who's making those shot calls, or is that part of a pre-planned strategy?
Usually it's me, teams, and Japoy really controls the early and mid shot calls, especially when we are winning early. Japoy call.
Got you. And what took Japoy so long to get discovered? Because he's incredibly good. Like why? Like where's he? How did this take so long?
I'm not sure also. People keep asking me who is my number 1 mid. I just keep saying Japoy. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, you found him. Tomorrow you're going to go up against Nigma in the lower bracket final. You've already taken down 2 legends today with both Puppy and Team Spirit. Got any feelings or emotions about Nigma?
Not really. We just wanna play more games and yeah, until the grand finals maybe.
Okay. Well, any shout outs to the fans?
Shout out to the fans that who keep supporting us. And please keep supporting us. We are just still learning.
Awesome, man. Well, nice talking to you. Congratulations again on the win. We're going to throw it back to Sheaves.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle and Skem. And indeed, they got big applause here coming from everybody in production. We wish there was a crowd here. Unfortunately, for the players, we are their only crowd. We try to make noise. Do want to point that out. We're just not that loud.
We're pretty loud.
Yeah, we can be pretty loud. This is true. This is true. Tomorrow will be the final test because tomorrow we will have the final couple of games. I do want to touch upon what Skem said as well because of course we know that this game especially, like we covered the draft a lot as well for a lot of Boom's victories, and it is Mushi doing that. But I think it is incredibly important to note that someone can draft heroes for you and say this is what you should play, but then taking that and also being able to implement into the game, you have to be on the same page, Lacoste. I mean, that feels like otherwise there could be a disconnect, like that balance.
Yeah,
very precious.
I mean, it's not like he says you're gonna last pick the Viper and disconnect from Discord. Like, see ya, good luck, do whatever you want with it. But these are players that have a lot of experience, so like they know how to these heroes function, and pretty sure they have something pre-prepared to see how that's gonna work out. Like some stuff, like you don't necessarily need to get all the 5 heroes that you wanted to play, but the core, like the tri-core of the heroes is certainly there, and I don't think Mushi needs to tell Yopaj how to play or needs to tell Tims how to hit an arrow with Murano.
No.
Big shout out to the Mushi. Brilliant idea. Once again, I want to mention the Viper pick was excellent.
Yeah, it was top tier.
And overall, like their drafts are really on point in this tournament. I'm expecting Boom actually going to the final because it's really fun to see them play, and I'm a big fan of their gameplay this tournament.
Yeah, big fan of Yapoi as well. Effie?
Sure.
He's just really good.
He's your idol?
Yes. Why not? No, I think Boom are in a really sweet spot where
they, just like Scam said, they don't have an in-game captain really. Just him and Tim's call the shots. They just
that is the captain.
Patch calls the
feel like
shots. It's just like they're playing so well together. Everybody's so good, and it just feels so easy for them right now. So they're in this amazing momentum, and I think that going forward at the next major, I'm assuming they will qualify. They're going to be studied really hard because they're looking like contenders for the world stage.
I think they're going to get studied really hard already tonight because they already have an opponent lined up for them in the lower bracket. We can take a look at the brackets, I believe, because we only have 3 teams left. We only want one team, of course. It's only one team that we care about, but we don't know yet which of the 3 left remaining is our champions. It's going to be a tough one for all teams there. We got in the lower bracket finals, Nigma Galaxy. They will take on Boom Esports that just knocked out Team Spirit. And earlier today, we also had Tundra knocking down Nigma Galaxy and securing their ticket in the grand finals. And of course, earlier today, we also saw Boom Esports taking out Team Secret. We have 2 eliminations today. But it's, I think, a matchup that a lot of people wanted from the get-go.
I think
Nigma Galaxy versus Boom Esports, Effie?
Yeah, that was my prediction for the grand finals, so I got that wrong. I'm kind of sad. But I think regardless of the outcome of the lower bracket finals, it's going to be an incredible series, right? But I think if it was a rematch between Tundra and Boom, that would be incredibly hype. But also, if Nigma Galaxy were to go to the grand finals and win the tournament under their name, that's also very hype. So whatever we're in store for tomorrow, it's going to be exciting.
What if Tundra wins?
That's also going to be hype.
All right.
Everything is hype.
We are good.
I think either way, I mean, I think today we did only have 2-0s, right, Rezo?
Yes. 3 games to just 2-0s, straight up, like teams showing dominance. Like they're showing who actually like the boss here in the tournament. I don't know, just tomorrow, super hype day once again.
Is it a little bit maybe the patches, because obviously we came in a new patch, it's starting to be ironed out a little bit, so maybe that plays a part there too?
I mean, there's, I'd say it, I think we explored like 15% of the patch, because in
15?
Yeah, in 2 weeks there's going to be completely different heroes. Some are still going to be very strong, but yeah, I'm also looking forward to the grand final to see, you know, it's a BO5. It's not a BO3, so I want to see some experimentation, especially in the first game. During the first game, you know, there's going to be some really weird stuff going on.
I hope so. I hope so for sure. If we want to have the grand finals, then we first have to find our second grand finalist. As said, Tundra has already secured in those grand finals who will be their opponents. Will it be Nigma Galaxy or Boom Esports? If you want to know that, you better tune in tomorrow. So tomorrow we're actually going live 1 hour later than today. So for us, it's 3 p.m. We're in Dubai. Again, you can do the math. I trust you. I believe you got a good one there. Maybe a calculator next to you or anything like that. It's all good. We're going to be back tomorrow with some fantastic Dota Final Sunday. We'll see you there.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.